Are we live?
Yes, we are.
Oh, well, hello there.
How's it going?
Oh, just chilling, waiting to talk about Pokemon. How about you?
Pretty much the same thing. Yeah, figured. It's a good day to do it.
Perfect day to do it. I mean, some of the battles have already started. Um, some pretty intense ones. I know I've already had my ass kicked, so
Yeah, there's a certain Pokemon that will get in touch with that will um, be part of that matchup that we'll discuss a little bit here. So
was it a what how do you say it? Was it in a mistake to do
it,
Ubers?
it might have been. It might very well might have been.
Do Nat Dex Ubers with Megas?
We're all about the spiciness. By the way, can y'all hear the music? Okay, I'm not sure if
I can't hear music.
can't hear music.
No.
Oh, 1 second.
It might be that you have uh, your computer audio off, which I think you just have to turn up the volume.
Okay, I have the desktop audio. I thought loud enough, maybe not.
Okay, let's hear. Okay, now I can hear it.
Okay.
It's probably at a good volume. It's not super loud. We don't want it too loud.
It's very quiet, Cadillacs. Okay. Think I can make it louder without it being overbearing to would it drown us out talking? You think it's fine? Okay, cool. All right. Well, we're almost set up here. Probably in a couple minutes we'll get started.
All right, sounds great. One thing I did notice is my volume is a little bit loud, so you can turn me down in Discord if you right-click my name.
Sure.
Mm.
Yeah, have you at 100, I think. But
Or turn your microphone volume up, and then it will be at an even level between us. Either way works.
All right. All right, just turn you down a little bit.
Okay, let me hear. Okay, that sounds actually pretty even.
Right on. Yeah, have you at like 73 right now. All right. I'm in DMs with my former co-commentator, Mr. Grimes, and he said he's going to be potentially popping in here soon. Looking forward to hearing at least him for a little bit. I'm not sure he's going to be sticking around for the whole thing, but it's always a good time in a draft stream when Grimes is around. So can never be too dull.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, co-commentator Grimes always welcome, and usually a good sight in these streams.
Heck yes.
But what are we waiting on anybody, or
no?
are we waiting for
just gonna
Grimes,
kick it off right at 1, and whoever decides to joins, and if not, then we ball.
I got so confused there. I forgot you're in a different time zone because I looked at the clock and I'm like, you're gonna wait a whole hour? God damn, that's dedication.
Yeah, man. In order to make this a 5-hour draft stream, like typical, I have to wait, a little bit longer. Make sure that ad time's fulfilled, All right, but we are at that time, so just want to kind of introduce everybody again. Anybody who might be watching on Twitch, thank you for joining the draft stream. It is the Ultra Recon Singles Draft League Season 6. We're doing a draft stream / draft recap. And you can expect to hear a couple different voices throughout the stream as we continue on through. The person talking, of course, me. I'm Ashton. I'm the coach of your Winnipeg Jet Punches and the commissioner of the league. And currently right along with me is Dagster. He's a good buddy of mine. Met him in college, and since then been able to... I've had the opportunity to do draft leagues along with him, and it's been very enjoyable. So he's going to be coaching with us this season, and I'm very excited about that too.
Yeah, and I skipped the season. Well, I did the last singles. I'm pretty sure I didn't do the last doubles. So I had a little bit of time off, which means I'm maybe either rusty or maybe I'm better. I have no idea how that works. So
Well, it's gonna be
I
very interesting to see, especially since we have a new format this season.
yeah, and well, I mean, it's always good to again do these streams because it's fun talking about the absurdity, especially this time. It's going to be really absurd with megas and Ubers.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Just switch over to that slide here quickly while we're talking about it here. Yeah, so we have decided to kind of follow in the wave of Ubers, which has been created by the BBL on YouTube. As you might have seen, they've kind of swept into doing a points style Ubers draft league through Paldea Dex tiers. We're going to be doing national Dex tiers, which means more Ubers, more brokenness, more fun. So to give you guys a little bit more insight and go into more detail, we're going to be a Ubers format played on Pokemon Showdown with Mega Pokemon and Terraslizing included. It's going to be Ubers, of course, too, as I mentioned before. 8-week-long regular season as per normal, and 3 weeks of playoffs with 12 coaches total. It'll be a point style draft with 4 Ubers tiers, as reflective of the Bandless Battlers League with Platinum, Gold, Silver, and Bronze. It'll be standard tiers. Standard tiers range for points between 19 points and 1 point. And each coach may draft up to 2 Ubers within the following combination parameters: 1 Platinum Uber plus 1 Bronze Uber, 1 Gold Uber plus 1 Bronze Uber, 2 Silver Ubers, 1 Silver Uber plus 1 Bronze Uber, or 2 Bronze Ubers. And each coach is allowed a maximum of 1 Mega Pokemon, which will be sporadically tiered throughout the your standard points tiers. And then each coach must declare 1 Terra Captain worth 13 points or less during the draft. Certain Pokemon, of course, within the 13 point to 1 point range have been banned. Like your Reggie, like Keys or Shedinjas, stuff like that. And yeah, this should make for a very, very chaotic but fun season at the same time. Lots of different Pokemon combinations that you wouldn't normally be able to see are going to be presented and, experimented with. I'll say that throughout the season. So if you're interested, make sure to give the league a follow. I'll make sure to have the Discord servers linked in the description of this video when it goes up on YouTube. But yeah, I think we're just gonna hop right in and introduce the coaches.
speaking of trainers, we actually have 2 have joined the call. I know you've got your thing on stream mode, so you probably didn't hear it, but
Right.
we do have 2 in here who might pipe up at some point, depending. But yeah,
Just had to switch over
shall
to
we?
the quieter music. Yeah, those were bangers that we were listening to, but I don't know. I just find it a lot easier to focus with the relaxing music there, so I'm gonna actually go ahead and turn it up a little bit. Yeah. So as you can see, here's a list of all the coaches and their team logos. I guess primarily is what you see here. We'll start things off by iterating that they appear as they have been randomized in the draft order. So it goes from left to right in the order, as well as top to bottom. So at the top left would be your first pick, which in this case would be iNasty and the London Trapeon. And then I'll thank you TSG for linking the Discords. I appreciate that. And then you have Hakai Sheen. He's the coach of Why So Cereal. Third overall, you have Vague Parallels. He's the coach of the Denver Dragapults. And fourth overall, you have Evil. He's coach of the Vietnam Venomoths. Then you have Jax, coach of the Louisville Chadots. Didi Kayad, coach of the Philadelphia Fampies. You have returning favorite Cadillacs, coach of the BNZ Breakers. Froggerman225, coach of the average Atlantic Googers this time around, not the Atlantic Googers. Mr. Grimes actually in call was able to prepare this amazing team logo for him. So very excited to see how the rebrand affects his gameplay throughout the regular season. And then of course you have our current commentator in call, Dagster. He's going to be coaching the Aaron's Aarons this season. And then 10th overall, Jinx Psychic, coach of the Sterling City Stars. And we have S, who's also in call with us currently. He's coaching the Borakua Baltoys. And then with the 12th overall pick, you have me, coach of the Winnipeg Jet Punches. Should we just hop into the first pick, because I'm too excited to announce these Ubers?
I think that's a good idea because there's some wildly strange and incredible things that we have here that were enabled. We even pulled some that were banned into the fray, which
Yes.
you'll be seeing in a bit.
Yeah.
They are scary, and I mean, I'm already shaking in my boots just thinking about them. So I think we should I think we should go and take a look.
Yeah, I believe the first pick actually was one of those Ubers that was brought in from the banned list to the four Ubers tiers. So with the first overall pick, as I'd mentioned before, iNasty and the London Drapion got seeded first overall. And as this draft works, you'll see that it is a snake style draft. So it'll go from iNasty to Haikaishin all the way down to me. And then in the second round, it'll start with me and then go back all the way up the ladder until you go back to iNasty, where he will get the first pick of the third round as well. So it kind of goes back and forth on the ladder. But yeah, with the first overall pick of the draft, one of those platinum Ubers that was pulled from the banned list, we have Kyogre Primal Form, because why not?
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly formerly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say, this thing right here, Primal Kyogre, absolutely the best one on the board right now. Absolutely should have been drafted first. It's Primal fucking Kyogre. Base 180 special attack, 90 speed, which, may not be a lot, but, look at that base 180 attack in Primordial Sea. Yeah, you're just going to run the same thing on it every single week. Origin Pulse, or really just water move of your choice, Thunder, Ice Beam, and Calm Mind. If you did not prepare for this by drafting a good water absorber, just prepare to lose to Primal Kyogre. It is Primal Kyogre. The reason why everyone thought that this could be allowed is, one, its rain is not permanent, and two, it can't run Choice Scarf, so you don't have Choice Scarf Water Spout.
Right.
I think this is actually a fair inclusion into the draft board. A Pokemon that I really like and would have liked to have gotten to use, but yeah, absolutely should have been the first draft pick. Once again, Mr. Grimes, newly formerly reinstated, fired co-commentator.
Also, personally, would like to really shout out that Mr. Grimes is joining us for this draft stream, despite the fact that he is unfortunately not going to be joining us as coach this season. I was very bummed to kind of realize that the URSDL, the Ultra Recon draft leagues don't feel the same without Grimes as a coach. So I just wanted to kind of make my thanks to him.
Maybe next time though, right?
That's it. But yeah, just I miss you, man. But it's good to have you on as at least a commentator for a little bit of the stream, if not if not for being a coach. So yeah, Primal Kyogre, pretty much everything that could be said about this Pokemon has been said. It's very bulky, offensive. You could run it physical if you want to. I know that's kind of niche, but I doubt you'll be seeing that too often. But yeah, what really kind of differentiates this thing in draft compared to like regular Kyogre or something like that is the ability to, or the restriction that it can't run an item. It's forced to be holding the blue orb as its held item, and when it utilizes the blue orb, it doesn't go away, so it doesn't really have that slot available to it. So that's kind of the argument as to why coaches had voted it into the tier list. But yeah, very good pickup here by iNasty. And second overall, as iterated before, it is Haikaishin. He is coach of the YSO serial team. He picks up Arceus, and he decides to choose the Arceus ground type for his Arceus type. You're only allowed to draft one type of Arceus, and once that Arceus type is chosen, Arceus is off the board, is unavailable. Very curious.
I think ground is a good typing for it. One thing, I considered it as well. I knew it was probably going to go, be taken by somebody else, but I thought a good form for it would be fairy, because a lot of our Ubers are literally dragons. So, but I still think that ground is a great pick. And I mean, it literally is God, except for Bidoof, which is the god above God. So yeah, no, there's no complaints with that. I mean, 120 everything. It's it's balanced, but it's not balanced, if you know what I mean.
It has been described to me as a Pokemon that's basically like better Mew. It's got the stats that are very universal and well-rounded, and it can do a little bit of everything. So why wouldn't you want to have a Pokemon allowed that is better Mew in draft?
It's
Um,
versatile, and you said that ground was drafted, and that means that um, that is the only type available.
right.
So you had to pick
Oops.
the typing,
Right.
and you have to stick with it.
Yep. So,
So
yep.
yeah,
Right on.
um,
Yeah. You can do a lot with this Pokemon, like Calm Mind and Sword Stance offensively are very nice too. Um,
judgment.
I think it should
um,
be worth noting that normal wasn't allowed.
yeah, normal Arceus was banned. It was generally agreed upon by all the coaches that it was the most broken of all the types available, where you could have that ability to hold the item. So yeah, we went ahead and kept that on the banned list. But yeah, we're really overstepping our boundaries, allowing something like Arceus. So um, yeah, keep on the lookout for Hakishin and his Waiso Serial team with that pick. Um, Next, we have the third overall pick. It is going to be Vague Parallels and the Denver Dragon Bolts picking up Xerneas. Important to note that Geomancy is allowed on this Pokemon, so it was bumped up as a potential silver tier Uber, I believe it was originally tiered at, or gold tier, one of the two, to a platinum tier, where Geomancy is allowed. So you'll be seeing a lot of those power up Geomancy sets that you're usually used to seeing in standard Ubers on Xerneas. So keep on the lookout for that. But yeah, just overall very amazing stats, pretty decent coverage on both the physical and special side there, but especially in this kind of format, it's really good to establish a very strong fairy, and I think Fake Parallels really hit that nail in the coffin with this first pick here. Yeah, one of my
Yeah, I mean,
favorite legendaries too.
I don't have anything to add. It's just yeah, it's going to be fun to fight against.
Yeah. Yeah, like something cool about Xerneas, I mean, if you're thinking from a draft standpoint, I know it's a very annoying Pokemon to face, but if you're using Xerneas, a lot of times what you can possibly see Vague Parallels doing with this Pokemon is run it more bulky in order to better economize on his EV spreads. Because this Pokemon doesn't need a lot of speed investment at +2 speed after Geomancy to outspeed a lot of the metagame. So be on the lookout for a lot of very economic utility of EVs being used by Vague Parallels this season with Xerneas. Just wanted to point that out. But yeah, Xerneas is going to be going third overall. Fourth overall, kind of on the train of the fairy types that are going to be generally sought after in this league. We have another fairy type, high tier fairy going to Evil, aka Fong N. He's coach of the Vietnam Venomouse. He's going to be drafting Zacian Crowned. So another of those platinum fairies. I think it might have been the second of three. I think there's only 3 fairies that are in the platinum tier. And this was...
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think Zacian Norma was the other one. But yeah, Zacian Crown going here to Fong. I mean, this thing's just absolutely ridiculous. Intrepid Sword, of course, got a little bit of a nerf where you can only get the attack boost once per battle. So the first time that it switches in is going to be the time that Intrepid Sword activates. So once it's used, you can't use it again, which is kind of a hindrance. But at the same time, you don't really need it on this Pokemon. With that base 150 attack, you can easily take advantage of Sword Stance boosts and still not have an issue. Like the Intrepid Sword boost isn't always needed.
And oh boy, look at that speed.
And oh boy, yeah. Parrying to Zacian, I think Zacian's either at 128 or 138 base speed. Yeah, just having that extra base speed tier means that you don't have to always, run that speed boosting nature. Or a lot of EVs, you can run it more bulky. And I think Fong was very right in his mind picking this up as early as he did. So yeah, makes sense to be a 4th overall pick.
Yeah, it's a great pick. And where did we have it? Was it platinum or was it?
It was platinum. Yeah, I think it only could belong to platinum. I think a lot of people were arguing for it to be banned, even though it was available and among the. I'd say it's probably among the top 5 Ubers in that tier.
Regular Zacian was also in platinum too. So interesting that we had both in platinum, but I mean, I guess they are equally strong.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I
again,
mean,
with that held item thing too, like it has to hold the Rusted Sword if it's in its crown form. So there's that argument to be made about which one's more attractive to draft or sought after to draft. But yeah, I think the typing added to this Pokemon also makes it a bit of a nuisance. Like your Steel Fairy typing is a very broken. It basically makes fairy type, like abusing with a fairy type a lot more safer, having the steel type that makes you immune to like poison types that would otherwise try to switch into you, or stuff like that. So yeah, this Pokemon's just got a lot going for it in terms of offensive and potentially defensive issues for other teams. So yeah, I can absolutely see why this thing. Yeah, Cadillac just said in chat, he's like, I was trying to get this banned. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, be on the lookout for this thing to make a lot of waves this season. And 5th overall, we have Jax, coach of the Louisville Chadots. He's going to be picking up Necrozma Duskmane 5th overall. I think this is also another Pokemon that a lot of people are probably looking at in the first round of the draft. I think it would have gone in the first round of the draft later on if Jax did not draft it here. So I think it's very smart of him to try to establish a good steel type early as well. So yeah, this Pokemon can just do so much. With its general bulk, it can really make good abuse of things like weakness policy and stuff like that. And it's got a lot of like speed set. It moves like, I think it gets Flame Charge, maybe Agility too, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that too. But yeah, this Pokemon's just very, very much a matchup check for a lot of teams. And I think it's going to be a matchup check for a lot of coaches this season because, yeah, this thing's just a monster.
Hopefully somebody drafts Solgaleo later.
Yeah, that'd be
very
nice.
very similar Pokemon. And
right.
I don't want to spoil anything, so
yeah, wrong. But yeah, this thing's got pretty strong coverage. It has all the coverage it needs. It gets the base 100 boosted Sunsteel Strike, I believe, is its signature move, as well as Photon Geyser. So a couple really strong stab options there. And yeah, this thing, just looking at stats too, is very well rounded. The speed's the only thing kind of drawing it back. But like I said before, you've got those speed setup options, and yeah, like Flame Charge, and it might get Trailblaze too. Oh, something I wanted to bring up about Zacian Crown. I know we just finished talking about it. It gets Trailblaze too, so yeah, that really doesn't matter.
Oh, that's fun.
But anyway, back to Necrozma. Yeah, another really strong steel type in the Ubers meta. I think with all the dragons running around in the Ubers tiers, I think having a solid steel and a solid fairy is really good here. So yeah, Jack's really hitting that nail in the coffin with his steel pick. So yeah, we're just gonna keep the train rolling here with round 1 picks. DD, I can never pronounce his name right. I'm just gonna call him DD. DD and his Philadelphia Fampi are going to be the. Is he 7th overall? No, he's 6th overall. Yeah, 6th overall pick. He's going to be picking up Yveltal. I'm actually kind of shocked this thing made it down that far. At least in draft, I think Yveltal's very, very strong. Just from what I've seen in a couple other Ubers drafts before. Oblivion Wing's just a very busted move. I think it's like base 90 or something like that, or base 7. Even if it's like base 70 or 80, I think it's strong because you take or you heal back like 50% of what you deal in damage, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this thing's just an absolute beast. Dark Aura to boost its dark type attacks, so you can run like mixed sets with Dark Pulse and Sucker Punch and really not have to worry about your attack stat being lower with potential like modest or timid nature, and still really take advantage of the Dark Aura Sucker Punches. So yeah, this thing's just an absolute beast. One of those really reliable offensive darks. It's gonna be really hard to kill this Pokemon too. I believe it gets Roost as well. So
oh yes, we need things that have Roost that are okay tanky wise, but also can hit like a truck.
Yeah,
those are fun.
We love having base 131 attack in both stats. Why not unban more of those Pokemon? We should allow like Eternatus, Eternamax. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that would have been so fun. Whoever gets that would automatically win.
Yeah, they'd be allowed that, and then 11 1-pointers, and the whole purpose. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. I think that would be a fair thing. Maybe next time.
You literally just have to draft Salazzle and run it Focus Sashed with Corrosion Toxic and just hope.
Oh, and grab Bidoof because you need God, right?
Grookey for the grassy terrain.
Or Cosmog. We have Cosmog, but it can't have access to teleport. That would have been a really powerful
check.
No, Splash. It can't have access to Splash. That's what we banned.
Yeah,
so
it can switch out.
Get that.
Yeah, it can switch in just to say that it hit the field against Eternatus and then switch back out.
Brookie for the grassy terrain for the Eternamax.
That's so good. Yeah,
Uh,
Evital going to DD. Next up, we have Cadillacs. I believe he was the 7th overall pick of the first round, and he ended up dipping into. He's going to be the first coach to dip into a lower tier than Platinum. He's actually going to go all the way down to Bronze for his Uber pick, and he's going to pick up Zamazenta Crowned.
Yup.
Yeah, this thing was allowed in Bronze, Cadillacs.
Yeah, I thought it was way better than all the other bronze things, and I read the room a little. Everyone else was picking platinum stuff, so I figured everyone would have to pick bronze later.
Yep.
So get the bronze I prefer locked in now, and pick my higher tier Uber whenever I get around to it, because everyone else is going to be locked out of it.
Absolutely, yeah. It did seem like the trend was to get your early point Uber that you wanted, and then go from there. But yeah, really good scoop up here. Considering your position in the draft, this made a lot of sense.
And I think later down the line, it really helped you because you picked some other things, especially after changes that were pretty neat. I'll have to say that they were some good choices.
Yeah.
So
Still
waiting on
bummed I
that.
missed Palafin, but yes.
Well, Palafin slipping through the fingers. I mean, it is a water type, so I guess it's hard to grasp. But
What did it last like 3 minutes on the free agency
I
board?
know.
something
I
like
was so
that.
frustrated. It did. I was in the shower, so it lasted less than my shower. Real rough
Bruh,
time.
hate that. 2-minute
God.
showers from now on. But
know.
yeah, this thing's very good speed tier considering its defensive prowess. You can run Iron Defense Body Press very, very effectively on this Pokemon. I believe its signature ability gives it a defense boost once per battle, if I'm not mistaken.
hmm
If not every time it switches. I don't know if they nerfed both this and Zacian Crowned, or if it's just Zacian
Yeah,
Crowned
they
nerfed.
did.
That's
It's
shame.
just once.
Okay.
128 speed's really good. It's still got 120 attack, which is pretty elite. So it's
Behemoth
a
Dash
good
stuff.
mon.
Yeah.
And I knew ahead of time what higher tier Uber I wanted, and I thought there was pretty much no chance it would get sniped. So I very much got this figuring I could use the skills of my next Uber to help it.
No, you had a very well thought out route to getting your
We'll
second
see.
Uber. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see you use this. I think this Pokemon's very underrated as per the tier list. So,
Mhm.
yeah. I've always liked Zamazenta more than Zacian, but in terms of competitive, I can, of course, understand why it's not as sought after and used. But yeah, I'm excited to see this thing used, especially by you as your returning favorite.
I like
and
it
have
better,
some
too.
belts. Yeah.
Thanks.
Very excited to see you use it. But Froggerman's gonna be the what pick are we at now? 8 or 9?
I think 8,
8. So
possibly.
for any of you who follow the Ultra Recon draft leagues and you've seen Frogman in these seasons, you will know that there is one Pokemon that he has made a habit and a name for himself for drafting in the first round despite its viability or whatever, where it's
And-
tiered, anything like
First round. Let me just say, first round, not an Uber.
not an Uber.
Not even close to some of the top tiers, just under Ubers either.
It's actually Pokemon that finds itself in the highest tier you can have a Terra Captain for. He didn't make it a Terra Captain, but just to give you a little bit of heads up on the Pokemon, it is as Dexter said, not an Uber, but just it's a staple for him. And yeah, Froggerman, as per usual, picks up Conkeldurr in the first round of an Uber's draft. Oh man, I mean, it's a good mon. I keep saying it every time. It's a good Pokemon, but Froggerman, you're so prideful. I think you could have let this slip to round 3, my guy.
Yeah, I don't think that was on anybody's radar at all. Like you probably could have went even to like the final round, and I don't know that people would have picked it, but maybe, you never know. I guess if it can be a Terra Captain, maybe, but even then, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not sure really if anybody else was planning that. If anybody, wants to say, hey, I was planning on using that, and it wasn't Frogger Man, I mean, you can let me know, but
Jinx, are you saying that Conkeldurr looks freaky? Yes. Yeah, I mean, Conkeldurr's kind of got that effect of like your Melmetals and your things like that, where it's got like the physically offensive tankiness. A little bit on the slow side, but it can really be like a solid physical wall breaker.
Cadillac's proving me wrong here. Saying I think it's fine. And then says I would have taken it round 2 for real. So I guess
Damn.
Cadillac's was eyeing Conkeldurr.
Double
So
physical fightings. I don't know, man. I think you're lying. I think you're lying to us all right now.
double fighting core depth trust. Well, there we go. You know, Cadillac's over here feeling confident with his double fighting core.
I mean, I wouldn't knock it on Cadillacs to make 2 fightings work. I wouldn't hold it against
for sure.
the
For sure.
possibility.
Cadillac's is what we call a pretty scary player to play against.
Spoilers. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, Conkeldurr got the amazing coverage moves, lots of really good abilities. I believe it has Guts, Sheer Force, and Iron Fist as 3 of its abilities, so a lot of usage for all 3. Just where he's got in terms of Iron Fist, he's got the elemental punches. I believe all at its expose. Jeez, words are hard.
All at its disposal.
Yeah, disposal. I said exposal. Yeah, disposal. Thank you, Aaron.
No problem.
Yeah. This thing would also be really good on Trick Room, so I'm curious to see how he formulates a team around Conkeldurr in an Uber's League.
I was going to say, yeah, Trick Room is probably where it's surviving best, considering what Pokemon are around it.
That's right.
Because yeah, you've got some monsters in this draft, so I mean, Trick Room is probably your best bet, but who knows? Maybe there's some tech that makes it like a god that we don't know about. You never know.
Well, you have the 10th overall pick. I believe it's the 9th or the 10th pick, right?
I
Ninth overall.
think it's knife. Yeah.
Yeah, your 9th pick overall, and you picked a very scary Pokemon, Mega Mewtwo Y, going to the Aaron's Aerons. Man, look at those stats.
Yeah, so essentially Mega Mewtwo X and Y were brought in from the banned list.
I wish
And
they weren't.
I just saw that and was like, huh. Speedy as fuck boy with like almost 200 special attack and decent defenses and good HP. So I was like, yeah, I kind of want that. And people are saying Mega Mewtwo X might be potentially better, but I was like, no, I kind of want to veer towards more speed and like get something that hits incredibly hard.
Yeah.
So
Can I just say this is a very opposite first pick compared to what your first pick in the last season you did was, where you put Terra Diplin in C tier of the standard small gun tier GBA season tiers.
yeah,
you got the glass cannon pick here as opposed to the fat apple.
Yeah, and like I'd say a lot of the times that I have done the draft, I haven't really gone for anything that's just fast, hard hitter. Yeah, and technically Cadillacs is right. This is not really glass.
Yeah, I guess on the special side, like physical, it's not really either. But I can, yeah, it's a hyper offensive mon, I guess is what I should have said.
I guess with either of these two Mewtwo's, the downfall is not being able to have an item. But then again, with stats like this, it's like that's insane. And I believe that makes it the first Mega as well drafted.
Yes, you're right there.
So no more Mega for me going forward.
Here's my argument for Mega Mewtwo Y. This thing, compared to its base form, has the 10 additional base speed, 194 special attack, so it's like 40 more than the base form, and you do lose the item, but I think there's not a lot of things around that could reach the 140 threshold in speed.
Yeah.
Especially things that could check it. So you could run modest a lot of weeks.
Yeah, and in fact, my first match was with Jinx, um, who just said, yeah, almost one shot my Origin Dialga,
Mhm.
and it, yeah, almost. Well, for this especially, I didn't run much in the way of speed because Jinx. We'll see Jinx's team a little bit, but yeah, I didn't have to worry much about the speed. So anyway, it's fun, and I'm looking forward to it. It also, I'm pretty sure it gets well, it's got a lot of access to stuff, but it gets recover too.
Yeah, we usually needed that. All right, moving on to
Yay.
Jinx. In the 10th pick overall, Jinx is going to pick Calyrex Ice, which everyone was shocked made it down to 10th pick overall in the first round. Rightfully so. This thing is busted. You got massive bulk of this Pokemon: base 100 HP, base 150 defense, base 130 special defense, base 165 attack with Chilling Rain. Then you have Unnerve as a second ability because of As 1. You can run 2 abilities with this mother trucker. And yeah, Trick Room's Sword Stance weakness policy says go Burr.
Yeah, and that's what I faced my first week, and it absolutely obliterated my team. So Jinx,
Spoilers.
yeah, Jinx, really picking up something that I think everybody should fear,
Oh my god.
and I think everybody already does fear.
I don't want to
So
face this thing. I actually just, I want to like just forfeit.
good luck.
I'm pretty sure I faced her like week 5 or something, or week 6. Not looking forward to it at all, but yeah, this thing's got a decent amount of coverage moves. It does everything that needs. It doesn't have more than it requires generally, other than stats and brokenness, but yeah, for what it usually takes advantage of, Trick Room and, you know, setting up in the face of things, it has the coverage it needs. It has, yeah, just the bulk it needs to withstand hits. A lot of what you'll probably see with this Pokemon is weakness policy stuff. Yeah, a Pokemon with this base stat total allowed to run an item is just unfair. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, it's not a very fair mon overall, but I mean, you could take it down for sure.
Yeah.
It's just how much are you gonna have to sacrifice to take it down is the question.
I forgot to mention at the beginning too. No, I just popped in my head randomly, kind of taking a left turn here. While we're in the first round, we have a max of 150 points. I forgot to put that in that slide, kind of going into detail about the format. So we have 150 points. The Platinum Uber tier is 30-point Pokemon. The Gold Uber tier is 26-point Pokemon. The Silver Uber tier is 24-point Pokemon. And the Bronze Uber tier is 21-point Pokemon. So just thought I'd throw that out there just for everyone to keep track. I will be updating the team's picks, like the team pages, as well as the points that have been spent by each team on the top left-hand side of the screen from round 2 onwards. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out there, that the Platinum Ubers that have been drafted this round are worth a fifth of your total points.
Jinxed. If it didn't learn Trick Room, I would have lost that battle. But then again, not to spoil anything, but you have a lot of other Trick Roomers. So, but yes. Anyway,
in that instance, yeah. Calyrex Ice going to Jinxed. 11th overall, we have our first Silver Uber, I believe, to this point. Going to S in the Borku Baltoys, and that's going to be Magearna. S, I don't know if you're still in the call with us. Did you want to talk a little bit about your Magearna pick here?
The idea. Hello, everybody. My name is S. Thank you, Ashton and Dexter, for making the live stream. The idea of Magearna was I needed a fairy and a steel, and it was silver at this point because it got moved up from bronze.
Right.
I had
bronze.
Yeah, and I had the idea of going with a gold plus a silver, and then I got told that it was not allowed, so this got traded for our Rayquaza instead.
I would have been really scary, Magearna or Rayquaza. I'm really sad that it wouldn't have worked out. I mean, if people didn't vote into silver, it would have, but yeah.
No, I guess that for sure does not belong in bronze, even if it was for me.
That's it.
Yeah, I
no,
wouldn't want
it would have been the best
somebody
thing
else
for sure.
having. Yeah, I wouldn't want somebody else having a platinum plus Magearna.
No,
Like
that's it.
imagine Cali Ice Magearna. Kyurem Kyogre Origin plus Magearna.
Oh god, don't say that.
Okay, I have an idea. Next time we have no restrictions.
Free
Uber's
draft.
Mega. Uber's Mega. What else? Uber's Mega and
Dynamax.
Dynamax, Terrasta,
Z moves.
Z Moose, and then what we do is those Ubers. Basically you can have 2 of any.
Oh my gosh. Can I
That's
have 2
crazy.
Kyogres and 2 Kyogre Primals?
Mm. Yes. No.
No. All right. Yeah. Magearna makes a lot of sense going around one. Very good value pick here. Yeah. I mean, I guess we didn't really talk too much about what this thing can do. I mean, Shift Gear is one of the setup moves. You can see it run often. You can see it run Calm Mindsets with Trick Room. Soul Heart's is unique ability, boosting its special attack every time it claims a kill. So very strong there, along with base 130 special attack is going to be absolutely monstrous. Gets base 140 flower, fairy type move and Fleur Cannon. I believe it's base 140 power. Yeah, decent coverage. So. Yeah.
Gets momentum and hazards now thanks to it gets spikes now, pain split for recovery, shift gear.
Silly. Yeah, the spawn's very popular for draft. You can't prep for just one thing with this thing for sure. Yeah.
You also got the light clay double barrier thing with like light screen reflect set.
I've never seen that actually. At least in draft, I haven't seen it. But
I mean, you don't really want to make your set up screens, but it can do that, and it can do it pretty well.
Right. Yeah. No. Good defensive typing, and offensive. Yeah. So that's gonna be the 11th pick of the first round, and as you might remember, I was the last pick of the first round. I decided to also dip into my bronze tier pick along with Cadillacs. I ended up drafting Urshifu Single Strike in bronze. I just really wanted to establish a good offensive pairing on the wheel of this really scary Ubers draft, and I think that I did okay here with this kicking it off with Urshifu. Urshifu, of course, if you don't know what it does, gets Wicked Blow, which is basically a free 2-shot on most of the metagame. Has decent coverage as well as a pivoting move and U-turn. You could run it in a lot of different ways. Very versatile offensive Pokemon. It has access to Trailblaze, Sword Stance. You could run Focus Sash on it, Choice Band, Choice Scarf. I've seen Assault Vest a couple times just to make up for its lackluster special defense. Yeah, there's just a lot you can do with it. It gets priority and Sucker Punch if you can't always run the speed on this Pokemon to, if you can't outspeed something with base 97 speed, Sucker Punch is there, is what I was trying to say. Yeah, this thing's just a monster. A little bit easily checked by fairy types, but does get coverage moves for those, so in certain situations it might be worth your time to try to do a big chunk of damage off with an Iron Head or a Poison Jab. So, yeah, I'm gonna hopefully have a lot of fun with this Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that first pick is very unbearable.
That's funny.
I don't get it.
Yeah, he just says I don't get it. I'm gonna see if I can't get some speed to offensively pair with this, and yeah, I think speed control is going to be the center of my focus after drafting this thing because if I don't need to run Choice Scarf, I'm not going to. I want to run like Life Orb and Band as much as possible, or Expert Belt, or even like Punching Glove. I think could be useful.
Well, you know what's a good thing. You know what's a good thing though is that you have the next pick.
Oh shit, that's right. Here's our round 1 recap. I want to get into that second pick of mine here as quickly as possible. So, for anybody interested in the call, what is your favorite pick of the first round of the draft? I'd say probably, for me, it's between Yveltal and Calyrex Ice. Just as thinking general strong value in draft.
I'm thinking it's the Conkeldurr for sure, dude. That Conkeldurr is just aura farming up there, bro.
Zama for sure.
Sirs.
Probably Zern for me. I think that thing is very good with Geo, and there's just a lot of options.
Agreed.
It doesn't just have to Geo. It's still very good.
Yeah, offensive fairy, very versatile fairy as well.
One of these things is not like the others.
Conk.
Yeah, I agree with you though. I really like Yveltal.
Yeah. I think I'd lean more towards the Cali just because it made it to round or pick 10, just for the value that it was picked at. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's
still
that's
Yveltal's
fair.
nuts. Yeah, I think all of those have a very good case for being a very, notable pick in this round for value and just fear factor. I think at this point, it's safe to say the fear factor is kind of the name in the game with these round 1 Ubers. But anyway, round 2 is going to kick off here. I'm going to try really hard not to make this a overbearingly long stream as per the, previous streams that I've done in the past. These draft streams have gone upwards of 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours in some cases. So I'm going to really try my best to, go at a steady pace here. So
we're almost at an hour with with just the first round. So
all right, we'll kick it up a notch. So with the second pick of my second pick of the second round of the draft, first pick of the second round of the draft, your Winnipeg Jet Punches have picked up for the second time Dragapult. I'm very excited to be able to say that I have picked Dragapult again. It's going to be the second time I've drafted it since it's been available in Draft League, and it's felt like forever. It couldn't have happened fast enough. There's only been one season in between me drafting this last and now, but yeah, it feels really good to have this thing again. Absolute monster speed. Probably one of the better, if not the best, standard tiered Pokemon in my opinion. I think Dragapult's very good utility in draft, very versatile. Only thing kind of holds it back is that its special move pool is going to be a little bit better offensively than its physical move pool. However, I think just with the sheer amount of things that this thing can do, it's not going to be easy to prep for regardless.
And Dragon Darts is fun.
Dragon Darts is in fact fun. It doesn't make contact, which is kind of nice. So if I ever want to hit something that has, iron barbs or flame body, I'm not going to have to run the risk of getting burned. So, yeah, look out for this offensive pairing. I really need a fair answer, please.
Yeah, that you do. I guess
at this point.
Yeah, I guess we'll see going forward what you pick, but
that's right.
Yeah, who do we got next?
Not much else to say about Dragapult. Fast pivot and yeah, like I said, versatile. S is going to follow up his Magearna pick in round 1, picking up Genesect as in the bronze tier. So he's grabbing a second Uber early. I think at this point, after I let him on, they couldn't draft a gold plus a silver. I think he was just trying to kind of set himself up for the trade at the end. So I think that's kind of the thinking behind this.
Yes, sir. At this point, I realized I messed up and I couldn't draft both, so I pivoted away from Magearna and I decided to trade my Magearna for Rayquaza. Rayquaza is my favorite legendary Pokemon. It's not the best trade, I will say that. I do think Magearna is just objectively better than Rayquaza and also cheaper and lower on the board. But it's a matter of preference, right? I could either pick my favorite or I could either pick my favorite or I could pick like a good mon.
Yeah,
so I decided
you can't
to go
win
with my
and
favorite.
have fun. You have to either win or have
fun. Exactly. So
yeah.
I decided to get another steal as early as I could, seeing as I couldn't have another steal because I'm gonna trade it away. So I decided to go with Genesect, which is one of the bronze Pokemon that I think is extremely undervalued. Heavy momentum.
Don't at me, but I kind of like the pairing of Genesect and Rayquaza better than the potential pairing of Magearna and Rayquaza. Don't at me about that, though.
I mean, yeah, you can duty boots on both, and you can just pivot.
Yeah.
As well as both of them being able to go mixed. Rayquaza having V-Create, Genesect having, what's it called? The Dow's Machine? Being able to cover up.
Yeah, and Technoblast and what are they, drives?
The drives, there we go. Yeah, the drives. I can't wait to see if I can use it on one of my matchups. It's gonna be so exciting. Also, both of them having extreme speed makes it very difficult for the fragile Seniors being able to set up and counter speed. Yeah, I'm really happy with both of these guys. I'm really hoping they do work. Both of them being physical, mixed, mainly just physicals, like wall breaker.
Good versatile picks as well together. I think that's what really stands out. Their synergy with each other. But yeah, I think in terms of defense, like defensively, even like with hidden powers not being a thing, you really have to rely on Pokemon having natural coverage to stop things like fire steals paired with, like dragon flyings. Like you need ice type to hit 4 times covered on Rayquaza, which, Genesect would obviously resist, and then vice versa with hidden power fire and stuff. Terra makes it a little bit difficult, but at the same time, hidden power was literally available on everything. Terra is only available on one Pokemon, so not having that natural coverage in the game for everything anymore makes that pairing a little bit more potent, in my opinion.
Yeah, all of this just so I can play rough and take 50 on my Genesect from Station Crown.
That's right. Yeah, Zacian Crown. We love it. Dialga Origin going to Jinx as her second Uber pick in the second round of the draft. I don't know if Jinx has joined us in call or not yet, but I'm just going to go ahead and say that this thing is arguably one of the top 3 Pokemon that was available in Bronze as well, in my opinion. Just absolutely monstrous special attack stat, very good general ball, good generally defensive typing. I think the only 2 weaknesses it has are ground and fighting. So, it could be good there. Good coverage on this Pokemon too, goodness gracious. The only kind of downside, of course, that makes this thing kind of lackluster is the fact that it can only hold the Adamant Crystal. So that's going to be kind of drawing it back from running, like, Scarf sets, which would otherwise account for its less than desirable speed, but still baseline is nothing to slouch at. It's just not something that Dialga doesn't run as much as it would run Bulk, for example.
And regular Dialga was up a tier, right? Like it was silver, I'm pretty sure. So unfortunately, no access to that after you've picked an Uber. So typically you're just getting one thing in a bronze, right? So, I mean, for what it is, especially bronze, I think it's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, very good, scary offensive pairing with Calyrex Ice. I mean, they do kind of share a couple, they both don't like the same things, I guess, a little bit, but in terms of like them doing different things, I think Jinx is probably one of the scarier pairings of what's going to be the second round of the draft here. So just keep this pairing in mind, because by the end of the round you'll see what I mean. But very scary Pokemon to add to the Calyrex Ice first pick so far. You have the fourth pick of the second round with Sneasler. So tell us a little bit about this pick.
Speed.
That's right.
that's really it. But I mean, I saw it. It was not an Uber. In fact, I do not draft another Uber. I only have one Uber. But I saw this thing down in the 19 point, which is the highest non-Uber point section.
Right.
And I'm just like, that thing with Mewtwo is going to be scary, especially with Unburden.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make it scarier with, I'm pretty sure, what I pick next.
I think it is your next pick too. But offensively, just from face value, I think this thing covers Mewtwo a lot in terms of, just good offensive pressure. The two balance off each other a lot. Something that Sneasler does for Mewtwo is punish those dark types that would otherwise be a big threat to Mewtwo-Y. Important to note that where this is a NatDex lead, I believe we still have the Pursuit banned, but we have Return and Frustration allowed. So Pursuit and Hidden Powers are banned, but I think Return and Frustration are both allowed. That's something that you don't have to worry about. Sneasler could just come in, punish offensively, like be an offensive switch into darks, punish those accordingly with stab fighting, close combats and stuff. So,
and
big
then Dire Claw is always fun.
Yep. It is. It's important to note that we didn't complex ban Sneasler Dire Claw. I think sometimes you run into leagues where they have done that. I didn't see a purpose where it's Ubers anyway. Sneasler 19 points. I like this pick a lot. Moving on to I think it's the fifth round of this, or fifth pick of, I keep saying that, fifth pick of the second round of the draft. I'll just say next pick of the second round from now on. We have Froggerman picking up Metagross Mega. It's going to be his bronze tier Uber. I think that's a very strong bronze tier Uber pickup here. Couple very bulky offensive or tanky offensive physical attackers he's got in his draft right now.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, wow. Yeah, just looking at those stats, it's hmm,
Can someone
yeah,
confirm
it's a
with
lot
me
of space.
whether this thing gets Trailblaze? I know it gets
I
agility.
I could look
I know it gets
for
knockoff,
you.
but it got some changes.
Let me pull up Showdown for a second. Find that for you now.
I like how Jack said in the VC chat, he's like, I'm going to draft Conkeldurr round 1 next time just to spite him. He's talking about Frogger Man. I think.
Mega Metagross, it gets access to Trailblaze. Yes,
Wow.
it does.
Very scary considering Quagsire is one of the best answers to this. Anyway, well, in Metagross in general, not just Metagross Mega. I guess you have to really tailor it to be Metagross Mega, where its base attack stat is what it is. But anyway, yeah, Trailblaze is fun. Lots of setup moves, lots of versatility on this Pokemon.
Also stab priority
Bullet Punch.
with Bullet Punch. Yeah,
true.
that,
Base 150's defense is nothing to slouch at. It's going to be very hard to break this thing. Good defensive typing. We've had this once before, I think, in this draft, but still, on this Pokemon just makes it that much more potent as it's offensive Pokemon by nature.
its coverage isn't bad at all.
No,
honestly.
God, no. Good, all the punching moves. Earthquake.
Yeah, and
good speed tier.
Oh, for sure.
Don't need the item when you can run Trailblaze, you know?
Oh God, and explosion!
Oh,
just what everybody needs.
I'm gonna bring this Pokemon in just to blow up. But yeah, no, Mega Metagross is probably one of the better Megas to draft here. Yeah, we're just gonna keep on going. Roaring Moon going to be the next pairing with Summons Underground on Cadillac's New Zealand Breakers. I don't know if you're still here, Cadillacs, want to talk about this pick at all. Yeah, Roaring Moon's a monster. Good speed tier gap or filling so far.
I think it fits well. Booster and Mons are just good.
Yep.
I really like Moon. I pick it a lot because I think it's super strong and has really good typing. And my thought process too was I wanted at least a few really good knockoff abusers that could help my other Uber pick. So
yes, yep.
It's paired with wanting to knock off. I mean, it spoils a little, but I'd love to knock off shed shells and stuff, you know.
Nah, it doesn't spoil anything. It could be, you know, Diglett.
Diglett, the last Uber.
Yep. Almost as good as Bidoof, but you know. Anyway, yeah, Roaring Moon's got pretty decent coverage, and yeah, like you said, booster energy bonds are absolutely broken. It's very important. It's almost like a staple. Like you should make it a thing to have a booster energy bond at this kind of format. Like I think in draft format, it's like almost a requirement. Like just another layer prep.
And especially here with Ubers, like a lot of these booster energy mons can maybe go more toe to toe with some of these Ubers with that boost.
I mean, Roaring Moon is Uber in Nat decks, so
with Terra,
it definitely can. I know it's with Terra, but still, it can go toe to toe with some of the Ubers. I think it's a good pick. I'm glad it was still there.
Good value for 18 points considering it's Ubers.
Yeah, and I mean I've talked about this before, but I try to stay like theoretically one pick above Perv for everyone else, if that makes sense. So like pick your bronze Uber first, then pick the top of the next grouping down that you want, and you kind of don't get sniped much.
Yeah, no,
you just have to be okay with your best mon being something that's just left.
You've done that very well in a lot of the seasons that you have adapted that draft strategy, and I think this is going to be another one of those examples where you just, you know, pick up the pieces before anyone else can get their hands on them, you know, like
that's the hope.
Scary stuff. But yeah, we're just gonna keep the truck or keep everything going forward. We got DD, and he's gonna pick up a very scary offensive pairing with Yveltal Mega Lucario. I'm not surprised at this pairing. I think this is probably the best pairing you could have possibly had offensively with Yveltal that was available. There's a couple other options that you could have potentially budgeted, but yeah, this thing is scary. Right away punishes those fairy types. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about this Pokemon. It's fast, it's strong, offensive versatility, lots of setup, adaptability, of course, go burr.
And again, pretty decent coverage overall.
Yep.
Not incredible, but still. Well, actually, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Mind.
Yeah, anything that doesn't kill with the 2 stabs has the coverage for.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably going to get quite a few kills. So
I'd say, especially the way that DD likes to play. He likes to draft around a lot of his offensive pieces to the point where he can bring it in at select times and basically guarantee the Pokemon a kill. And yeah, Mega Lucario is going to be filling that role of the thing that likes to come in and claim that kill. In a lot of those situations, in my opinion, especially considering what I've seen his draft to be. So, yeah, be on the lookout for Mega Lucario being a staple on this Philadelphia Fampi team.
next draft, we do all the things that we said earlier on in the video, but we also have Open Terra because this thing, if it could Terra, would be stupid.
If we allowed
Although
Megas to Terra, I think we just everybody would get 6-0s. Dude. Man, that'd be nuts. I don't even want to think. Okay, I'm just gonna skip because I don't want to think about it anymore. Mega Blaziken, let's focus on that instead. Oh man.
Oh no.
It's important to note Jax picked this team up before or after 4 or 5 picks. So he didn't have a say on what the first 3 or 4 picks were, but yeah. Nothing really much I can say badly about this offensive pairing.
And I mean, it's Mega Blaziken speed boost. Woo!
Sword stance.
That's so fast.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
I mean, bulky waters are gonna be a problem for this pairing, but yeah, the draft's just started.
Yeah,
Jax has a really good pair of Ubers here.
Wild.
Yep. No, this.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot Jack's in the call with us. What's up, man?
Oh.
I cut out a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about it because I didn't pick the shit.
Fair enough. Well, I think it's really strong. Blaziken's very much a matchup check Pokemon. So you look forward to seeing you use it. Mega Blastoise is going to Fong and his Vietnam Venomoths. Very good. I'd say that's a very strong pairing, both offensively and defensively with that Zacian Ground. What do you guys think? Ground and Fire are the only 2 weaknesses of Zacian. Both get punished by Shell Smash, Mega Blastoise.
Yep, I think you're covered. You're clear. Good luck to anything that wants to try to take this on. That's I mean, this thing is coming in on
That's it. Yeah, its base form was Terra Band because everyone was kind of scared of what this thing could do with Shell Smash. I believe S was the one to bring it up as a potential tier change, and a lot of people voted for it to move down to a lower tier, its base form, and then Terra Band it because you got Terrain Pulse or something, or I can't remember. Anyway, I think Terra Blast gets boosted by Mega Launcher. No, anyway, I was thinking too many thoughts about both, but yeah, focus on Mega Blastoise. Yeah, Shell Smash Mega Blastoise is really strong. I think it doesn't always have to be an offensive piece on Fong's team, which you will see at the end. You can be a utility flip turn set with Rapid Spin and just general coverage moves. Yeah, Blastoise is a very good switch into, like I said, Zacian Crown's general things to take on Zacian. Yeah, I like this pairing a lot. I think a lot of people are going to sleep on this. Moving on, we have Vague. He's going to pick up Chi-Yu to pair with Xerneas. Yikes. Scary stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be really funny if Beads of Ruin carried over. Xerneas switches in and Beads of Ruin was just still active because Chi-Yu hit the field before.
Well, I mean, then that would be tragic, but yeah, fortunately, it doesn't work like that.
Tragically ruined.
So yeah, yeah, beads of ruining my own team. Uh,
No,
but
scary.
the fish goes fish goes Bert with the it's special defense drop, right?
Yep, it makes it so that the
Yeah,
Pokemon that are on the field have a lower. I think it's 0.75 times the amount of Spadef, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, and yeah. So now things are going to get devastated by it if they're maybe a little bit more um maybe not as equipped on the special side.
Hmm.
So
If Xerneas by itself wasn't scary enough as a good offensive piece, you have Chiyu paired along with that. Yeah,
yeah, goldfish,
yeah.
tasty crackers.
I know the snack smiling at me. Not gonna lie. We have Fluttermane going to Hakeshin and his wife So Cereal. I think it's just generally just a good Pokemon to pick. I don't know if it necessarily was meant to have a purpose in terms of the pairing, but yeah, Fluttermane, very good speed tier. Gives you kind of another solid speed tier above base 110 speed that kind of bridges a range of speed between Arceus and it, if that makes sense.
And who knows, maybe it'll be a good pairing down the line depending on what Hakashin goes uh for.
Hmm.
And we already kind of talked about these booster energy mons,
Yeah,
like
I think this is the best one available actually. Now I'm thinking about it.
yeah,
Booster energy
yeah,
mons.
I mean look at all that 135 down at that bottom there. Ooh.
Which one am I gonna
That's
be?
a lot.
Oh.
That's a lot of 135, and yeah, it can be unpredictable in that way. So
Little bit weak on the physical side in terms of longevity in the game, but the team really doesn't need it. Its main goal is to come in, threaten the right things out, set up potentially, and just make battles a nuisance. Like booster energy speed with Calm Mind is very threatening on this Pokemon.
I was initially looking at this for mine, but for my
And
draft,
I know
but
you mentioned wanting where you picked your Platinum Mega. There was only so many Bronze Pokemon that you could potentially pair with, and Fluttermane was one of 4 or something that were still available at the time.
yeah,
Made a
and
lot of
and
sense.
and that's the thing that I'll just say very quickly to everybody. Most of Bronze had megas, so by me having a mega, that limited me. There's only like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bronzes that aren't megas, and the rest are megas. Um, so yeah, I mean a really good pick in that lot, uh, because of the limited access to mega or the limited access to standard mons that aren't megas in
Yep.
there.
Yep. No, really strong pickup here by Hakashin. Really good to establish that offensive booster energy mon. I think I'll keep saying booster energies are kind of become a staple of drafts here very soon. I think, especially considering how the meta's going. Yeah, very strong mon here. Then we have the last round or last pick of the second round. Inasty drafting Tapu Koko to pair with Kyogre Primal. Um, yeah, just the thought of having a terrain boosted Thunder under guaranteed rain by Kyogre Primal is kind of scary. Immediately what I think of, but yeah, just in general, this thing's got a lot of utility in this format as well. Being a guaranteed Quirk Drive enactor with its Electric Surge, proccing Electric Terrain. Yeah, one of those very safe pivots that will be useful for getting in Kyogre Primal at the right time. Yeah, this thing just does it all. Can run Defog if you want to run it more utility. Nature's Madness is a very useful move. I forgot to mention that Ruination on Chiyu is very useful as well. But yeah, Coco's got enough enough to back up why it's still going to be a staple in a lot of these in draft forever. Really, it's going to be a staple. Like there's no making this Pokemon bad in my opinion.
No, definitely not. And I mean I guess wraps up the second part, right?
That's right.
And that means let's see the overall picks. Anybody got any favorites in the Discord call? And I mean you as well, Ashton.
Bias says Dragapult, but reality probably
Moon.
Dialga. Cataly's just picking his. I mean, I'm picking mine, so I can't really say anything.
I on the
Dialga is
real though, I
crazy.
think Sneasler. I've used Sneasler in past seasons, and that thing is crazy. Even in Ubers, it's going to be really good.
hmm
Also, I know what the rest of
Sneasler,
his team is, so I
yeah.
know it's going to be freaking insane.
Yeah, I
I
Sneasler
do think that
is nuts.
Fluttermane having so much speed is very valuable. Being able to outspeed everything in the game is like really good.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to pick a favorite as the more Pokemon you let in. Seems like it. Like, uh, yeah. I'll keep it on Zago, but yes, I can see your guys' arguments for Sneasler, Moon, and Flutterbean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dialga's fine too. I like the Sneasler pick
Yeah,
personally.
I I personally do too. And it's not just because it's my mon, but it's scary, and I'm gonna make it scarier. So
Let's kick off round 3, shall we? We have Mega Latios going to Inasty into London Drapion. I'm going to be establishing his second base 110 speed tier Pokemon or higher. Very good core, I'd say, with Kyogre Primal, I believe.
mhm.
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty solid core with Kyogre Primal offensively.
Even with Coco, not so bad, right? Because Coco's fairy, correct?
Yeah,
There's your dragon fairy,
true. You're
right?
just missing a Steel type for that DSF core. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean with this mon, you know, I think both the mega laddies were in the same tier. Um
Yes.
Latias being just that little bit more tanky, but Latios coming in with a little bit more power.
Yeah, not to mention base 130 off of the Mega Form, allowing it to make better use of Dragon Dance and stuff like that. Got a lot of coverage moves to potentially be used too with the Pokemon that's offensive like this.
And things like roost or recover, should I say? Uh,
Another Mega
so
Mute. Yeah.
yeah, making it even more scary. Any of these top, you know, top tier mons that have any sort of health recovery, if they're more bulky, it's scary.
Yeah, it is. I can see what direction INS is trying to go towards with this pick here. I'm excited to see how the rest of his drafts turns out, but I'm excited to reveal that we have the first Terra pick coming in the next pick of round 3. It's going to be Hakai Shina's Waiso Serial picking up Terra Garganackle. Very curious. I know Terra Garganackle's good, and it's definitely going to be really good on this team, I think, as well. Just setting up for Fluttermane and Arceus ground late game with Saltcure stuff. I think he may have been able to let this go another round just personally, but I think this thing is very strong. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to prep and break this thing. It's already difficult to break by itself, but with Terra, it's going to be even that much more difficult. Um,
Yeah.
Something like Terra Ghost, I could see being a big problem for a lot of coaches. Even Terra Steel having an immunity to Toxic. And, I mean, I guess it already has immunity to Toxic, so I really need to just fact check myself. But yeah, this thing's annoying, very annoying. Saltcure chipping things down like waters, and Steel's a lot stronger for Fluttermane and Ground. I think I can sort of see how this piece is well together with his team.
Yeah, and it's a wall. I mean,
Quite
yeah,
literally.
Arceus well balanced. You got Fluttermane really fast. You got this as a fucking wall, and yeah,
It's a fucking tickle.
yeah, and you don't want to get tackled by that guy.
No. Next pick in the third round of the draft, we have Vague Parallels picking up Gallade Mega for his Denver Dragapults. Yeah, this is a straw, man. I hate seeing how scary everybody else's team looks to this point, and where I don't have my, higher tier Uber yet because spoilers, I will be picking a second Uber. I'm like kind of curling up in a fetal position, looking at these teams, looking how in the world am I supposed to be able to prep for these? This is a prime example. Very strong Pokemon on this draft, just overall. Lots of things that can be done by all three. You know, they all achieve different goals and can all be very threatening in their own rights at any point in a match. So, yeah. I mean, Mega
Yeah,
Glade's a very good Mega. Very strong in 18 points, if I have to say. Gets the Justified ability after it Megas, I believe, which, you know, could potentially be useful. Lots of good answers to Dark types actually on this draft so far now that I'm looking at it.
yeah, that's true.
Very popular type, so. Anyway, yeah, good coverage on this Pokemon, very fast. Base 165 attack is obviously nuts. But, yeah, being looking for Mega Glade to be a piece that comes if often, if not even more often than the other pieces on Vague Parallel's team so far. I think this Pokemon's got a lot of potential for usage on this draft.
Oh wait, it gets inner focus when it mega evolves.
Oh, it's Inner Focus? I'm sorry.
Yeah, which is interesting. Justified is its hidden ability. So inner focus, I guess it's not really doing a lot.
Does it make it immune to Intimidate?
Yes, it
yeah,
does.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Same reason Dragonite is immune in
Right.
PGC.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, this thing's
So
pretty
I
nutty.
I guess that is a beneficial thing. Yeah.
I have to say this. So Latias is getting picked by Fanga and Vietnam Venomoth. I just noticed this before the stream. I was looking over everything, make sure everything made sense. The 21 on Latias is obviously incorrect. The way the coding works, it immediately pulled the point value for the first Latias to appear on the tier list, which of course Mega Latias in the bronze tier. So it's actually a 15-point Pokemon. I apologize for that mistake. But yeah, just count this as a 15-point Pokemon. It's very good value for 15 points. Just talking about this Pokemon a little bit more. Basically, to kind of go feed off of Latios, it gets Recover. A lot of coverage moves, can set up offensively a lot more. I'd say a lot more freely with the fact that it's got that natural bulk. Yeah, base 110 speed is obviously a very good speed tier to have established. Excuse me. I believe this thing gets Wish as well. It could potentially be a good Wish passer. I know it's not something that I would like to run. I've seen people run Reflect type on a Pokemon like this, and you know, something I thought about after seeing this pick is like, what if it was used into like a Magearna team? Sorry, yes, I know you had it at one point, but yeah, I love this Pokemon. It's my favorite of the four versions. Honestly, I would rather this over Mega Latias and draft it. I've said my piece. Yeah, Levitate's also always going to be useful. I think it's a very good defensive backbone with Zacian as well. Yeah, I can see the direction Fong's trying to go. He's trying to go a lot of bulky offense, and he's doesn't need any more, but he does really well with the rest of his draft. You're gonna love his draft when you see it. But yeah, Latias makes a lot of sense here. Zapdos coming in for the third pick for Jackson's Louisville Chatouts, and again another pick that he wasn't able to have any influence on as he replaced a coach. But yeah, Zapdos makes a lot of sense on a team like this in order to maintain speed control for both Pokemon. I think both Pokemon severely benefit off of potentially opponents being paralyzed. So static and stuff like that's going to be very nice there. And you can even run just Tailwind stuff with Zapdos too. Like, you don't have to, you know, bank on the hacks of static. Just would be nice. But yeah, this thing's got a lot going for it, especially now with the more recent changes in Gen 9. It's got like Hurricane, and you know, it's got a lot more offensive prowess as well in this generation. So yeah, be on the lookout for Zapdos to be a staple in this draft. Assuming Jax doesn't make any changes once he, you know, officially takes it over. But
Yes, Static Chicken is pretty interesting. we all like Static Chicken.
That's it. I was gonna say if Jax was in the call, but yeah. I think Zapdos is a very good pick in Ubers as well, just in general. Very good value there. Just gonna move on here. Another mistake on the dock. So I actually just informed DD that this hadn't been noticed up until today. Landorus Eye is actually 19 points. It pulled the points off of Landorus Therian, which I thought was kind of odd. I really didn't think it would do that, considering Landorus Eye both appears first on the tier list and alphabetically. So I was surprised it kind of pulled the 18 points right away. It was also drafted first. I'm really not sure what's going on there, but anyways, I had to apologize to him. I allowed him the opportunity to change his team up a little bit if he he needs to, but I gave him the chance to make some free changes to his draft. So we're gonna see what happens there. But Landorus Eye, very strong Pokemon, very versatile offensive member. Sheer Force with Life Orb stuff is very threatening. It's the set you're gonna see most often is like Life Orb stuff.
Wonder I wonder if there's going to be any sand on his team going forward,
Yeah, that'd be curious.
Yeah, because I mean that would help out even more to have a Sand Force, coming in. But yeah, it's a fun mon to face up against, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it's a good potential wall breaker even. Like, I know it's not got it doesn't have the best like offensive stats compared to like generally like prominent wall breakers. Usually you're looking for like, base 130 or base 140, but yeah, with Sheer Force just makes it extremely hard to switch into this Pokemon. It can also set up too, like it's got Rock Polish, Calm Mind, Sword Stance. It's got a lot of stuff. Bulk Up. Very scary mon. We're gonna have our second Terra Captain being picked in the next pick here, and I was very gutted to see it go, but yeah, kind of actually, now that the draft's kind of unfolded, I'm happy with where my draft is. But I really wanted this Pokemon. Cadillacs goes ahead and picks up Terra Glamora, which I thought is a very valuable Terra Pokemon. I think not a lot of people would think about, but Cadillacs with his big giant brain did, and I was very bummed. But this thing, if anyone doesn't know, every time it gets hit with, I don't know if it's just an offense move or a contact move. It has to be a contact move. It sets a layer of toxic spikes due to its ability to toxic debris.
I think it has to be contact.
Does it? Okay.
Does have to be contact, but
well, either way,
still.
Hazards.jpg is here. I think offensively this thing's got a lot going for it with the Terra option as well. I think it's not just going to be, lead Glamora all the time, especially with the added option. I think it's you've opened up the doors for this thing to do a lot good on your draft Cadillacs. I think especially considering where the direction where your draft ends up going at the end, I think this makes a lot of sense.
I agree. I'm probably not going to bring it as pure hazards very often.
Yep.
I think it's a good Terra Captain with Rock Polish and Meteor Beam and offense. And you just get the bonus of setting up hazards while you're doing all of that.
And you have the fun bonus of, having it Terra. You could take somebody by surprise and have corrosion on it and possibly poison something that can't otherwise be poisoned. There's a possibility, not to say that that's the best example of how to use it, but
yeah, I would not peg that as likely, but it totally could work.
It's an option. It's
not
there.
Impossible to happen,
it's an option for sure.
I was thinking like offensively, Terra Grass just seems really good on this Pokemon. Just to give you a resist to the ground typing, as well as giving you an offensive check to waters. I think would be kind of nice.
Yeah, I think if I had to guess, it's going to be grass or ground most weeks.
That's what I would have used it for if it was on my draft.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that it gets access to Dazzling Gleam as well, which is kind of neat.
And if you wanted to use it hazard stack, Terra Ghost is honestly really strong too, just to spin block and stuff. And a lot of the
there will
defoggers are going to
probably
be flying
be
types, so stab rock. Yeah. Goodbye, Glamora. Have fun.
I would like to say that he did snipe me. This was literally my next pick, and I wasn't gonna Terra it. Dude,
Man.
It was literally my next pick. I wanted hyper offense. I wanted to go all out.
So you
This
would have
was gonna
gotten
be
it
my
for me
first
anyway.
outing
Yeah.
every
Okay.
week.
That's
There's
I
no way I was
figured
getting
people
this.
would take it early in this draft. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth tearing, but I get that it doesn't, not everybody
Yeah.
feels that way.
How
I'd
cool
say
I
all
don't
around-
feel like carrying it. Yeah, I don't feel like carrying it because it's gonna like die turn 2 every game because it's gonna be like Sash Suicide. So like, there's no point in making this the Terra cap on a team when you could like get so much more on a Pokemon that can switch in multiple times.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I like it with the option of Terra Grass or Ground just to catch something off by surprise.
Yeah.
You could potentially get
My-
2 kills too. Like,
I guess my thought process was more realistically, a better way to explain it is I think it was worth tearing because I didn't think any of the other Terra captains I would actually bring much. There's
Fair
just too
enough.
many good Ubers. There's too many good high tiers.
Yeah.
yeah. At
like,
least this is something that you're bringing a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knowing the rest of my draft, this is probably the only thing 13 points or less that'll actually show up often enough to be worth it.
Yeah. No, that's
You
fair.
know, other than maybe Ditto. Like there's Ditto, there's a few others in like low tier
Yep.
that are worth bringing. I think a lot of things lower than 13 are just going to get blown out of the water by Ubers.
Yeah. No, I think this is a very strong pick. It's one of those. The good thing about Ubers is that it really promotes high value in a lot of Pokemon that you wouldn't otherwise see be picked early, and this is one of those examples. So,
Yep.
Without Ubers, you can see this maybe going like round 5, in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, very strong pickup there by Cadillacs. And moving on, we have Froggerman picking up Cinderace is going to be his 3rd pick. Another really good value standard tier Pokemon to go with that Conkeldurr in the first round there. So yeah, Cinderace has a lot going for it in Ubers, especially. He's got core change, fast pivot with stab Powerball in Libero, which doesn't get changed due to his only typing being fire. Powerball will keep his typing fire and won't activate Libero. So that's kind of cool there. Got a lot of decent coverage moves. It has like Gunk Shot and stuff like that. I think it has Electric type coverage move too, if I'm not mistaken. But it's very niche. But anyway, yeah, fun Pokemon here. I think this was a good pickup.
I've used it in the past, and it is quite fun. So
Yeah, not much really else to say about this. It outspeeds a lot of the standard Pokemon or Pokemon standard tiered in the standard tiers. Yeah, just one of those really strong utilitarian pivots in Ubers.
it has Trailblaze.
Oh, another Pokemon with Trailblaze.
Everything gets Trailblaze nowadays.
We're gonna
so,
tell me now Conkeldurr has Trailblaze?
Actually, let me see.
I don't think it does. That thing starts running with those spittly ass legs. I give up.
That'll be worthwhile, especially with that 45 base speed.
That's right.
No, actually, no Trailblaze on Conk.
All right,
but
wiping a sweat off my eyebrows. All right, your next pick, Aaron, is Indeedee Female, dipping all the way down to 8 points for this pick. Want to explain it?
So, essentially, Psychic Terrain. So
oh yeah.
that will power up your psychic moves, but also make it so priority moves cannot work, and that also includes Prankster. It won't allow Prankster to really work either.
Right.
But female specifically because of one move, and that is Baton Pass.
The male one doesn't get that, does it?
No, the male one does not get that. So we don't allow Baton Pass if there are stats like, let's say I boosted my special attack. We cannot pass any stats. However, we can dry pass. So I could always send this thing out and then have it maybe live a hit and Baton Pass out. So I have it for later on.
And I was going to bring up this point. I don't know if I can speak for necessarily everybody else who was following this draft, whether it been a coach or anybody, but I think everybody and their mother kind of expected you to draft Tapu Lele. I was kind of surprised you didn't, but now that I'm looking at it, I think it makes a lot of sense why this piece is a little bit more valuable with your team, because it also has the immunity to Ghost for Mega Mewtwo while having that ability to pivot as well. So it doesn't necessarily just have to be a Psychic Train Setter that is offensive. It can really just take more advantage than Tapu Lele would have as a utilitarian Psychic Surge Setter.
Yeah,
Psychic
and
Train Setter.
that was certainly another thing I was thinking when picking this mon, but I think overall. Oh, also, Psychic Seed, Unburden, Sneasler. That's
Right.
fun.
That's fun too. Oh,
So-
man, wow. Gee.
So, so makes my
You have enough speed?
makes my Sneasler extra speedy if need be, and also my Mewtwo Y in the Psychic terrain will be super scary.
Yes, it
Uh,
will.
so yeah, that was my thought. So I just made my first 2 picks really scary.
Pardon me, I had to yawn. Yeah, no, this thing is gonna be not necessarily something that benefits, like, I don't know. It's like, if you have stuff for it, it doesn't come. If you don't, it's gonna be the thing that basically ends your week. Yeah, this thing is gonna be, has a lot of potential for
Yeah,
this,
that's
like,
exact-
as a partner. Yeah,
That's exactly it. Cadillac said plus no priority into Mewtwo or Sneasler.
exactly.
So-
More speed value.
So no
Yeah.
no sucker punch on Mewtwo, no. Yeah.
Jinx picks up Melmetal as their third pick in this draft, and I just gotta say, you don't need it. You don't need it, but you have it, and I'm jealous because
Yeah.
I drafted a team in Mr. Grimes' league ZPL back when he did an Uber season, and I made the semifinals with Calyrex, Melmetal, and I believe Pelipper. Pelipper was my core, or Pokemon that kind of cored well with those things. Yeah, Trick Room, Abuser, gone crazy. This thing's a very good offensive Trick Room to pair with Calyrex. A little bit weak to fire types at the moment, so I'll see how Jinx alleviates that down the road. But
Now, in regards to Trick Room, there's already been 2 Trick Roomers drafted with Dialga Origin and Calyrex.
I did forget to mention Dialga got Trick Room. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll see in a bit that Trick Room is just kind of the theme of this draft because there's going to be some more.
I like how the fast team and the slow team are right next together in the draft order as well. Like
Yeah,
yours and-
yeah, and we
crazy.
faced off first.
And you faced off in the first week, right? Like, oh, there it is, staple matchup. But yeah, Melmetal. If you don't know what it does, you're gonna find out soon enough. Spectrier going to S and the Borku Baltoys. A lot of people would consider this Pokemon one of the better 19 pointers available. I'm kind of a non-believer, to be honest with you. I think this Pokemon's kind of booty cheeks if you have the right Pokemon on your team. Yeah, it's fast. It's got Grimnay. The addition of Draining Kiss is definitely beneficial. But I think this thing needs a lot of turns to potentially win games for you, if that's what your goal is with it. But I'm sure S is a very capable coach and draft league. He's going to be able to make very good use of this Pokemon, especially on the team that you will see as this draft continues. He has built very strongly around it. So yeah, be on the lookout for this thing being a staple on his team.
I do think that Spectre is a lot worse in this like higher power level. There's a lot more mons that are just naturally bulky enough to be able to like passively wall.
Fair enough. Yeah. A lot can be said in the benefit and the flip side of Spectre. I think it depends on how you build around it. And I think in this particular case, you have built a case for why this Pokemon's going to be very much a matchup check. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how impactful this thing is in the Uber format with Otera. I think if there's anyone that can make it work, it's going to be S. So. With the final pick of the third round, I'm going to pick up Terapagos. It's going to be the Terrastal form. We're trying to complex unban it so that it could run its Stellar type as an Uber pick, but that would mean that the person who drafted it would have no Uber pick below 13 and below, and would instead have an Uber Terra Pokemon. And I think a lot of people were just kind of iffy on that. I think it would have been a very, very complex thing. So. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to have it just as the Terrastal form. I think this fits with how my draft shaped out. I think this fits very, very well onto it. This is quickly becoming one of my favorite Pokemon as well, so kind of biased there, but I really want to use it. I've also been swept by it twice, so I really want to learn how this thing works. But yeah,
I know like nothing about it.
I know. I think it gets rock polish. It gets a lot of coverage moves because it has to, because it has all those types. It should. It's got a ability that makes it at full HP. It can't be hit super effectively with a move, so that's kind of cool. It's very bulky in that sense. It's got a lot of general bulk too. It's well-rounded stats. Very safe rapid spinner as well. You're gonna see me running boots a lot on this just because I want to, not because I have to. But yeah, this thing is very good. It's got a lot going for it. It can be rest. It can be calm mind. It can be rock polish. It can be, I think it's rock polish that it gets. Yeah, yeah. Calix just said every hit is resisted. Always not very effective if it has full HP. Wait, every hit is resisted? What do you mean by that?
Terapagos, if full HP, attacks taken have half 0.5 effectiveness unless naturally immune.
I see.
Bro doesn't know his own mind.
don't.
That's crazy.
I'm looking forward to this thing that I don't know anything about.
and the coverage is good, but even looking at its usually useless moves, even the usually useless moves seem pretty decent. Like there's not much in there that's that I'd discount.
Dude, this thing's
either.
messed up.
Yeah, it's certainly got a lot going.
Why was I
for
allowed
it,
this
so.
thing? I'm sorry. I'm not gonna complain. Here's the third round recap. I just wanted to make that really quick. But yeah, this round went by 20 minutes, so I'm kind of more happy with the fact that we're speeding it up. I think it was like 25 minutes. Trying to make it so that's like 20 to 30 minutes here. But yeah, what do you guys think of this third round? I think there's a lot of very valuable picks here.
Lamora stands above everything else in this draft, seeing as how 3 different coaches wanted it on this specific round.
The part of my soul that hurts is telling me that that's my favorite Pokemon of this round as well.
Right.
I'm gonna make an argument to say that Zapdos is also up there too, but anyway.
I also kind of like Garganical as well. Just big wall, and the fact that it can Terra and Stalkier, and yeah, I think it's a fun mon. I don't know that it's the best one of all of them, but I do like it.
Yeah, and then Megaladios is going to be a big problem for a lot of these teams here too. It's one of those lower tier Uber dragons that's going to create a lot of waves.
Yeah, I like Indeedee. I think Tom Pass and all the support provides.
Ashton and me all getting sniped and having Glamora been taken away is just, it just goes to show how valuable it is.
Oh, Jax wanted Glamora too.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, no, Glamora's probably, as I said before, the part of my soul that hurts is saying Glamora's the best thing here, and I'm gonna stick by that because yeah, still a fresh wound. Nobly I was open there, so. I have the first pick of the 4th round. I'm gonna follow up that very bulky Terapagos with Togekiss because, why not, right? Like, just why not? Once I'm off full HP, I'm gonna be weak to fighting anyway. Why not get a check to those? It gave me a defensive speed tier that I was kind of looking for. Well, not defensive speed tier, but like overall just a speed tier that I was looking for. I wanted a Pokemon that could reliably Wish Pass, defog away as well. Like I wanted a lot of pressure to be off of one Pokemon on my draft to do a certain role, and I think, I don't think Togekiss is forced to Wish Pass every week. I'm just gonna say that.
Also, just a great fairy in general too.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that always has an answer to Urshifu as well. So I wanted to pick it because of that. Yeah, I love this Pokemon. I've used it before with Dragapult. The last time I drafted Dragapult, I guess the only other time I've drafted Dragapult, I used this. And it didn't let me down, and I don't think it's going to let me down this season, especially with what I drafted from here on out. So
I think Togekiss in general just never lets people down.
No, yeah.
It's a good one.
I'm planning to run it Scarf at least twice with Air / Serene Grace. Just putting that out there.
Boy.
Yeah.
Something to look forward to.
Oh wow, I don't have a steal. I wonder if I'll pick Jirachi as well. No, I'm just kidding. But that would have been something too. But anyway, S is gonna pick up, I believe, the 3rd Terra captain. Yeah, the third Terra captain of the draft. He's going to pick up Blissey. Why?
Yeah,
Why?
look at that HP.
No.
All right. So the idea of TerraCap Blissey is like Cadillacs have said earlier. You want a Terra Captain that can be brought to most games. You want them to be flexible. You want them to be able to take full advantage of Terra, and you want them to stick along the game to take advantage of the terrestrialization, so you can get an advantage off of it. That's
Mhm.
why I think Terra Cap Blissey is good, seeing as how regular Blissey is simply not able to take on the special attacking legendaries that are allowed, such as Kyogre Primal and Eternatus. Stuff
Fair.
like that are
Fair.
just too strong and cannot be like walled with just a regular Blissey. That's why it shows the Terra. It also gives me a slow pivot, gives me rocks, it gives me every single move that you might ever want. I think it was like either second or first best Terra capped for like any type of balance or semi stall type of team that I'm gonna be taking my draft into.
Mm-hmm. No, I think a lot of people are going to have a lot of problems with their team. Just if they can't deal with the defensive pieces on your team, they if they can if they can deal with the defensive pieces, they're not going to be able to deal with the offensive pieces, and vice versa. I think you've really solidified yourself as a coach that has a very strong chance of making playoffs, given what your draft is able to do. Um, yeah, this is Amon.
Also, just saying, it learns Trailblaze.
Oh yes, offensive. Run. You should run Life Orb Blissey with Please
Yeah,
run
that would be so
offensive
useful.
Blissey. I'm sure this is an offensive Terra Captain, right? This is what this was picked for.
Yeah, that's exactly what anybody would pick Blissey for. Uh, but also being that Gen 1 Mon, it's or Gen 2,
Gen
should I
2,
say?
yeah, Gen 2.
It's got just all the coverage in the world that you could want. So not bad.
You get besides some toss stuff, you get a free natural cure every time you switch, so you can't be poisoned. All right, moving on. Can I just say this? Cress on this team is broken enough. It was in 13 points. If this thing would have been allowed, I'm very happy we moved this up to 14 so it couldn't be a Terra Captain. If this was allowed as a Terra Captain, I think everybody would have just lost. Not gonna lie. Mental Herb Terra Cress with Trick Room, we would have just lost.
Yeah. And I mean, as I say, I've already faced Jinx, and yeah, this thing just kind of sat out there menacingly. And yeah, what it's just.
Don't you
It's
love it
not
when
a
it's a
fun mod.
Pokemon that has a weakness to dark, but it can't be killed by a dark? It's great.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think everybody's going to struggle with this. Yeah, if this was Serastable, then no, I don't think we would have had a fun time at all. But no, good overall with everything that's already been picked. And also, I believe another trick rumor. Look at that.
Yeah, definitely. I had this last time I had this was in the Jesus, it was the BBR Summer Scramble. I think the first time I did that, they had it at 9 points. And I was like, what the? I'm going to Terra this. It was super fun to prep with. Like, I could run, like, Terra Electric stuff with Levitate and not have a weakness. Yeah, it was just really fun to prep with. So I'm looking forward to see how much constant usage this thing has on a Trick Room team. Because, why wouldn't it? It's one of the better Trick Room mons there is. And yeah, it just pairs very well with Melmetal and really everything on this team so far. Yeah, excited to see what Jinx conjures up with this Pokemon in terms of its versatility and stuff. Daxter, you're going to draft Iron Bundle following up that NTD female pick. Do you want to tell us about your third Speedmon?
Again, speed.
Speed, fair enough.
Yeah, speed. I sort of wanted to have
Speed?
speed, and also I wanted to have a grass fire water core, Um, one of my picks coming up gets sniped. Um, I think it might be this round, or it might be the next round before when I was going to pick.
Yeah, like
So
the 5th round right before you.
yeah, and I mean, this thing, it can, I mean, with booster energy, it can be all the speed, it can be all the special attack if need be as well. Um, I mean, it's just fun.
No, I think this is a Pokemon that functions very well by itself on this team. Like it's just one of those things that's going to be a threat. Um, when other Pokemon might not necessarily have the right conditions to be a threat, this thing will just always be a threat for you. And I think it's going to be, a piece that, I think it's going to be another one of those Pokemon on a team that you either have answers for one thing and not the other. Like yeah, it's just Assault Mon really. Understandable why it's a 17-point Pokemon. Another booster energy Pokemon. Um, Iron Bundle. You have Gudra Hisui going to Froggerman and the Atlanta Gudras. This thing is very, very strong, very, very bulky as well. Typical Gudra special defense stat here. Main difference is that lower has less speed, but it has more defense. I believe is the only other change, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of not surprised, but also a little surprised that this wasn't picked as a Terra captain, because I mean, it's just fun as a Terra captain.
Yeah, I believe I was talking to Jinx about that in VC or somebody. I was talking to somebody about this. I think this very well could have been a very solid Terra captain, despite the fact that its typing is really, really good. I think, just having that extra ability to make an impact on the game, either defensively or
And
offensively in a certain situation, could be nice. But either way, this Pokemon's really solid as it is.
and on top of that, it gets some water type moves with Sap Sipper. You tear that water.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. You don't get hit by any grass moves.
Yeah, not many people are going to bring electric type coverage for Gudra either, because it's just going to bounce
Gudra.
off the thing. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a missed opportunity on Terra because Gudra doesn't need Terra to be good. But
No.
yeah, I think this Pokemon's very, very strong. It's got a lot of tools in order to allow it to be able to answer a lot of these Uber Pokemon that have been picked so far. Very strong pickup here by Froggerman. Very good, valuable standard tier pick.
Mhm.
I do think that this has the same idea as Terracap Blissey. The only thing is that this has no momentum and offensive pressure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of good value picks going this round, I'm noticing. Clefable is going to Cadillacs. This fits his team so well. This just fits his team so freaking well. I don't know if he's here to talk about it, but I like this a lot. Hello.
I think it's just good in Ubers, and in Nat decks it gets Wish Teleport. It's like one of the only mons that can put them both on the same set, I'm pretty sure. So that's just nice for Zama, and it's probably mostly going to be teleporting.
Right.
Come in, teleport into an offensive threat.
Yep. Another one of those free pivots like Tapu Koko. Very reliable pivots like Tapu Koko to be able to get in those Roaring Moons and Zamazentas for free. So, and your non-alludes to other Uber that are going to be drafting later. But that'll be coming.
Yes.
That'll be coming. I won't spoil anything. But as Kyle has said, basically everything already. Strong in Ubers, unaware magic cards, very good abilities in this format.
Unaware is huge. I think you basically need, like, full stop, need an unaware mon in an Ubers draft.
Agreed. Yep.
But there might be ways around it I haven't thought of.
Clefable is a very Cadillac Pokemon, I'm going to say. It is very Cadillac coded.
I don't know, man. I was really shedding a tear about not getting Doug Trio.
I was in your ear about that too. I was like, man, if this would be the most Cadillac team I've ever seen if you drafted Doug Trio. I was telling him that. Anyway, Rillaboom got taken too, so I don't know.
I did have Rillaboom on the draft plan.
Oh my god, dude.
The round that it got picked, I was like, dude, grassy terrain would be real nice with these.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, Zama grassy terrain would be fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
god.
at least we know. Well, at
And
least
Glim
we know
really
that
likes
there's
it.
consistency, and what you plan. So
Oh my god.
Pretty much.
Hey, if it doesn't stop working, don't stop planning with it.
Yeah.
exactly.
DD's gonna go ahead and pick up Tapu Fini, another bulky fairy going this round. This makes a lot of sense in my opinion. I think the only thing that could ever really stop Lucario dead in its tracks, for example, just as that Pokemon to kind of throw out there, is going to be a status condition. You'll see oftentimes a lot of people will run speed control paralysis Pokemon, or like Will-O-Wisp, obviously to stop this thing from going crazy. So yeah, having that ability to just absolutely negate that completely is super nice. There makes a lot of sense here. This will also be another Pokemon that can whittle down things very quickly with Nature's Madness in order to allow for things like Evital, Lucario, and Landorus to clean up the end game. So yeah, very good pickup here by DD. Something else is
Uh,
it can run Taunt and Whirlpool and stuff. Sorry, Stall Break.
Also, I thought I saw screens too.
Yeah, screens on
if-
this. Yep.
Yep, if need be. But
I do think that the reins are really like underestimated just how important they're gonna be moving up. They're just such an invaluable asset to be added to a team full of like these insane monsters.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Field conditions are seemingly invaluable, like you said. Yeah, I agree. Um, yeah, this is personally my favorite of the Tapus as well to draft. I've had a lot of usage with this Pokemon, so I'm kind of biased as well. I've drafted the most. Um, yeah, it's just a good glue, really. Can't go wrong with it. It can defog as well, where Natex moves are allowed. So important to note that there too. Jax is gonna go ahead and pick up Darkrai. I think this is the last Pokemon that was picked before he took over the team. So everything from after Darkrai is going to be Pokemon that Jax specifically picked up for this draft. So yeah, this is a really good special offensive wall breaker to go with his physical ones. To say that.
yeah,
Um, nothing wrong with that at all. It's weak to Fairy, and that's something that both of the other two members, his two Ubers, both like to punish. So, at least Necrozma, I guess not so much Blaziken, but yeah, I like this a lot. Personally, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. A good speed tier gives him something about base 110 that he otherwise didn't have, and yeah, offensively just works really well with his Ubers.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Stuff that likes to run or Life Orb stuff with Nasty Plot. You can run Sash. You can run Dark Void or Hypnosis if you really want to, but it's kind of a it's not a reliable gimmick, but it can be very useful if you hit your moves. But yeah, it can be bulkier with Calm Mind too. Like this thing, I wouldn't knock it being used as a bulky offensive sweeper by Jax, should he allocate to keep it. But yeah, this Pokemon's by no slouch, or by no ways a slouch. It's 19 points for a reason, and it's gonna make some waves.
If only Dark Void was still, what was it? It used to be like 100% or something.
I think it used to be like 80%, didn't it? And now it's like 60.
Yeah, now it's 50.
Oh, it's 50 now. Okay.
I just looked. It's 50, but oh god, that would be absolutely horrendous.
Pretty dummy. Yeah, Bad Dreams being the ability wants to make use of that. So probably smart that they nerfed it. Nerfed the moves. But yeah, Darkrai. We got Rillaboom, as previously iterated, as one of Cadillac's more often than not drafted Pokemon. Going to Fong and his Vietnam Venomouse. Again, thought I'd point out, even though I mentioned it before, Latias is actually 15 points, not 21. But anyway, I'll just bring it up again. Yeah, Rillaboom looks really solid on this team. Grassy Terrain paired with the Zacian Crown, making it so that its weakness is a little bit lessened, is kind of nice there. Yeah, this thing is really just coming together. Yeah, Grassy Glide's very useful. Good pivoting. Pokemon has knockoff utility. Woodhammer is ridiculous. It can run ground type coverage moves without worrying about Grassy Terrain neutering them because it has high horsepower. One of those moves that doesn't get affected. Yeah, really strong Pokemon here. I personally love this Pokemon. I've been growing to love it more than Tapu Bulu now that I've had more chances to draft it.
If it was 1 point less, then it could have been a Terramon.
I'm so happy we moved it up. I think it was 13 before.
Nah, that would have been terrible.
Yeah,
That-
I agree. That would have been.
I would have probably picked that round too.
Dude. Yeah. No.
On,
Samus on the Crown
honestly,
Rillaboom with Terra.
honestly, I'd be like, yeah, that's probably the best pick of the lot if that was the case. But
Mhm.
yeah, if it was, and you could pick it round 2, then
Just saying, Tapu Bulu is still sitting unpicked in 13 points. It's not Terra Captain, or it's Terra optional. I thought that was gonna be one of the best Terra options, but no, we picked it. I mean, I can't say anything. I didn't pick it either, but
I saw it and I remember you mentioning it, and I'm like, no, I'm not taking it.
it's just
But,
a little bit slow. I guess is what people are probably not looking for. A Terra option that's slower.
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm
Terra
all about
Grass, Woodhammer sounded funny. Anyway, Rillaboom is pretty cool. Has U-turn, good utility, good coverage. Yeah, solid synergy with Fong's team so far. Not really much else to say. Firewater Grass Core is going to be really solid on this team, as well as his Dragon Steel Fairy. So, looking forward to seeing how this draft shapes up from here, because it's already super solid. Rotom Wash going to Vague Parallels on the Denver Dragapults. Not gonna lie, I had my eye on this as well, because I thought it made a lot of sense defensively with my team. With the only weakness being grass, and considering what I wanted to draft from that point on, I kind of really wanted this, but you know, I didn't need it. It's just something that kind of meshed well. I ended up realizing that my draft plan had a lot of like base 80 to 90 Pokemon, so I really just didn't need, like, I needed to expend this. I'm happy that it fit itself on a team that also makes good use of it as well. Yeah, gonna be good slow pivot or like bulky pivot into Chiyu as part of that core Firewater Grass there. So solid Pokemon that uses Levitate too. Has access to Defog with this NetDex League. Excited. Good utility mon with Will-O-Wisp as well. I believe it has Pain Split. Can run like coverage with Shadow Ball and Dark Pulse if you really want to, but it's not often run. Yeah, I think overall this is just one of those Pokemon that's going to be a reliable pivot into other things. Good utility on it as well. Yeah, just going to keep trucking. Hakashin drafts Volcanion for his Why So Cereal team. This is another Pokemon I thought would be a really solid Terra option. However, Hakashin said no. He probably didn't want anyone else getting that option. I don't blame him. But yeah, this thing's really solid. Good Assault Vest user, as commonly seen. It can be Scarf as well. Really good coverage on this Pokemon, which is what makes it kind of strong. Good offensive pairing with Arceus Ground in the sense that Water Absorb exists on it. Kind of account for one of those weaknesses at least. Really punishes Ice types too for this draft.
yeah,
solid mon.
yeah. I mean, I've used it a bunch, and it was fun. I mean, I think people oftentimes sleep on it, but it's a fun mon to use, and it's honestly, I mean, as you put it, got good coverage and can kind of take hits. So
yeah, I don't know. I think this could have had a lot of opportunity as an offensive Terra Captain with Flame Charge and stuff, like Assault Vest sets. I don't know. It's just me, but I think it's strong without Terra. It doesn't need it, but I think it really becomes a staple as a potential Pokemon that can abuse type advantages and Water Absorb if it's Terra Captain.
yeah, and also, hold on a second. I mean, you could also tear it like ground or something like that. Have Earth Power on it.
Stab
with
Earth
Water
Power.
Absorb.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Water Absorb, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, true. And who's going to bring it in against Fire type stab as well?
There you go, and then you have a electric and water immunity right there.
That's pretty strong.
So
makes a lot of sense. And then the last pick of the 4th round, we have Meowscarada going to iNasty.
And this was what was sniped from me. I wanted this.
Yeah, it would have made a lot of sense in the draft. Yep. Very fast, dark, reliable Pokemon to pivot into your Mega Mewtwo. Yeah, Protein's obviously a good ability here. Gets like triple action stuff for coverage, and yeah, it's just a fun mon. I've loved drafting this whenever I have. I've drafted twice now. Very fun mon to use.
Yep.
Yeah, it's quickly becoming the name for the best of the Paldean starters in draft. It's hi Hyper, thank you for the input. Sorry, I was just reading chat. Blue shell you too, by the way. Yeah. Flower trick, grass type stab that always crits, kind of nice. Yeah, it gives. If it also important to note fills that gap as alluded to before between the Tapu Koko and the Megaladios. So speed tier gaps getting filled here. Yeah, offensive synergy is really solid on this team. So if I have to face iNasty, I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, no. That cat is a scary cat, especially paired with everything else, especially giant whale and flying jet dragon and electric thing.
Thank you, Tilly. Appreciate that. I might have to heed your advice if it gets worse. I will boost my stream. Thank you. Oh, now I feel like I'm getting trolled. Yeah, that's a good way to round out round 4 is with Masquerada. I'm really sorry that you had to see that get sniped from Yaren, but yeah, I think this is a very reasonable round 4. I think there's nothing here that's unexpected. I think a lot of this makes sense for round 4. Personal favorite Pokemon. That's where it gets a little bit tougher. I'd say I'm the most nervous about Terrablissey, but I think my personal favorite probably be Tapu Fini.
Rillaboom.
Rillaboom?
For sure. I think it's a great fit.
Mm-hmm.
I think Togekiss.
Yay. Hello, Clumsy. Oh, hi, Tay.
Yeah, I think Kiss is a cool pick too.
Yeah. I would say Volcanion or Guja Hisui as well, but only if they were Terrid. I think Volcanion or Guja would have been better with that. Although Guja maybe less so. Volcanion I think would have benefited a lot from Terra, but
I think Cress as just a member of Synergy, like I
oh
mean,
god,
obviously.
I forgot about Cress. I wanted to eliminate it from my mind. Thank you for bringing it up again. Yeah, that's a pretty good point. That's a pretty good pick.
Just thinking like Melmetal Synergy and stuff, but yeah, I mean, I don't like Cress's Pokemon either. I like it on my team, so I can sympathize with how it fits on Jinx's draft. But yeah, I'm just gonna stick with my Finny and Terrablissey because Terrablissey's annoying. Yeah, round 5. We're almost at the halfway point. I think at the halfway point we'll take a 10 or 15 minute break and yeah, get ready for the second half. Heatran is going to iNasty. Now this thing is a beautiful pick for this draft. I think this makes so much sense. The only draft it might have honestly been a little bit better on was the draft with Rillaboom, because you see so much times Heatran and Rillaboom with grassy terrain support for Heatran being a pairing. But yeah, I think this fits very well in this draft. It's a good team member for something like Koga Primal, which, you know, has one piece of strong offensive prowess, or like has a staple for being very offensive in rain, and then you don't have to worry about the rain neutering Heatran. Like, I think it's kind of solid, like the concept of that. It's also a very good specially defensive switch in to something that would otherwise, you know, like if you needed a grass type switch in for Koger, you got it in this, and if you need, you know, something that can just generally switch into moves, Heatran's pretty solid too. So, you know, I like Heatran. I think it's a really good Pokemon in draft too. It's very versatile. You can run offensively, defensively with, you know, subtoxic Magma Storm sets can be kind of good in a week. You never know. System is rigged. No blue shells equals bad game. Hope everyone's doing well today. Yeah, this thing's a very fun. It's never been a bad mon. This Pokemon's never been bad.
No, it's Heatran.
Yeah.
It's Heatran. It does its stuff.
It's one of the only legendaries that can be male or female.
Wait, I actually didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh. Huh. Well, there we go. You learn something new every day.
That's right. Ascajuel. Yep. I like Heatran. I used it actually on the team where I drafted Cresselia, because, you know, why not have a levitate Pokemon that's broken with Heatran?
I've used it before in one of my many Sun teams that I've had over the years.
Yep. Corviknight's going to Hakaishin in his Why So Cereal. I mean, what do you say? This thing's got a lot of points that can be made about how this thing meshes with everything here. Fire and electric being this thing's only weakness are kind of nice for Arceus ground. Defensively, this thing pairs well with Garganackle, being able to whittle things down very quickly between the two of them, between the pivoting that Corviknight can provide and Garganackle Salt Cure. You could potentially even switch this. I guess it depends. Like, you need electric. If it's electric type, then Arceus ground is a good switch in. If it's a ground type into Volcanion or hitting Volcanion, then Corviknight's a good switch in. So yeah, it's got a lot of good. It's got a lot of good synergy with a lot of his team members. So it's not just one good thing about this Pokemon. There's a lot of different elements to this pick.
It certainly is a bird.
It is a bird. Base 140 defense.
Yeah, although, you know what? I guess it's, what would you say? Would you say it's less good Skarmory, or is it
I'd say it's better.
better?
It just doesn't get
Better
rocks.
Skarmory?
You know.
Okay. Less, well, maybe less bulky.
It's a more reliable Pokemon that fills that role. You know, like, it's just you can't expect it to. It does more things reliably. I guess I'll say it's a bear defogger, more reliable pivot, has good setup.
That's true.
Yeah.
So all around solid.
Mirror armor's a thing. I know it's niche, but it's cool. These are Skarmory stats.
Yes, Jin. Those are Skarmory stats.
Oh my
yes.
gosh,
Wait,
what a
are they?
twit! I'm gonna change it. I don't care.
You got
it's
them
midstream.
backwards.
I don't care that's midstream. I'm changing them right now.
Yeah, and it's
Why did I-
98, 87,
Oh.
105.
I'm like, no,
53.
he's more balanced. I know it's not that physical.
This is a professional stream.
Defense is 105, and then spec
The
defense is
bigger
105.
HP pool is the big difference to me.
Oh, yeah, and spit up.
98.
Yeah. This is a professional stream, guys. I'm getting there, I promise. Thank
Also,
you, Cadillacs, for having the eyes to see that what I couldn't clearly see that was staring me right in front of my face.
Also, mirror
Anytime,
armor is
Captain.
fun too.
Yeah, mirror stuff. I can't remember what mirror does because now I'm focused on the embarrassment of what I just did. But
Mirror armor.
mirror
Basically, if someone, if someone is trying to, change your stats, it just flips right back to them. So
there we go. Yeah, base 105
Cool.
defense and base 85 special defense are pretty solid defenses. That makes more sense. Yeah, about the same
Yeah.
speed tier.
that looks like a knight,
Looks
unless
like
less like a Skarm.
of the core variety, yeah. All right, we're gonna skip the embarrassment, forget this ever happened. Vague is gonna pick Iron Treads, which is very surprising to be picked this late, but it's Ubers, so it's kind of expected, I guess, at the same time.
Hey, there we go, another booster energy mon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A lot can be argued that this is a very solid booster energy Pokemon as well. But more often than not, you see this used as a utility Pokemon with Volt Switch, Rapid Spin. I think it gets knockoff as well. Very good defensive typing, in my opinion, with Ground and Steel, one of the better ones. Offensively as well, I guess I should say, not just defensively. But yeah, Volt Switch is going to be kind of nice for those things such as Corviknight, where you might not be able to otherwise hit it. At least if you're switching out on something like that, at least you're going to be doing a decent chunk of damage, if not, more than what you would have. But this thing's got good utility. It also gets something like Ice Spinner, which could be good against those terrain teams, mitigating those Pokemon that could otherwise benefit from it. But
Ice Spinner and Fang.
Yep.
It's got Steamroller as well, and
might get Swords Dance.
I'm pretty sure it does.
I would imagine it does.
No, I don't think it does.
Oh, really? Donphan and Great Tusk get it. That's kind of odd.
Huh. Well,
never mind. It's shit.
it
No,
might
I'm just
have
kidding.
it might have another setup move. I just
Yeah.
don't know what at this point. But
Mhm.
I mean, it can set up more defense, and then body press is fun.
Yeah,
So-
I like this Pokemon on this team. I think it just generally looks good on this team. I don't know if it necessarily has like, synergy that I'm just not noticing right now. But I think in general, just good core with Rotom, be able to bait in ground types to otherwise check it, and then you get the free switch into a utility Rotom with Will-O-Wisp and Volt Switch, and just have that endless cycle of 50/50s. So, yeah, I love this Pokemon on this team, and very good, strong value pickup by Vague here. Next up, we got Skeledirge going to Fong. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say this: best Fire Water Grass core of the draft. This core right here. Lots of Pokemon that benefit very well from each other, as well. You got Pokemon
Cat.
that can function in Ubers. So
Cadillacs comes in and says, "Cat, wait until you see me take Grookey."
Cap. Oh yeah, that's right. Grookey. Never mind. Hold on. Grookey's way better than real. Oh yeah.
Cat.
Yeah. Dirge is something that I've only had recent experience drafting. I haven't done too well with it on the team that I drafted on, but I was also it was an experimental draft more than anything, and I tried my best with it. It didn't work out. I didn't have the best season. I'm gonna give a bit of a spoilers. I played in PWC season 12. It's a coach. Jesus, it's a league run by Trenell. He's a moderator in the server for us. Came up with this tier list, and he can advocate that I have unfortunately ended my streak of making playoffs over the past 8 or 9 seasons in that league. I am 1-6. So I'm mathematically out of playoffs. It is the first time in 8 or 9 years I have not made playoffs, and I'm kind of bummed on that. But I was very happy to see the streak end the way I would have liked to, which is trying things I wouldn't normally try, and just having fun with it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
unaware Mons. Yeah, that's
Unaware Skeletor just really solid in this format. I think I said this at the beginning of the draft. The person who gets Skeletor is going to be very happy. And seeing Fong's team, if it was my team, I'd be very happy. Yeah. Skeletor gets Horse Song, boosts your special attack every time you use it. You can run Will-O-Wisp Hex stuff. It gets Slack Off for reliable recovery. Skeletor.
yeah.
We
Yep,
got
that's a
Ferrothorn.
gator.
We got it's a gator. We got Ferrothorn coming out from Jax. That's going to be the first Pokemon that Jax has officially picked. I think this makes a lot of sense given what he has. It's a very good answer to a lot of bulky waters that would otherwise give this team a lot of issues. Yeah, Iron Barbs and Hazards are going to be very useful in this Pokemon. Very prominent options, or very frequently used options on this Pokemon. Just overall fire coverage has become a little bit more scarce with the missing hidden powers, but more Pokemon, I guess, have been getting like, your temper flares and stuff like that. So burning jealousy, I guess, is another one too. But yeah, you can predict a lot more easily with how to play for Ferrothorn in a meta like this. So that makes it even more potent on Jax's draft, in my opinion. Yeah, very solid Mon. A little bit on the slower side. We'll see maybe if Jax decides to maybe go for double up on the modes and go for a Trick Room mode here too.
Honestly, it's looking like a pretty sharp draft at this point.
No, I like it a lot. Iron Crown going to DD. I see what you did there with the spikiness. Yeah, this is a very good value pick, in my opinion. Good booster energy abuser, solid defensive typing, good pivot, good speed tier, very well-rounded Pokemon, good stealth rocks and good run, weakness policy pretty well. Attack Young Carter is a signature move. It hits twice, each one does 50 damage, and it doesn't get checked by accuracy. Yeah, overall really solid Pokemon. It has basically the same coverage that Cobalion gets. Like your Volt Switch, your Focus Blast, and stuff like that. It gets Psychic coverage on top of that. So, yeah, I like this Pokemon a lot. If you're looking for budget Jirachi, this is basically it. Although, in a lot of ways, this thing's better. So,
I don't think it ever got drafted, but I'm surprised Boulder didn't get drafted.
Iron Boulder?
Yeah.
I can't remember if it got drafted either. It might have got free agency. I'm not sure.
I can't remember. I don't think it has been, but
Neither for some reason.
yeah. So
yeah, I'm a big fan of Iron Crown here. Sniper just DM me a picture of a squirrel. Oh man. All right. Manda Buzz. God damn it, Cadillacs, your team's so good.
Oh,
I know you drafted this
Mandibuzz.
here, then you DM me after you're like, I might not be keeping this. I'm like, kind of mini fist pumping in the air that you didn't because I didn't want to deal with Clef plus Manda Buzz.
I think it would have been fine. I think switching it made more sense.
It did. It did.
So that's okay. It was, I think it would have been a good pick if the rest of what I wanted had stuck around.
Yep.
So,
I think it made a lot of
It's
sense
simple.
picking this at the time, like just to have it solidified in case something didn't go your way with your
Mhm.
plan. But
Yeah, I think it was a fine pick, but
Yeah.
yeah, I ended up taking Tusk for it.
right.
Seems worth.
No, Manda Buzz is very solid. One of the better defensive dark types, if not the best defensive dark type. That's not an Uber. I can not think of any more. Well, there's Umbreon, I guess, but I still would argue Manda Buzz has got a lot more versatility, so I think it would give it the leverage. But yeah, good speed tier despite the fact that it's defensive. Foul play is very common on this Pokemon. Take advantage of a lot of setup Pokemon. It can defog, roost, whirlwind, knock off, U-turn. Yeah, what more could you ask, really? Base 80 is no slouch either for speed. Grimmsnarl is going to Froggerman. I think this is a very good pickup. I think Grimmsnarl's got a lot more usage in Ubers than a lot of people might realize. It's more commonly known for something that can be seen more often in doubles as a screen setter, but it can still very much effectively use that in singles. But like Party Shot and Thunderwave Prankster in Ubers is very valuable for 11 points, and I think Froggerman is really establishing his case as to being a person to watch out for, taking those really valuable mid-range Pokemon. Like he's got a lot of good value picks here that aren't his bronze Pokemon, or isn't his bronze Uber. So
And yeah, I mean, getting a lot of things right now that are under that Terra Terra point
yeah.
limit, and so far still not picking a Terra, which
Yeah,
is
lots of options.
interesting.
Lots of options so
And
far.
yeah, no, nothing yet, but hopefully we'll see something cool out of that. I mean,
This is a very safe
yeah.
pivot into Mega Metagross I'm thinking about now. Quad resist Dark and resist Ghost as well. Just a couple things there, but yeah, really solid mon. It's able to set up screens for some abusers on this team, and I'm excited to see if he's able to find some other pieces that might also benefit from this Pokemon support as well later on. Because right now that's really solid. Aaron, you're going to go ahead and pick up a Grafaiai, dipping all the way down to 7 points for this. Do you want to explain it a little bit further?
Prankster Parting Shot. That's basically it. But also, I mean, it does have access to Unburden. Yes. I was going to say the wrong ability there, but
We talk about Unaware a lot.
yeah, and so also Unburden, so works well with my Sneasler, but yeah, that Parting Shot is going to be rather fun to use, and I think that was one of the main reasons why. I think there was another reason why I did too, but that's kind of eluding me right now.
Was it just the speed tier, like base 110? You didn't have that yet, or no?
Oh yeah, speed.
Speed.
Yeah. So that a lot of my draft is speed and also power. But yeah, I'm trying to think too. I guess I could do fun shenanigans too, like Prankster Encore. You know that.
Yep.
So
I like this Pokemon. I've always liked Grafaiai in general in draft. And for the utility and the value that it has in your draft, I think it's just was too good not to pass, or to pass up. It was too good to pass up.
Yeah, and so I think overall kind of works well.
Yes, sir.
Wait,
Hatterene for Jinxed.
how does that work? Does that actually? So wait, it gets just Grafia for a second. It gets metronome, so that would go first, right?
I guess so.
Huh?
Status move, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hatterene's going for Jinxed. I think her thought process was that she wanted a special trick room, a special attacking trick room setter that was able to use trick room a little bit better. I mean, Cress is one of those, but it's not really like a. If you want to call Hatterene a breaker, it's not really a breaker. It's Hatterene's got more opportunities to offensively benefit from trick room on the special side than Cresselia would. So I can see the thought process. I was really trying to convince her to drop it at the end, just so that she could have something, a little bit more that filled another role for her, just where she has a lot of common roles on her draft. But it's a very strong Pokemon that fills that role, so I understand why she kept it.
Hmm.
Magic Bounce has good utility as well for hazards and status. So yeah, I can see the thought process here.
I when I was facing Jinx, I was like, I was really wanting to have taunt on something, and then I'm like, wait a minute, Hatterene.
Yeah. Magic Bounce. But yeah, this Pokemon's very strong in Trick Room. Yeah, very reliable Trick Room setter. While it can't be taunted, so yeah, be on the lookout for this thing to be one of the reliable Trick Room setters in a given matchup. Palafin Hero is going to S. Not sure if he's in the call still, but this was a Pokemon that everybody was kind of looking at. Yeah, there was a big scramble for it at the end of the draft too, I'm pretty sure. But,
God damn.
yeah, so for those who don't know, Palafin comes in as its base form first. When you switch it out and bring it back in, the Palafin Hero form enacts or something. I can't remember what the actual... Oh, 0 to Hero is the ability. That changes its form into this absolute monster. If you can see by its stats, this thing is a beast. Very, very well-rounded Pokemon. Base 160 attack on top of all that. Gets setup moves like Bulk Up. You can run a Choice Band with priority moves like Jet Punch. And yeah, just there's not much that can really switch into this Pokemon. So it's nice to see, after the Blissey pick, S have a really strong case for a physically offensive wall breaker on his draft. I think his draft kind of needed it.
Cadillacs was saying, this is what I wanted with Mandibuzz.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. No, it would have fit. I mean, it fits everywhere because Palafin freaking Hero, but still. Yeah, this thing is a very stupid Pokemon. It's I used it once. It's very stupid. It shouldn't do the amount of damage that it does. To round out round 5, I have the last pick. I'm going to be picking up Gliscor because I needed it. I definitely didn't need it. I just wanted it. But yeah, I wanted something that I could switch into status. I wanted something that I could set up with on any given week. I wanted something that could give me hazards. I had good removal. I just wanted hazards at this point. And Urshifu and Dragapult are going to benefit greatly from this Pokemon, I feel. It was between this and, well, Glamora was the first option, but I'm honestly happier with this. It made a lot more sense for what I was trying to accomplish. I didn't want to be weak to Thunder Wave, like, this thing is going to be very much a reliable Pokemon for me. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to using it. I haven't used it in a while. Very solid speed tier, very physically defensive, poison heal, gets access to Roost again. Gliscor.
Yeah, and that finishes off the 5th.
Yep. Another round of nothing that surprises me, although I was surprised a little to see Grafia go so early, and then I was also surprised to see Palafin go so late. I kind of like Grimmsnarl here, out of all the things that were picked. I mean, I think Gliscor does do well in Ubers, but 11-point Grimsnarl seems like a really good, valuable mon.
I'm just knowing the draft, I'm thinking Jinx's pick there with the Hatterene is
Hatterene.
really, really fitting.
That's fair.
Like, but also Palafin is just kind of, well, it's Palafin.
S actually just DM'd me. He wasn't able to mention it during his pick, but he said that the reason why he picked up Palafin initially was because it created very good offensive pairing between it and Genesect, to where it can switch it on the fires that otherwise try to hit Genesect, and can just flip turn and U-turn spam between the both.
Yeah. Okay.
Makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Yeah,
that does make sense.
Didn't think about that before, but yeah, thankfully S knows what his Pokemon do, unlike me. I don't know anything about Terrapicos, apparently, so
Don't worry, you'll learn.
That's right. That's the whole purpose. But Palafin and Dirge for Cadillacs, fair enough. Dirge makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'll stick with Grimmsnarl just to be different. You said Hatterene, that's pretty solid too. We're gonna dive into the 6th round, and then after this, we're just gonna take a quick 5 or 10 minute break, probably 10-minute because my voice is very dry. But I will still bring chat along with me to talk to you guys during the break there. So I just need a water break here. I'm sure Dagzer would appreciate that too. So Gastrodon. Not gonna lie, there's one reason why I picked it. Kyogre Primal.
That's a good reason to pick it.
Yep, that's really it. Didn't want a second ground, but I also didn't have another option at the time that my draft ended, where I had a second electric immunity, and I wanted to make sure that I had that as well. This thing also just does something completely different than Gliscor, so I didn't really see a reason not to pick it. Yeah, Storm Drain's kind of nice here. Gets access to both Stealth Rock and Spikes, I believe. Yeah, reliable recovery as well. A lot of my Pokemon have reliable recovery, which I'm kind of liking, at least at the end of my draft. Or second half, excuse me. Yeah, I like this Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Gastrodon on really any team is a good pick. Just because of what it does.
I was so confident that I sniped people of this. Oh, I guess I sniped iNasty because he wanted this too. He ended up trying to draft it, and I was like, that's on my team, bud. Anyway. Yeah, Gastrodon, it's a little on the slow side, but I didn't need to be fast. I really just needed to switch into Kyogre. Because, yeah. Deoxys Defense! S! What the fuck, dude? What is this?
Oh.
You didn't need this. Stop. I mean, to be fair, we all let you have it.
Well, yeah, now S has it.
He's
so
DMing me. I'm just gonna wait to see what he says, but I'm just gonna say right now, teleport with a base 14-point Deoxys Defense being allowed is, I mean, it never lost teleport when things went to Paldea decks, but yeah, this Pokemon's very strong, a good hazard setter for this draft. With Terra Blissey, it's gonna be even worse, as in good for him, but worse for everybody. Yeah, just how you break this with this team? How do you break this?
Yeah, you don't. You don't.
Just don't.
You just don't.
You didn't need this, man. You didn't need it. Okay, ATM. I'm gonna see what he said. Good pairing with Blissey. Another slow momentum rock suicide lead, and it'll suicide lead. It doesn't die, and it'll pair nicely between Mega Save. Oh, wait, I can't really. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess you could. I'm not gonna spoil all what he said, but he was talking about a future pick. But
okay.
Yeah, Deoxys is silly. It's a free rocks Pokemon recovery, Seismic Toss set, Nightshade if you want to bring that instead. Yeah, just overall nuisance. Jinx is going to be grabbing Ceruledge, another Pokemon that can be argued as a mid-range speed tier Pokemon for a draft, alongside Dialga. Gonna hit those types that she's been missing a little bit. Still kind of weak to Ghost, so you're gonna see. We'll see later. Excuse me. We're gonna see later on if she's able to cover that weakness a little bit better with some of her future pick. Excuse me. I like this Pokemon a lot. Can deeply abuse weakness policy with the ability Weak Armor, and I believe it gets Sword Stance and Bulk Up, and then Bitter Blade's just there to give you a stab fire option that heals you. So
Mhm.
I love this Pokemon. If this thing was allowed to be Terra, it would have been the best Terra captain, in my opinion.
Yeah, I could see it being an incredible option, but here we are.
Here we are.
Uh, Next draft, everything's allowed to Terra. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Zero Aura, because you didn't have enough speed.
Yeah, I just thought speed,
Speed.
and then I got more speed.
Speed.
uh, but also uh, an electric type that I don't really have any electric types right now.
Your first electric
Um,
immunity as well.
yes, that as well, and also something that I could kind of just hit Kyogre with too.
Fair enough. Now, this is
So
a very opposite team to what you had drafted in season 6. So I'm curious to see how you're able to utilize such a very hyper offensive based fast team.
yeah, I figured it's about time to change because most of the time I'm running bulky shit. So you know,
S just said that his Deoxys defense is going max defense and his Blissey's going max speed F just because he said I'm unlikable. So great. At least we know. At least we can prep for that. All right. Landorus Therian is going to Froggerman. 18-point Landorus Therian's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Electric and ground immune, which is always sought after in drafts. I mean, a little bit harder in Ubers. Cadillac's brought up a good point that resistances really don't matter because everything's dying. So um, that's a good point. But still, Landorus is there. It's good utility. It's basically Smogon.JPEG, but he's got rocks, U-turn, knockoff, earthquake, intimidate. It can be run special or physical, so versatility. You can run choice scarf, choice band, heavy duty boots if you really wanted to. Uh, yeah, lots of stuff. Got good coverage as well. I think
yeah,
might have mentioned coverages earlier, but it's got like grass knot and stuff, extra sensory if you really wanted. Too bad it couldn't be Terra eligible, or else it could be run like Terra flying to have better flying stat than fly. But it's still solid. It gave him a much needed ground immunity. I think his team really needed a ground immunity. He definitely hit that nail right in the coffin with this. This is one of the better ones. So excited for him to use this. It pairs really nice with Mega Metagross as well. Yeah, resist ice, punishes fires, and is immune to ground. Pretty solid.
yeah, I'm thinking it's a great one.
Ditto goes to Cadillacs. This is another Pokemon that benefits very highly from Ubers being allowed. You wouldn't otherwise. I think this is one of the few times this has been drafted in the Ultra Recon leagues. To be honest, it might be like the second or third time. I don't remember
I
too
remember
many
a couple
times.
times.
Yeah, I guess doubles it got drafted once at least.
Yeah, I'm thinking there may have. I don't know if singles there's been many times, but there may have been once
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in there.
Yeah, it must have.
Either way, yeah, way to copy an Uber.
This was going to be allowed Terra, but it was so valuable that at 5 points, I think people just were like scared of the idea of a Terra Uber, so it got Terra banned. Which, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, the stats don't really matter when you're transforming, so just ignore the base 48 everywhere. You're always gonna be running Imposter, I hope, on this Cadillacs. If you run Limber, then you're throwing.
Yeah, dude, it is just crazy.
Yeah.
No.
Just do it for the meme.
If you're up 7-0, you're actually indicted to run Uber or Limber Ditto in week 8.
No, I would not.
Yeah, solid pick up there. I think it's very good value for 5 points. Toadscruel is going to DD. I think that's a very valuable Pokemon for 7 points as well. Good speed tier. My Ceiling Light's kind of an unfortunate ability though on this Pokemon, has to be said. But yeah, overall, I really like the typing of this Pokemon. Good utility. I believe it has knockoff and stuff. And a lot of Pokemon just really don't have great answers to this thing's utility. Like you can basically get up a free spike or toxic spike with this thing, have no issues. Catch a Pokemon switching out with Spore to not have to worry about Mycelium Light and stuff. Yeah, I like this Pokemon a lot. Like Grass Ground is a good dual stab. Pretty solid.
Yeah.
To be honest, I have no experience drafting this or facing it, so
it's 7 points too, so pretty cost effective.
yeah, good value here. Really decent, well-rounded stat spread. Good spinner as well. Forgot to mention that. Did need another form of removal other than Finny. I guess if you really want to, you can run on Landorus, but it's not really something you want to run it on. So yeah, pretty solid there. As Cadillacs is doing, I think DD and I guess Froggerman and DD are both also doing a lot of good valuable Pokemon in the tiers that they're getting found in. And yeah, Rapid Spinners are just something that's very far and few. So having a nice budget one here is really solid from DD. Very, very good pick there. Smeargle Terra for Jax. I was shocked to see this go early, and I was also shocked to see this go as a Terra captain so early. Cadillacs, you know a lot about Terra Smeargle. You've drafted it before. I mean, you get Shell Smash. You can Spore and Shell Smash. And
it was fine the season I had it. Pop Bomb, getting stab on some coverage you need when you Shell Smash, but I ended up mostly using it to set up hazards and stuff. I would imagine that's what it's going to be here.
Yeah,
that
setter.
Like Shell Smashing with 75 speed is just way worse in Ubers when there's 135 speed things all over the place.
That's it. Yeah, Jackson, want to talk about your Smeargle?
Yes, it is simply to fix my speed problem because just to help Necrozma get in there and be like, all right, buddy.
Necrozma's happy about it. Yep.
That's it. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, no, I can commend the webs. I think this is, yeah. It's just you can do stuff with Smeargle with Terra. Like it gives you that option. But yeah, I think the main benefit from what I see at face value is the webs for sure. Like you could even run like Modest Darkrai and stuff through webs and stuff, and Adamant Blaziken, and yeah, lots of value there.
Yeah, because originally, if Darkrai wasn't in place and Yveltal was not getting, I would have grabbed that instead. But with the Smeargle now with Darkrai, it kind of like it's kind of nice.
Solid.
Oh
yeah, I didn't think about that. Bad Dreams plus Spore. Oh
yeah.
Shit. Okay.
Oh.
That's a. Yeah.
I did not think about that.
That's a thing to look forward to.
There's a lot of little options I can run with that. It's very nice.
Picasso's got layers. I see. Ting Lu going to Fong. Okay, this is. I mean, still barring the fact that Latias is appearing as 21 points instead of 15. This is a very top-heavy draft so far. I'm not just saying that's a weakness because what you really want in Ubers is just Pokemon that can guaranteed be useful. As Cadillacs has also made a point to me before, like just have things that are gonna come. Yeah, Ting Lu is pretty solidly one of those. It's a very reliable bulky dark, one of those bulky dark Pokemon. Ruination's gonna be very nice at chipping things down. A very good hazard stack Pokemon that this team desperately needed. Yeah. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that with everything so far, it's got good type synergy, especially with things like, the Latias and the Zacian. A little unfortunate that's going to have to rely on other moves other than Earthquake offensively in certain instances where Rillaboom's got Grass Terrain set. If you are running Earthquake on this, you don't have to, but, just something to keep in mind there. Yeah, I will say this. I've drafted Ting Lu more as a ground type than some of the other ground types I've drafted over the 10 years I've doing draft. So, Ting Lu's cool. Really cool. Very good budget Pokemon for 15. It's never not going to be strong in my opinion. It used to, believe it or not, it used to be bulkier than what it actually is. Before version 1.0.1 of Scarlet and Violet, this thing had more defense or more HP. It was messed up.
I'm confused. I'm just looking on Showdown. For some reason, it says Vessels of Ruin. Active Pokemon without this ability have their special attack multiplied by 0.75.
That's what it says on Showdown?
Yeah, that's what it says on Showdown. I really don't understand. That's what
correct.
The ability does. What? Isn't it that it lowers special attack?
It would lower special attack. Multiplied by 0.75 is
I thought you said 1.25 earlier.
3/4. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I'm a little slow today.
Hey, we just had half a draft stream. You're chilling. You're hanging in there, man.
And it just
Appreciate
says without the ability because technically it wouldn't work on another Tinglu
Sure.
either.
Oh,
So
wow.
like in VGC that mattered more than in singles, but I'm pretty sure if you both have like Chi-Yu, I think was the one that did it. It doesn't like double nerf special defense. It doesn't nerf each other's. Sorry. That's a bad way to say it.
Yeah,
you know?
Okay.
it wouldn't like impact the game twice either, would it?
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't make it so that they're 0.5 special attack.
I don't know if it impacts the others twice. I just know
Okay.
that they don't impact each other.
Okay, so Chi-Yu. Okay, I gotcha. All right. Yeah, Ruination on this Pokemon's pretty solid. Hazard stack gets coverage for fairies with Heavy Slam, which I personally really think is valuable on a dark. Just saying that or throwing that out there, but yeah, lots of good things on this Pokemon. I think it gets Sword Stance too if you really wanted to. But, gets Taunt as well for utility. So, solid mon all around. Something kind of surprising to have lasted this long is Tornadus Therian. It's kind of an awkward pick, in the sense that it does really well on certain teams, and so you want to draft on that team. But I'm kind of curious to see what it does in Ubers, or if it's like something that'll make a huge impact. Because I like the Pokemon; it's really, really strong. It's honestly one of the staples of draft, but I haven't seen it too much in Ubers. Kind of curious there, but in terms of the synergy with this draft, really great speed tiers. Being kind of established here, finally gets you that Pokemon that's greater than base 110 speed. Otherwise, it would just make a Glade before at base 110 exactly. Very good Pokemon to pair with Rotom as well. Good partnering there. Without Chi-Yu, this looks like a really strong like Gen 7 team. Yeah, I like this Pokemon a lot. Good utility, knock off U-turn, taunt as well. Recently got Nasty Plot of leaving either Gen 8 or Gen 9. Bleakwind Storm as well. Really solid. Serena is going to go to the Wiseau Serial team. Really budget grass type. Again, with the Rapid Spin, or theme of Rapid Spin, having a decent, valuable Rapid Spinner or form of remove was going to be nice here. Yeah, this course partners really well with the defensive backbone of this draft as well. With Synthesis, and its defensive stats are pretty solid as well. I think between Volcanion and Corviknight just is a really good partner. I think it also gets Triple Axle as well, if I'm not mistaken, and Play Rough, so it's got good coverage.
Yeah, Triple Axle, and Play Rough is there too. So yeah, fun times.
I personally like Serena as a grass. I think it could have been potentially placed a bit like higher or lower depending on how you value it, but you know, it's in a range of Pokemon that makes a lot of sense within like 8 or 12, maybe 11 probably is the highest. But last pick of round 6 before we kind of head into our halfway break here. Seismitoad going to iNasty. So again, I don't know if this is actually the main reason why iNasty picked this up, but I personally think he picked this up because he knew that there were going to be a couple water grounds floating around that had water absorb or other abilities that were able to allow them to switch into Koga Primal. I think he wanted to scoop up one of those for himself, so they didn't have to worry about it. And he ended up selling for Seismitoad after I got Gastrodon. So, I mean, that might not be the reason why, but I don't think he drafts Seismitoad round 6 in Uber's draft unless you're trying to help your team. And in this case, I think it's helping his team not have to worry about things. So, yeah, Seismitoad's here. One of my favorite Pokemon in terms of its ability to be very versatile and annoying in draft. Ways that I've run this before, I've run it in a way where you can invest in literally all of its stats, and it'd be really solid. Like I've invested in all 6 of its different stats before, even with the one that had a negative nature on. Like, it's just so versatile. Yeah, general moves that you might see commonly run on it. You got Rocks, Knockoff, Earthquake, a lot of coverage moves like Ice Punch and Sludge Wave and stuff like that too. You can run Swift Swim, but I don't think you're going to too often unless you have a rain team. And iNasty's rain setter isn't going to be keeping the rain up other than when it's in. So yeah, I think this is a good partner for Heatran. I think this is establishes another really solid Firewater Grass core. I like Pokemon, like if you have multiple Pokemon that are 4 times weak to a thing, I think it's really solid because then you can't, bring coverage moves for all of them. So I think having a Firewater Grass core that has that is pretty solid. My 2 cents on it. But yeah, really solid Pokemon, and that's going to round out our round 6. So anybody have an input as to what their favorite Pokemon was from that round?
Well, I mean, ditto.
I was saying Ditto too. Bias would tell me Tinglu though. The Ox's defense also
Ditto.
could have a case there.
I like Ceruledge. Since
Ceruledge.
I'm not going to pick Ditto. I think that's a good pick onto that team.
Me too.
Yeah, honestly, ditto, because there's an extra Uber for you, which is scary.
At 5 points.
Yeah, 5 point Uber.
5-point Uber.
It's the discount Uber.
Call him Little
And yeah,
Uber.
I think it just puts pressure on anyone who wants to bring a setup Uber,
Cernius.
Like, yeah, week 1 I'm playing Xerneas. So
Oh,
it's
shit.
like, okay,
I don't know. Maybe he would bring Ditto, guys. Maybe.
maybe
Yeah, it's
maybe I have 2 things that do really well into that.
Hello, Shine.
This
Welcome to the stream. Shine
Yeah.
also said Tinglu.
So I think the combo of Ditto plus Unaware is probably going to cover me pretty well.
Fair.
Hopefully.
Yep, that's fair. Well, we have reached the halfway point in the draft, so I know I will personally be taking a quick 10-minute break here just to get some water, walk around. We've been going for just under 3 hours now, so I figure be a good time to do that. Really appreciate Dagster for hopping on for at least the first half of the draft stream, and I'm sure he's looking for a break too. So, yeah, we'll be back. I'll make sure to bring my phone with me and talk to chat. Oh, hello, love. Be sure to stick around in 10 minutes or so because we'll be hopping right back on into it with the 7th round. So, yep, we're just gonna take a quick 10-minute break here.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay.
US.
Oh, dude,
That's
I'm
why
full
we
as
don't
fuck.
talk and
My
position.
tummy belly. I'm about to be talking about Pokemon for the next 3 hours. Life good right now. Life good.
We love it. We love it.
Yeah, we were just talking about Wingstop and how the sweetness of the fries is actually a good quality instead of a downfall.
Right on. Sweet and salty, a
Uh,
little bit of a good combo there.
Yeah,
Ashton,
Yes, sir.
Ashton.
I figure I'd let you know I'm gonna drop out here because I haven't eaten yet and I need to go get groceries still. So uh, I have left you some notes on my team that but that is basically
Thank you
it.
very much for hopping on for as long as you have. Appreciate it. It's been a big help
Oh
having you
yeah.
co-commentate.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you for having me, and hopefully the rest goes well for everybody.
Thank you for the notes.
Yes. Do you like the final one?
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take his spot just because I got a little bit more freed up and I kind of like want to help out as much as I can, seeing as how I wasn't available for the first half.
Oh, give her. No worries. Even if you don't, like, I'll take whatever you're willing to offer, but at the same time, don't feel pressured at all. This.
Oh no, it's not from pressure. I just want to help out.
Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
All right. Well, good luck, guys.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right,
Have a good
thank you.
All right, you guys too.
one.
Peace.
Peace. All right, I think with that, we'll hop right into the 7th round of the draft. I guess we're sort of not quite at the halfway point if you really think about it. No, it is 6 and 6. No, we're good. Okay. Well, iNasty's got the first pick again of the first half or second half of the draft. He's gonna go ahead and pick up his Terra Captain with Porygon Z. So really solid Terra option here, especially at 11 points. I thought this was a very good pickup. So um,
Yeah, especially being able to have the adaptability boost on whatever turret type you choose to have.
mhm.
Being able to do some sneaky download stuff, but I doubt that'll ever proc because he has Kyogre on the team, so most of his stuff is going to be like specially defensive orientated.
That's right.
This can also be a wall breaker for that same Kyogre or sweeper right behind it. Once Kyogre chips everything down, this can come in with a choice scarf and just tear teams up.
That's right. Yeah. No, I really love the aspect of Terra and adaptability. I think it's something that will let something like this Pokemon shine even brighter, even though it already kind of did. But you know, yeah, really solid offensive Terra option here. Next up, we
Especially since,
what's
the
that?
Tapu Koko given terrain and him being able to just T-bolt under terrain sounds
That's it.
disgusting.
Yeah, no, he's got a lot of coverage that benefits from that. On a couple things like Latios and Kyogre. I guess Latios not really because it's not grounded, but yeah, yeah, I can see things like that being kind of disgusting, especially off a base 135 special attack on this thing. Pretty solid. Tauros Paldea Blaze coming to the YSO Serial team. Another budget Fire Water Grass core member heading this way. Pretty solid speed tier filling there. Don't really know what else to say too much about it yet, but good intimidator.
I always think it's really good because it's like a very inexpensive intimidator that's able to do everything it needs to. It's very physically bulky because of the intimidate, being able to run Rocky Helmet, leftovers, choice bane, choice scarf, a hunger based speed, being able to fill up that speed niche is pretty good.
Yeah, you can run flame charge and stuff. Salt Fest even I've run that a couple times. Yeah, has decent coverage. I think it does have access to stuff like wild charge. Makes sense as a bowl, I guess. But yeah.
I always run the water totals over the fire. I've never actually ran fire before. I've always ran water if it's available.
Yeah,
So I'm guessing it just does the same thing.
Water's pretty nice for the rock resist. Yeah, they pretty much do the same thing. I mean, I'd say I like Fire's ability to be scarier offensively. I haven't really used Water too much either, so I guess it's kind of biased. But I don't know. I like them both. I like
Yeah.
what both of them could offer a draft. And yeah, like you said, very valuable at 10 points.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Dragalge. I believe this was supposed to be a Terra. No, it's not. It's not a Terra option. Or is it? Am I stupid? No, it's not a Terra option. No, he hasn't picked his Terra option until later. Yeah, Vague goes for Dragalge at 10 points. Interesting pick here to start out the second half of the draft. I'm gonna be honest. I think he was just kind of trying to establish a solid Dragonsteel Fairy core member, and Grind of Poison, I guess too. Another one of those Pokemon that benefit from adaptability. I don't know.
I do think. No, go ahead.
I just gonna say I don't know what else really to say in terms of it making sense for this to be picked at this moment in time. I don't know.
Yeah, I do think it could have been held back a little bit, but right now it provides good like synergy with his team. It's able to like flip turn, obviously, but it also has toxic spikes, forcing out an opponent poison type so that he can take advantage of it with his Mega Glade as well as Iron Threads. It
True.
also has Draco, good special defense for all the legendaries. Again, this
Mhm.
could kinda work as a no. It just thing's getting blown out with like a Calm Mind Ice Beam. I'd take a bet.
With Kyogre. So are you thinking?
Yeah. Being able to ship down the fairies for Shiju and Megalade as well.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
it's a good pickup. I just think it's not the right time.
Yeah, it might have been able to slip down a round or two, maybe probably one round. It's a Pokemon upcoming that I was really gutted. This is really my only snipe at the draft. It was Terra Jolteon. I kind of wanted it. Filled up the speed tier gap between Urshifu and Dragapult's better than anything else I was kind of looking at for a Terra option. It was very budgetful, a very budgeted one at 8 points. It makes a lot of sense that's an 8 points. I don't think it's anything like it's probably the best low tier. It was the best low tier Terra Electric that I could possibly ask for, and I was really wanting Jolteon to the point where I was trying to make everything else's points kind of work around it. Like I didn't want to go a point lower and get like Electro to Sui if I didn't have to, just to make this thing work. Like I like Jolteon that much to where I was willing to do that. Really solid Pokemon that benefits from Terra. Quick Feet's a really fun set that you can use on it, as well as it gets the addition of Calm Mind in this generation or Gen 8, one of the two. Yeah, Terra's just really solid on it overall.
Also, really good speeds here, at least in this point of the draft, because of just the sheer amount of stats that the later gen legendaries have, like Satian, Samacenta, Eternatus having the same base speed as Jolteon. I do think that the speed isn't as impressive, but it's still a fast electric type being able to tear. I mean, it has no concise switching apart from just very bulky, specially defensive mons.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like the Eternatus, like you said. I'm really surprised to see that Eternatus wasn't drafted in this league either. Which, you know, say
Yeah,
what you will.
Eternatus was on my radar, but
It was
I
on mine too.
chose. Yeah, but I chose not to just because, like, I don't think platinums, as long as like it's not one of the broken ones, are just not worth 30 points.
Yeah, fair enough. We got Clodsar coming in on Jax's team. I talked him into this one, not gonna lie. He was like, I really need a bulky ground. I was like, well, Clodsar. Why not double up the hazard stack for your Ubers? And he did it. Another Pokemon that benefit. I thought he could use an unaware Pokemon too. Team kind of gets set up on a little bit, in my opinion. Assuming that he's not under threat from Smeargle Spore or Sash stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I think this fit well with him, and I thought I'd bring it as an option forward to him. 13-point Clodsire. Ground of Poison for
thought
him.
it worked.
Electric Immunity. What are you saying,
I
Jack?
do
Sorry?
think.
I cut you off.
And I thought it was pretty good, pretty good option. Because originally I was gonna get
Yeah.
You cut out, Jax. Oh, we're having a little bit of audio issues, I think.
I think what he was trying to say is that since it was like being able to Terra, I think he was gonna make it his Terra cap.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
I think that's what he was trying to say.
Okay. Yeah,
But like being able to Terra Pack Cloudfire is the same thing as being able to Terra Cap Blizzy. It'll just live forever.
do what?
Yeah, you cut in. We just couldn't hear what you were trying to say.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at the same time, I was gonna get Dragalge because I needed a Dragon type or a
Oh,
Poison type
yeah.
as well.
Oh
But I
wow!
thought,
So the Dragalge
okay,
pickup was the correct time. That's crazy.
Yeah,
yeah.
I
So
forgot you TM me,
I was
Jax.
like, so he took Dragalge, and I was like, well, damn, that went kind of my poison option. And I was like, I kind of need a ground option too, and I was looking at everything. So then when he said Claude, I was thinking about Claude. And when he said it, I was like, okay, well, Bastion recommends it. Then it's just confirmed in my head. I need to. That does help with that does help set up as well. There's also
Recording
having
from
a
a
bulk
car
build,
accident
so
right now.
Oh shit. All right. We'll move on here. We have Terra Arbourouche going to DD. Really good Terra. I'm on at 11 points. Just kind of looking at it, I kind of underestimated this Pokemon. I didn't think it was as strong with Terra, but yeah, I probably should have moved this up considering Ceruledge ended up being 14. I don't know. It's pretty. It's not like the most broken option out of the lower end of the Terra options, but you know, you got weak armor stuff, which could be cool. Terra Grass is pretty common on a Pokemon like this. Yeah, it's just really solid. You got Calm Mind, I think. It might have Flame Charge as well. So
Yeah, it also has the ability to like set up Trick Room for itself with Sash and be able to like run the other ability in Flash Fire with a Terra type that's weak to fire.
mhm.
That's also an option. It also gets Terra Blast, being able to take full advantage of its terrestrialization, being a fire type that pairs well with Tapu Fini, so that it can't get any type of status. I think it's a very good pickup here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good budget picks on this team so far, I have to say.
Yeah, you see the like all the points that they've used up, and you think like, oh, surely they don't have that much more, but like they have a lot of points in the tank for later on.
Crap ton. Yep. Shuckle gets picked by Cadillacs. Very good budget rocks and webs user for this team. Not that he necessarily needed webs, but you know,
Having the option is always nice to set up webs in whatever matchup.
that's it. Yeah. You never know benefit of having a bulkier Zamazenta and having that speed tier advantage still. You know.
You also got to consider that this is Cadillacs. He could take full advantage of this whenever.
That's it.
It's something that sits in the bench, and you need to like build around just to make sure you don't like get swept by it unsurprised if it does come.
That's right. Yeah, no, he's got a knack for making Pokemon that you wouldn't think work very well. He always finds the value in matchups of Pokemon that you wouldn't be enticed to think that they're coming.
Yeah, and you also gotta consider that between Ditto and Shuckle, he just spent 9 months and 9 points on 2 months. So
8
he
points even.
like
Yep.
exactly, and he on top of that, he doesn't even have like a higher tier legendary yet.
Yep.
He still has yet to draft any platinum. So with this on the board, he can really just pick whatever he wants from here.
That's it. Yeah, he's economizing very well. He made a good call, I think, by going for his bronze really early. I think it was like the 9th pick or something. So, or 8th pick. 8th pick. No, 7th pick. He was 7th pick. He was middle of the pack. But yeah, really good draft plan. It's kind of shaping out here from what we can see. Froggerman grabs low kicks for 10 points. Yeah, I mean, just a really solid Mon. Good priority. He's got another priority option on top of Metagross that's really solid. And Conk. Forgot about that for a second. But yeah, definitely a staple Pokemon. One of the better bug types available in the mid range. Yeah, first impression Choice Band is pretty common on this thing. Gets U-turn. Dark Stab Sucker Punch is pretty nice. You can even run like Leech Life, or I don't know if it gets set up. I haven't really used this Pokemon, but I'm sure it does. Solid Mon. Very scary bug. I think it gets tinted lenses as well as an ability. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Froggerman does with this. He's got a lot of very like lower end threats on his team. He got Conkeldurr, Goodra, and Low Kicks that can all make waves. So excited to see how he utilizes them. Zarude going to Dagster, and Dagster did leave me some notes on this Pokemon from just face value. I think Zarude's pretty solid. Gives him that dark type that he would otherwise need to check other darks and ghosts. He's able to set up on a lot of Pokemon with bulk up. I've seen that run a lot on this Pokemon. Yeah, it gets the ability to knock off a U-turn, so good utility. It's a switch from it's the substitute for Meowscarada, which he is telling me in DMs actually. And he didn't really need the speed at this point, so he just had a Pokemon fill a little bit of a speed tier role on the lower side of things. Considering his team is slower, it's not a slow Pokemon by any means, but just it fills the gap between DD and his next fastest thing, which I think is Grafai at this point. So crazy to say, considering it has like 7 Pokemon. But yeah, Zarude's pretty solid. Decent coverage. It gets Power Whip. It gets Stomping Tantrum. It gets Drain Punch and stuff like that. Close combat. So overall, really solid mon.
Yeah, being
Yeah, I
able to
was
jungle healing for the Mega Mewtwo as well, and the Indeedee, making sure that they stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say that too about the speed thing. Like, it's just crazy that Grafai is the fastest mon on this roster out of all these mon we got.
And having 2 different like boost unburdened Pokemon mixed with Indeedee and in psychic terrain for the Mega Mewtwo. As somebody, I fully believe this is like one of the best teams in the season, simply because I have experience with using fast Pokemon, fast psychic Mega Pokemon in under psychic terrain. So yeah, this is just insane. This is so good. This is like one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, I know I'm liking this team a lot. If there was a hyper offensive team to pick to switch mine with, it would be this one probably. I got Mega Swampert from Jinx. I was really trying to convince Jinx at this point to be like, please stop pattering for Pelipper, please stop pattering for Pelipper. But she's got a lot of reasons to draft the way that she did, and she explained them to me, and she has her her viewpoint. I understand it. Like, it's got a lot of usage outside of just Swift Swim stuff, and it's generally all right. Like, it can function in and out of Trick Room, which is a pretty solid thing about this thing's speed tier. It again gives her a speed tier that she didn't have yet. Flip turn Pokemon can take full advantage of being a reliable stealth rocker, so that Dialga isn't forced to run it. She has really good
this
answers
mon,
to grasses as well at this point. So
yeah, this mon is could set up manual rain, but it's always bad, and it always feels bad whenever you do. Like, you could be doing so much more in that one turn you have this out instead of setting up like rain. Because if you're gonna just set up rain to use EQ, rain doesn't boost the damage on your EQ.
that's it.
So
yeah, no, Mega Swamp. I really wanted her. Like, Pelipper looks so good with Melmetal and Swampert.
yeah, and since Ceruledge doesn't necessarily need his like fire typing, it's all right.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe I can maybe at some point down the line she'll be able to allocate the points for it, like drop Cresselia or Adderine or whatever. But yeah, still a really solid team. I think Swampert fills some roles that she didn't otherwise have, and takes the pressure off of Dialga to be the only stealth rocker. So we see Mega Sableye coming from you. Thanks a lot. Thank you for drafting this way. No, what do you want to tell me about Mega Sableye? I think it's a really solid Pokemon. It's one of my favorite Megas.
So once I was done drafting the Spectrier, I realized that I needed a really strong defensive core. So I looked at the board and I wanted at least some type of momentum, spikes and rocks, as well as statuses, so that I could like later on be able to have the chance to DD with Rayquaza.
Yeah, fair.
Like, I saw Terra Blizzy, I grabbed that. I saw the Oxys, I grabbed that, and then I grabbed Mega Sableye. And now I don't ever need to rapid spin. I could just put boots on all my mons and not really have to worry about like hazards. Also, it being really good against like most of the defensive Ubers, like Lugia or Eternatus, if it ever got drafted, or uh, being able to be a good check to Mew as well, or not Mew, sorry, Mewtwo.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that the combination of Deoxys defense, Blissey, and Mega Sableye was really good. So I started. Yeah,
Yes,
I
it
think
is.
I'm all right.
I think you are too. last pick of the round is my Terra option, Electro Hisui. Bit of a spoiler, ended up dropping this as Fong and ended up dropping Jolteon in Grace period, so I ended up picking that up in Grace. But at the time, I really wanted to establish that I really wanted to establish my electric type that benefited from Terra. I really wanted to swing that route on this draft. And so I grabbed the next best thing, which I thought was the next best thing, which was Electro Hisui. It's okay. I didn't actually put the base stats on this now that I'm realizing, so I'm gonna grab those now. But it's like base 150 speed, base 80 or 90 special defense, special attack. So it benefits okay. Like I can run Modest more often than like a speed boosting nature. Yeah, it gets some fun stuff. Like you can run Chloroblast for just a absolutely grass type nuke. Yeah, it's okay.
I do think that if you're gonna Terra a Mon, at least at this like point of the game, it's either gonna be a Mon that's fully unwallable or a Mon that's unkillable,
Yeah,
because you need to make the most out of this Terra.
that's right.
As soon as the incorrect Mon gets shipped in this type of metagame, you immediately win the game with whatever broken Mon you have available to you. Because I
That's
don't
right.
think any like team here has like a Mon that isn't like just straight up broken, right?
That's it. Yeah, no.
Everybody has their thing, yeah.
So it was
And
between
as for
a
like,
higher tier. Like I could have completely switched my game plan around and gone a different route for my Terra Captain, but yeah, I just thought this was okay.
being able to like ship down like whatever fairy might want to switch into like Urshifu single, or being able to ship down anything that's gonna be able to like wall your Terrapagos after it sets up, as well as having really good speed control with Bolt plus this, being able to Bolt switch and you turn around. Like even if it is a Jolteon, it still does like basically the same thing. It's just so strong.
That's it. Yeah. So that's my Terra Captain. We're just gonna quickly cover the week or the round 7 picks here. Um, yeah, overall, pretty standard stuff. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and say Armor Rouge is probably my favorite thing of this round, just for the value for the Terra option and versatility wise. I think it's one of the best things that DD could have probably picked up as his Terra option there.
Yeah, I do think that like either Armor Rouge or Porygon are the best pickups here. They're
Mm,
just so bonkers. They just deal so much damage to everything. Being able to change type just flips the matchups on so many things.
Hi, Nasty. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Um, I guess that would probably be my second or third choice too with the Porygon. Maybe behind like the Tauros or the Jolteon or something like that, or the Zarude, I guess, could be an option too. But
The Sarud is just good into the team that he has, but I don't
yeah,
think it's the best pickup, yeah, of like across all the months here.
that's fair. Yeah. Right on. We'll hop in right on into round 8. I'm gonna be the first pick of that round. I'm grabbing Crocolar for 3 points because I wanted something that could be a little bit of a nuisance for some of the very strong setup Ubers. Really it. Things like your Zacian Crown and stuff could be have a hard time into this, and even like your
That's before Crunch does 50.
well, I lose my ghost type, so it actually is less than people might think. Like close combat doesn't
Oh,
even do
Crocodile
much.
is in a Crocodile is just pure fire.
Yep.
Oh, I
Yeah.
did not know that. I thought this was fire goes. Oh, okay, so it's
Y-
pretty good.
young Dirge. It's pretty solid. Very happy to get this for 3 points. I was doing a lot of calcs before I decided on this, but I was pretty much set on the bottom 3 Pokemon that I wanted to grab. I had three pointers in mind, and I was pretty much set after doing a couple calcs with this thing. Yeah, I kind of want this with Unaware and stuff. And yeah, Unaware is going to be a very, very common trend of this draft. So want to establish that I was one of those coaches that was part of that trend. really it.
I feel like for these lower like point worth Pokemon, they need to do something hyper specific really well. Which I feel like Cadillacs is the best example there. Him being able to just pick up Ditto and Shuckle are like the best examples there of like being able to use those Vermonts for like
Mhm.
really good use.
Yeah,
Crocodile is one of those Pokemon.
yeah, you know exactly what those Pokemon are going to do in the positions that they're in on drafts. Good benefit from them. But yeah, that's my little fire guy. You pick up Galarian Wheezing, which I think is a really solid pickup considering the typing that it provides. You can run a lot of you get a lot of benefit from both Misty Surge and Levitate on this team. Uh, yeah, good defog support there. You were looking for a defogger, I'd say, to pair with Magic Bounce. So pretty solid.
I ended up trading the Weezing Galar for a Pheasantipity instead because I prefer the U-turn plus
Right.
the raw stat increase of like running it with AV. And I think beat up on Pheasantipity is like really valuable with Toxic Chains into this like meta game, seeing as how
Absolutely.
nobody wants to. There's not a single Uber that was drafted that wants to switch in to beat up from Serendipity or like a
Is
U-turn and get
is
poisoned
Toxic Chain badly poisoning or just regular poisoning?
badly.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. No, I
Yeah,
can see what you
so
mean. Yep.
yeah, having a 10% chance over 60 hits or not 60, sorry, 6 hits
Mm-hmm.
uh to like badly poison anything.
Oh, really,
I
really
think I
solid.
needed something a little bit more offensive than Weezing Galar, and I really didn't see the point in me running Misty Terrain with Weezing either because I have a Blissey as well as the Deoxys that's able to
Yeah.
toxic and paralyze everything with D-Wave. So
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. You want the synergy there, and I think Pheasantipity is honestly just really solid backbone with Deoxys and Blissey anyways too. So yeah, and Mega Sableye. Now that I'm thinking about it, because the only weakness that Sableye has is Fairy. So yeah, I like that a
yeah,
lot.
I also been able to U-turn out into like whatever else and just keeping that just momentum, just keeping that cycle going.
Fair enough.
Because while Pheasantipity U-turn doesn't do as much damage as let's say Genesect is still poison, still has a chance to poison.
That's it. Jinx Psychic picking up her Terra option finally in Moltres Galar. I think this is one of the better Terra options that there was available in that tier. Yeah, just a really solid Pokemon. Gets
Boy
Berserk.
got stats. Oh my god, this boy got stats.
Yeah, yeah, it could be run a number of ways. Fiery Wrath's a pretty cool move there. Dark Stab, I think it has a chance to. What is it? Burn? Has a chance to burn?
Fiery Dance? No, it has a chance to flinch.
Oh, fire. Oh, does it? Oh shit. Does it get agility? This thing?
Yeah, it gets agility and nasty plus berserk,
Broken. Broken.
basically.
Broken. This thing's busted. All
Being
right.
able to Terra away from your flying typing early game so you don't have to run boots and you can just run like Citrus Berry to proc the ability twice or something. It's
Yep.
just so good.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. No, I'm a big fan of this. I hope she uses it well. The other Moltres form gets picked right after. Dagster drafting Moltres for the Aaron's Aerons. Um, he originally had this as his Terra captain, and then he decided to opt out of that and just run it normally. I think that's probably the right call. This Pokemon would be good beneficiary from Terra, but it really is, in my opinion, a lot more valuable without it. Just the defensive typing it can have. The only thing really kind of sucks is that's very weak to rocks, so you're forced to run boots 99% of the time. But you know, you got your Will-O-Wisps and your U-turns, and you know, boots allows you to run defog pretty reliably in this, and you know, just a really solid defensive pivot with you know, flame body and all that stuff. Also worth
I
pointing out, I
have
think the points on Moltres are incorrect as well. It should be 12 points, so again, another coding error there. But yeah,
I do think that Moltres, I have a hunch that this was drafted for the Satian matchup. I'm not too sure about that, but it seems like it's the only Mon on their team that's able to handle this Satian.
yeah, we'll have to see there. Yeah, I'm kind of skimming that sense too, but yeah, Moltres is a really solid defensive pivot with this team full of pivots.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
Also, you already got the speed insured with bundle as well as the psychic terrain, so you don't really ever have to worry about getting outsped.
That's
This is
right.
more so just a Pokemon that can pivot in between having to go defensive, then you turning out into back one of your offensive mons.
That's it. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. Thunder's Therian for Froggerman is going to be his 8th pick of the draft. I like this pick a lot. Kind of not needing the speed tier of the incarnate forms, so I can understand. I mean, it also just gives him a second electric immunity, so there's value in that too. But I don't know if he necessarily needed it with Gutra. But anyway, yeah, Thunderous kind of core is cool with some of his team members. Good double dance mon. He gets both the pivot moves and U-turn volt switch, or both main pivot mons or moves, I guess. Yeah, really good coverage considering what it is. It gets focus blast for steals, which is kind of valuable. Dark Pulse, I think it gets psychic as well, and sludge wave even. So it's got a broad range of things considering. No flying stab, which is unfortunate, but it really doesn't need it with like sludge wave and stuff. So, yeah, really fun mon there. Very good special wall breaker for the team.
Yeah, seeing as how like 4 different electric type Terra Pokemon were picked right after this, I can see the idea where you really want an electric immunity. So the electric type Terra captains don't just bolt switch around your team all the time. Because you already know that they're gonna be running like Terra Ice or Terra Water for the Lando.
Exactly.
So yeah, and that also like alleviates a little bit of the pressure for Gudra so that Gudra can take better care of the special attacking forces inside of those teams with Terra Caps with from electric types. It also gives a really good speed tier right above Lokix and Lando.
Yeah.
Up just below Cinderace, so it matches up pretty well there as well.
That's it. Yeah, no, it seems like it fits this team the best out of any of the other teams that could have potentially fallen on that would have made sense. So, yeah, really good pickup here with Froggerman, especially, like you said, considering the Terra options that were electric that just got picked there. Volt Absorb Mon. Arcanine going to Cadillacs. Again, another Pokemon where the points were a little bit iffy. It's actually a 12-point Mon. Arcanine Asui is voted out of 13 points into 14, so it's pulling the points from that. So it's a 12-point Mon. Really solid pickup
I'm just
here.
so glad it's not able to Terra, man. This with Terra would have been anus.
Oh, the Hisui form, yeah, but this one's the base form. But yeah, it was able to. It had the Terra option, regular one.
Oh, regular? Oh, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking about the wrong one. But yeah, regular Arcanine gets access to teleport now, so maybe it's really valuable in 12 points. Well, it is anyway, but it's even more valuable now with the ability to run teleport again, so seems like another Pokemon that makes a lot of sense on this draft. Just another way to give his bulky offensive pieces a method of being bulkier with Intimidate, I guess, and good utility with Will-O-Wisp and reliable recovery, Morning Sun. You got some coverage moves if you want to run this thing offensively too, so it's not just a one-trick pony.
Yeah, also being able, this is more like a fringe option, but it does learn Sunny Day, and it's able to boost up Roaring Moon. And then just teleport into it. Yeah.
When you think about
So
that.
it's like not that good, but like Sunny Day, and then teleport into the moon, and then you could like do moon things. It just seems really valuable.
That's not a thought I had when I pictured this pick like in its synergy with the team, but now that you're saying it, it's actually a really good utility bond in that sense too. Just setting up for the Roaring Moon photosynthesis advantage.
Yeah, as well as being able to like intimidate one's and then teleport into the Samacenta. And whatever gets intimidated means it can't ever break it, and you can just set up an iron defense for free.
Yeah, it's basically like -2, like facing a -2 or a Pokemon at -2. Yeah, jeez. Chansey going to DD. This thing probably should have been a little bit more valuable. It's 11 points. I don't really see how this dies on this team if he plays it right. You got like your Fenny and stuff. Very good defensive backbone on this draft. You got Iron Crown as well. Yeah, really reliable Rock Setter as well if you wanted to allocate this to that role. Can run Wish, I believe, as well. Yeah, another Pokemon that can chip things down for Mega Lucario to just clean at the end. Like Finny Chansey core seems really disgusting for that. Just being able to, chip things down with Nature's Madness and like Seismic Toss, and then Mega Lucario and Yveltal just come in to pick up the pieces with like, Sucker Punch, Oblivion Wing, and then like Mega Lucario stabs. Pretty solid. Drampa getting picked up by Jax after the unfortunate Dragalge snipe. Still think this version of the team is a little bit better than what would have been Dragalge, but I understand the thinking. But anyway, yeah, Drampa's pretty solid at 6 points. I think this Pokemon's very underrated considering its capability in a format with Terra. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the Terra option on it, but you never know. Jax could very well allocate this as his Terra user if he feels like Smeargle's done his job as his Terra user during the regular season. Yeah, another Pokemon that gets Berserk or benefit from Berserk, and it could potentially be a good Trick Room on. I'm not sure. Seems like a lot of his Pokemon that he's drafted so far since picking up the draft have been very slow, so I wonder if he's going to grab himself a really reliable Trick Room setter. I mean, I guess Necrozma is one too, so it can potentially do some stuff under Trick Room. So we'll have to wait and see how this draft shapes out at the end. Another mon with a lot of coverage moves too. Like you got Berserk stuff, so you can benefit really from not having stab on like Thunderbolt and Fire Blast and stuff like that. But yeah, Berserk Dracos are gonna hurt from this thing. I'm just gonna say that. Muck coming from Fong En and the Vietnam Venomoths. I think it's another Pokemon that is pulling the wrong number. It's actually 4-point mon. It's pulling the Makalola points. It's saying it's 10, but it's actually 4. Yeah, this thing is an absolute monster. Most common sets that you see offensively with this are Assault Vest and stuff. I've seen people run max Speed F, max HP with Curse and do well with it. Choice Band's even something that I can see happening on this. It gets like knockoff and stuff. Bandit Gunk Shots could really hurt something. Really good, valuable 4-point poison here from Fong. Gives him a grounded poison, which could definitely help him in the instant, like especially for like members like Skeleturge and Tinglu. Even Mega Blastoise would appreciate not having to switch into take a poison just to spin the toxic spikes away. So yeah, really fat poison here from Fong, and really good pickup there. Terra Sinistra for Vague. Yeah, this Pokemon's a very good value pickup at 8 points in my opinion. Sure, thank you. Yeah, it definitely is. I really doubt anyone picked Apom, but we'll have to see. But yeah, I really like the stat spread on this Pokemon. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the same as Poltegeist. I'm not sure, but yeah, Sinistra's pretty solid as a Terror Captain at 8 points. Machagotch is a pretty cool move. I think that's unique. That allows it to heal itself, and then, oh no, what does it do? I think it has a chance to burn somebody. Anyway.
Yeah, it's 90% accurate, has 20% chance to burn, and also heals for 50% of damage.
Wow, so much. So many secondary effects. But yeah, really solid mon here. Shell Smash stuff is still a thing with this Pokemon, so be on the lookout for that. Yeah, I think this Pokemon just benefits really greatly in Terra with the stabs of Ghost and Grass. So let's see how well this thing does in Uber's format. Bronzong going to Hakaishin and his Waiso Serial team. I think this Pokemon is very, very good in Ubers for the tier range that it is. Just having the Levitate ability allows it to check a lot more than it otherwise would. And yeah, just defensively, this Pokemon's got a lot of good things going for it in the typing and stats category. You can run Iron Defense Body Press stuff with this very reliably, which is pretty solid. Yeah, Corey's pretty nicely with a lot of his members on his team too, so I'm looking forward to seeing this thing be a throw-off for a lot of Pokemon or a lot of opponents, and it will potentially be a good Trick Room setter for things like Arcaneckle. So we'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see if he has any more Trick Room users that he decides to draft from this point onward.
You also got to consider the fact that most Ubers, the way they deal with steals are like ground type moves. So it being immune to those just makes it like such a valuable steal.
Yeah, and you got
also not being able to get shipped down by spikes and stuff.
That's it. And you got Volcanion to resist the fires that otherwise would be commonly there to, or almost as commonly there to answer the steals. So pretty solid.
Yeah, very, very valuable pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Bronzong. And then Peckrunt for the final pick of the 8th round of the draft. Another Pokemon that I think benefits pretty nicely defensively in this format with Lots of ways to poison opponents, just kind of like the Pheasantipity effect that you were alluding to before. I think this Pokemon also just fits really nicely on this team in particular. Really solid ground of poison to potentially parting shot into a hyper offensive team member. It would be pretty solid there.
Also, being able to set itself up with nasty plots for it to break for itself
Yeah.
seems a lot more valuable. I don't think the pure defensive set with like Hex and Parting Shot and Recovery, I don't think that set is going to be as good because there's going to be a lot more things that can just
Nuke.
sit on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, either nuke or sit on it. Yeah, so
Squash
I
the
do
grape.
think that the Hex, yeah,
Fair
this
enough.
the nasty plot being there just makes it a lot more valuable as well.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's something that people wouldn't necessarily expect when they first see it at face value in a team build. Like when they're building for the team, they're like, "Oh yeah, Packron has to be defensive," but no, as you said, nasty plot can be there to break for itself. So, also reliable recovery worth noting on that too, and recover. So, yeah, this is our round 8 overview. A lot of things here that I'm very excited to see run. I would have to say my favorite thing of this round was probably the Moltres Galar Terra. Probably up there.
Oh, for sure. That thing just has insane just stats. It can sit on anything depending on Terra typing.
That's it. Very excited to see how she uses that. She's taking a twist. She usually drafts very hyper offensively, but this time she's got, some bulky offensive members, and it's all Trick Room. Like she's got a lot of ways to make things work that don't otherwise work in normal, like field effects. So excited to see how she uses Moltres Galar in particular.
Also, I really enjoy the Muck. Muck might not seem like that good, but you gotta remember, AV is an item that this mon runs.
That's
So
right.
it's
It's
like
a monster.
it's so good. Like Alolan Muck might be both of like running AV, but like Muck can't be understated. Like it's still a grounded poison.
Yeah, and it's 6 whole points lower. Like it's a very good value pick. iNasty grabbing 7-point Basimian. It's wanted to fighting. Wanted to fighting.
Yeah, just a fast fighting type. Yeah, close combat. U-turn.
Yep, good choice. Scarfmon, Bandedmon, U-turn.
Being able to have Hazard stack with Defiant.
Yeah, yep. No, I can see the thinking here. It's mon that belongs on. It can fit on a lot of teams. Yeah, it's a good budget mon as well, as you've been saying, like able to come in on defog and stuff.
Yeah.
Gets knocked off utility.
Once that Heatran set up those rocks for the Kyogre, it's gonna be there to stay because you can't Rapid Spin because then Pecharon comes in, and then it's gonna Parting Shot into the Kyogre. But if you try to defog it, Passimian is gonna get an attack boost and it's gonna U-turn into the Kyogre, so it's lose.
You're fucked. But yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You got Porygon 2 coming from the YSO Serial team. This was Bronzone's just screaming at me as something that's really broken. That and Corviknight too. Like, what do you do to break this?
Pray.
Garganacle's also got the immunity from being status, doesn't it?
Yeah, from Purifying Salt. Yeah. Also, it has you cannot click a Ghost type move against this team, basically.
What do you do, actually?
Yeah, you cannot hit that Flutter Mane with a Shadow Ball. It's basically impossible.
Man.
You have an Intimidator, a Corviknight, a Porygon 2. You got immunities to water.
I can't believe I was doubting this team when he picked up Garganacl 3rd. I regret everything.
I mean, I think you could have picked up the Corviknight instead of the Garganacl first because Corviknight might have gone first, but if it didn't, then this paid off.
Yeah, no, it did. I can't be mad. He got this.
Yep.
Snorlax coming in from Vague. I think this is a very good normal type, especially in a meta with Flutter Mane. So, yeah, I think having a bulky normal is really good in Ubers, to be honest. Just something with only one weakness, and not everything has coverage for normals. Snorlax is definitely a great normal type to have in this format. It's got the Gen 1 coverage. You got this massive SPDF stat. Like, nothing's going to hit this thing on the SPDF side. You can run this really bulky. You can run the like Choice Bandit if you really want to. It's got base 110 special, 110 physical attack, so it's pretty pretty much nothing that can really appreciate a hit from this. You know, depending on if they choose the attack rate. But you know, it's got coverage and good attack, so it can do a lot of things.
I do think that because you have to run the Snorlax, you'll miss out on a couple of like opportunity slots. Because if you run Snorlax, that means you're not running any of your top 6.
Yeah.
And I do think that you're gonna be running that top 6 for like every single mashup.
Mm-hmm.
But it is valuable for when you need it. It could run AV and become truly unkillable on the special side, and you can just run Adamant with 252, and you can just blow out any special attacker. But in a metagame with such high stats, I do think that having a blanket check for all of them is very valuable.
Mm-hmm. No, I think, yeah, I don't know, I might be biased, but I think Snorlax is a really solid, bulky, normal. I've just used it a couple times, I guess, but Annihilate, really late in the draft, Annihilate going to Fong. Yeah, this thing should have been drafted way earlier because of
I don't
stuff.
think so. I don't think Annihilate is going to be good in this meta.
Really? Not with all the hazards that everyone's throwing around?
No, absolutely not. It's going to be running Scarf, Gambit as a lead, and his final Gambit as a lead.
That's fair.
And then, but I don't think you're going to be able to take hits from like Dialga and be able to set up a Rage Fist, right? The power level is just too high to be able to tank hits with this.
That's fair, I guess.
So you this has to be like rocks and being able to spin block with hazards and being able to be a tanky U-turner. I don't think the Rage Fizz set's ever gonna work in this like meta game because it's just not strong enough to take those hits.
Yeah, fair. I suppose. Yeah, I was just thinking in the aspect of hazards, like it just all the hazards being thrown around, it just sits in front of Rapid Spin more often, and you know, if you want your hazards to stay, then like this team's got Ting Lu, so you want this hazards to stay from the looks of it.
I do think that being a spin blocker for a Sacian is very valuable. Also being able to like hit the ghost types that might want to switch into the Sacian.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Yeah, right on. Alamamola for Jackson is round 9 pick. This is a Pokemon that I also recommended to Jax. It was between this and Blastoise I was talking to him about, just giving him an opportunity to potentially get another hazard remover with Blastoise. He only has, I believe, Zapdos at this point that does reliably. So it was kind of a toss-up, but he really liked the idea of having a bulky Flip Turner with her generator to pair with Ferrothorn especially. And so, he opted for Alamamola. Plus, this thing gets knockoff, which I think his team was kind of lacking as well. So, I think this is overall just a good mon for his team.
I mean, why do you need hazard removal when you can just run 5 boots, right? So,
that's right.
Very smart play. Very smart play.
Alamamola can run boots often. Yeah, it can. It's a good mon. Regenerator's always going to be useful. So.
Also, being able to wish pass onto that Zapdos and Ferrothorn just seems insane.
Yeah, pretty gross. Swalot, 3-point Swalot going to Mark or DD. I think this is a good budget pick as well. A lot of people kind of sleep on Swalot because it's not flashy, but it's got some stuff going for it. It's very bulky. Grounded Poison, pretty generally fat defensive setup user even. It can run like, I guess, Stockpile. You can do stuff like that. I might get knockoff as well, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, but I think it does have some coverage moves. I think it gets like Earthquake if you really wanted to run it, just to have some form of chip damage onto something. I'm not really sure what this thing does in Ubers, but I'm sure DD's gonna give us an idea of what it does.
It's toxic spikes. I don't see. I know it gets Destiny Bond, so you can do something sneaky with that.
Okay.
It also gets like really weird moves, like body press. I know that, but I think there's grounded poison that sets up toxic spikes for him.
It gets acid armor, I guess. So if the body press shenanigans could happen. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
There's potential.
I just think the stats are too low.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, like if it had just a little bit more defense, I guess, or like attack. Manaphy is getting picked up by the New Zealand Breakers. I think this makes a lot of sense as well. Just another beneficiary of the support from like Shuckle and stuff. But it's on the special side. I think you really needed just a special offensive setup on this team. Glamora wasn't really cutting it by itself. Yeah, I think just having that tertiary member there behind Zamazent and Roramoon is pretty solid. I think a lot of teams are going to struggle with this as a matchup check mon. Like I think you either have a Manaphy check or you just really, really don't. So yeah, tail goal Manaphy stuff, definitely a thing. You could even run it just like utility with boots, flip turn knockoff. You know.
Yeah, also being able to it gets U-turn, so it also gets pivoting.
Mm-hmm.
So on top of being able to set up to plus a billion special attack, this mon he probably looked at the board, saw all the teams that were available, and realized that there weren't really a lot of checks for Manapian teams.
Yep.
This is the reason I draft my next Pokemon, by the way.
Oh, we'll get to it.
Yeah, I saw this guy's drafted, and I was like, bro, I get annihilated by this. My Blissey cannot like wall out or like rest hydration with Rain Dance Manaphy with Tail Glow.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm going to get one.
No, the Manavy's too much, man. You got Shaman Sky, the second Uber finally being picked by Froggerman. I think it was kind of crunch time. There's only 3 of us left without a. I think there was only 3 of us left that could potentially draft an Uber that was above bronze, and I don't know how many other people didn't have their second bronze. I think it was only like one coach. I think it was Dagster, but yeah, he just wanted to make sure that he got his, and fair enough, he got his Shaman Sky there. Giving him finally a Pokemon that's above Cinderace's speed tier. Gives him a grass type, a ground immunity as well. I guess he's got 3 ground immunities now. 3 ground immunities now. So this is going to be probably his primary answer behind Thundurus to the bulky waters.
Absolutely.
Yep.
This is such a great pickup by him. I think it adds so much to his teams. It's so dynamically like versatile.
He did need a good answer to grounds as well, and I think this gave it to him.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah. No, really solid mon there. I think he ended up doing his week 1 battle already, and I saw him like flinch something 4 times with Air Slash already, or 3 times. And it was like the last thing he brought in. I was like, yeah, that's Shaman Sky stuff.
Yeah, I feel like Shaman Sky is just that mon. It's basically just Jirachi. It just does that.
Faster Jirachi.
Sometimes you just lose to the Scarf sets, and it's not even your fault.
I don't even think he was Scarf. It's funny.
Yeah, because it's already faster than like a lot. It's like base 127,
yep,
I think.
That's right, 127. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also able to break for itself with Seed. I think it's Seed Flare.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, Seed Flare being able to break for itself.
Serene Grace Seed Flare.
I don't think. Yeah. Picking up double bronze as well. Picking up double bronze so that he has more points for his regular Pokemon.
I believe he's the only coach who's done that. Pretty solid.
Yeah.
Terra Haxorus for Dagster. I think this is a really solid Terramon too. Very scary at least. You got your Dragon Dance stuff, and if you Terra into the right thing, everything just dies. Even like Levitate Pokemon have to worry about this thing because of Mold Breaker, so you can like Terra Ground Earthquake, and yeah, this thing's just a monster. You can run Terra Steel to hit the fairies harder. Yeah, solid. 147 attack.
It gets Skill Shot plus Sword Stance now.
First impressions new. I mean, not that that's the same effect of those 2 moves, but
able to Terra into a Steel to wall out the fairies that switch in and just Ironhead them to death.
That's right. No, I like this Pokemon a lot. I think it's a really good Pokemon that benefits from Terra. One of my favorite dragons to draft as well. Boltund going to Jinx. I think she was kind of worried about her speed tiers, so she decided to do something about that and grab something that was extremely fast. So she's not going to be entirely running off of the Trick Room mode if she has Boltund in this particular matchup. I just don't know if Boltund is necessarily a Pokemon that does well in Ubers, like given what's around. Like it just doesn't have a great amount of base stats offensively, but you know, we'll see. Well, there might be matchups where you could make like a Life Orb set work, or
You can nuzzle. I think that's very valuable.
Yeah. Speed control's pretty solid. So something like Calyrex could run speed 1 week, or Dialga could definitely benefit from that with base 90 speed. Not being able to have speed control on the Pokemon like that.
You might want to get the nuzzle off on something really important, and then you can run like something to have enough speed to outspeed whatever you just paralyzed on outside of Strickland.
Niche ability gets a strong jaw too, so you got like Fire Fang, Ice Fang stuff if you want to hit your Rayquazas.
Being able to have competitive as well to boost up.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even know it had competitive. Wow. Yeah, no, Baltoon's something you don't get to see drafted too often, just with the other low tier electric types. It just kind of gets outshone a little bit or just forgotten. But definitely a really fast, potentially good. Could have some good utilization.
Yeah, but you can use the paralyzed Pokemon to set up a million stats with Moltres Galar.
There you go. That now we're cooking. Yeah, there's some matchups where it could work, but yeah, we'll see. Bolton's a nice speed tier addition, at least to this team. Good speed control.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ludicolo, and you told me in DMs why you drafted this, but I wanted to hear you say it.
There's no Kyogre, no Manaphy. I don't want to deal with it. As I said, I had a really bad Manaphy matchup, and I didn't see any way I could beat it with the current team that I have. And I just immediately lose to it on whatever type of team that I have. I really needed something that could take advantage of Kyogre as well as Manaphy, so I think Ludicolo was the best thing I could grab.
No, I like Ludicolo. You can slot a turn like Trick Room or something with Fake Out as well if you really wanted to.
Yup, Fake Out, yup. Rain Dish, being able to like sub protect Leech Seed.
Yeah. True. No, Ludicolo's
But
got
this
some
is
stuff.
literally here for 2 different people, and that's it. This is
no, it's your team's really like it's fine. It's got its use. You're solid. I pick up Tentacool as the last pick of round 9.
We take water types.
Yeah, I pretty much like I had Gastron already, but I really just wanted something that would allow me to have the opportunity to switch into Toxic Spikes for free. And it does something completely different than Gastron, which I kind of liked. I also don't really have a whole lot of issues, at least in my draft plan, with electric, so I didn't really fear the electric weakness. And overall, it just gave me a good spinner. It has Haze too, which could potentially be useful. And yeah, just overall, I think this Pokemon was not what I wanted, but just something that I had use for at the time. So, I just threw it on my draft plan and just said, fuck it.
Yeah, most people wouldn't understand that why Gastro is in a team with Tentacruel and Gliscor, but it does just fill completely different niches.
Yeah, that's it.
All 3 of those amount to completely different things.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking there. Anyway, it's not like something that I thought I was going to use much. I just wanted to make the points work. I was already kind of set on what I wanted. Like I was still eyeing like picking my last Uber in round 12. So yeah, that's kind of
we are. Yeah, for these like lower tier mons, you really need them to do just one thing and make sure that that one thing is done correctly.
That's right. That's round 9 recap. We got a lot of different tiers hit this round. Anything from Shaman Sky all the way down to like your Swalot. So at 3 points. Pretty nuts.
Man, that Manaphy pick is gonna mess some people up. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. It's gotta be the most valuable pick. Like, if you're Cadillacs and you're looking at other people's drafts, like you said exactly, it's just an answer. It's an answer, if not the answer. He really needed that special offensive wall breaker as well, or set him on.
Yeah, I also think the Alola Mola is very underrated for this point in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of like already checks the Manaphy even before Manaphy got drafted, as well as giving wish passing to like all of his like Dustmane Necrozmas and stuff like that.
Yeah, Porygon 2 could also potentially be considered for one of the more valuable Pokemon on this round too. Just just the way it fits Hakeshin's team, I think it is really solid, especially following up the Bronzong pick too. Just solid synergy there.
2-hit KOing Porygon is an accomplishment for sure.
It is. It is. Kicking off round 10, I'm gonna grab a web setter here because I really felt like it was beneficial to me, and I didn't have the points to get anything a little bit more expensive. But I opted for Spide Ups because it also gives me another Pokemon that can run spikes and toxic spikes than Gliscor, and I think Gastron was the other one. And I just wanted to make sure that I had another potential lead Pokemon. I didn't want Gliscor to be suicide lead by itself, so I opted for this. And honestly, it has some fun things I can do. I don't suspect it'll live more than 2 turns in a battle, but you know, it can do some things with, I think it gets Stakeout. It might get Insomnia too, if I'm not mistaken, but, or not Stakeout, what does it get? Again, another case of Ashen not knowing his own mons, but it's Spide Ops. It's not very overwhelming. Let me look. It does get Insomnia and Stakeout. Okay, I'm smart. Yeah, if Spide Ups ever threatens a Pokemon out in its life, which it won't, it does double damage.
It won't. Yeah, I was just about to say that.
So, but yeah, you got like First Impression, Knockoff for utility. Yeah, like I said before, Stick Web. You can Sucker Punch for last ditch damage just to break a sash, or you know, Toxic Spikes. I said before, Spikes, U-turn. Just looking at its move pool now, it's all right. It's the slowest thing on the field, but if somebody uses a priority move against it, you can run upper hand. I don't know.
Also, just having that like option of picking up a very cheap Pokemon to use those points like on different areas is just so valuable.
Yeah, honestly, it's not even that, like, it's pretty bulky considering Pure Bug. Like, Pure Bug can be a good resist to grounds and stuff.
Oh yeah, I love the bulk of 60 HP and like 92 defense.
It's
yeah,
a
I'm gonna live so many.
Anyway, it's really only up here in 3 points because of webs. Let's be honest, but
Yeah.
Regigigas for you. What's up with this? What's going on with this monster stat pool?
I think I can take advantage of Regigigas's just pure stats in this metagame. With stuff like E-Wave and being able to like toxic stuff. Just another defensive blanket check to a lot of things. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a sweep with like Power Up Punch or something.
Too bad this isn't doubles.
This
you
is
have
more...
you have Weezing's ability there next to it.
Yeah, it could have been cool, but like he's never gonna proc at all. I traded this away for an Obama Snow actually for the Veils instead.
Yeah. Fair.
I think I could have been good, but like I feel like being able to T-Wave any one Pokemon is less valuable than setting up screens.
Yep.
And having a weather.
Yep. No, fair enough. Yeah, Regigigas can be solid. I think, was it 3 or 5 turns to slow start?
5.
5. Okay. Yeah. 3 would be broken.
Technically,
protect.
Technically 2 if you count protect turns.
Right. Yeah, no, Regigigas has some stuff. Obviously monster stat line, so once you break past the slow start, you're balling. So, yeah, be on the lookout. Regigigas could be a very difficult mon to break on this team.
Yeah, it could have been. What could have been?
Ivysaur going to Jinxed. I told her that she needed a
Ivysaur.
grounded poison. I mean, she had no point. She had a very top-heavy draft to this point, but, you know, she's got a lot of fairly strong Pokemon, so... Yeah, Ivysaur's there.
I don't know, man.
It's okay, you know, we got Eviolite stuff with Synthesis. And
I know the Downer is pretty good.
But you got Knockoff. I think it gets Knockoff. No, it doesn't get Knockoff. But yeah, it gets like Leech Seed. It's Ivysaur.
It's a grounded. It's Ivysaur, guys.
It's Ivysaur. I think we move on.
Violite, I guess.
Tinkaton going to Dagster in the Aaron's Arons. This Pokemon is a favorite of mine ever since they kind of nuked Mega Mawile, like the Megas from the metagame. I used to like Steel Fairies a lot more when Mega Mawile existed, but this thing's basically no slouch either. I liked running Spidef sets on this thing, or on Mega Mawile as well, and this thing's got base 1 of 5 Spidef with base 85 HP, so it can. I think it's a Pokemon that gets Rapid Spin too, if I'm not mistaken. Gigaton Hammer is just an absolute nuke. Base 160 stab steel move. Unfortunately, can't hit it twice in a row, but you don't really need to on this, I don't think. You got knockoff, rocks, sword stance, I believe. Pickpocket's kind of funny if you run out of if you wanted to run air balloon stuff and you lose air balloon, you can pickpocket their item. Yeah, I like this Pokemon a lot. Base 94 speed is very surprising on this too.
Yeah, this is one of those Pokemon that is just able to come to whatever matchup you need it for. I think it could come to every single matchup. There's not Tinkaton is one of those Pokemon where it just doesn't have a losing matchup.
No.
It's able to always do something.
Yeah,
it's like a Cycle Star, for example.
It gets Thunder Wave too, I think.
Yeah, Thunder Wave, Rocks, Knockoff, Encore.
Oh wow, Encore. Didn't think of that. Yep.
Yeah. That fairy, just being a fairy in steel is just so strong.
Yeah, very strong typing. Little Magearna right here. Terra Ninjask for Frogger, man. I was shocked by this, but he fucking shut me up in week 1. Got 2 kills with this right away. Terra ground dug a Topu Koko. I was like, what?
Wait, yeah. You said Terra ground dig?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
he brought Sword Stance and Power Herb Dig.
Power Herb Dig is nuts. Why not just Terra Blast?
Dig. I don't know. Maybe I.
Does it not learn Terra Blast?
Acrobatics. That's why.
Oh, acrobatics. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes it better, right? Because this is still. What are the Baton Pass rules for this?
You can only dry pass. You can't do sub pass or stat pass.
All right, so no sub pass and no stat pass. I mean, it's pretty good. I don't think it's the best Heracap. It's a kind of a sweep or die type of Pokemon, as well as base 90 to attack when legendaries are around is not really able to do the most, but it obviously has already put in work. He has proven to make it work.
He shut me up so hard. I was like, what the hell is Ninja's gonna do? Maybe do a crap ton of damage with after one sword stance, but you got 2 kills. Excuse me.
Yeah, also being able to just run Terra Bug U-turn with a choice band and speed boost.
True enough.
I do think that the speed is very valuable.
Great Tusk finally, as Cadillac alluded to before, he picks it up here in round 10.
Round 10 Great Tusk. Where have you heard this?
PWC?
Yeah.
Everywhere. It seems like this Pokemon is making a stable for either getting drafted round 1 or not at all. And this is one of the instances where it got drafted not at all. Everyone grabbed enough Pokemon to where they didn't have enough points for this, except for maybe DD, and DD ended up picking a couple Pokemon that got him out of that range too at the end of the draft. So, Cadillac swooped this thing up, and now he's got a couple solid spinners on his team.
Yeah, I think that Tusk falls into that blanket of it can do whatever it wants. It can run booster energy speed to revenge kill, bulk up, rapid spin, 4 attacks AV.
Yep.
It can really just do whatever.
Yep, it's amount of many traits. Got 2 amazing dual stab moves and headlong rush in close combat. Just absolutely.
Yeah, not to mention that if you ever set up the sun for Roaring Moon, now you have a secondary benefit.
Arcanine gonna be running Sunny Day every week.
Run it, you can.
Oh my God.
Not saying it's good, but you can.
He's dropping Arcanine for Torkoal next week. Watch. Wobbuffet going to DD. Budget Shadow Typemon. Let's get Destiny Bond. Gets Encore. You got counter obviously in Mirror Coat is the move. Mirror Coat.
Yes, Mirror Coat.
Yeah, for specials.
Mirror Coat and counter.
I don't know much else to say about this. You got the massive HP stat to help you live hits, but with all the Ubers around, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But Wobbuffet's kind of just a niche guy. You either have something for it, you don't. If there's a format to make it work, it is this one. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen this thing drafted in one of my leagues before, but we're seeing it now.
I will say that he did drop this for Dusclops later on.
I'm sad.
And I traded my later on. I'm gonna have a mod that I traded for this Wobbuffet right here. I don't think he sniped me with the Swabafet pick. I never mentioned that he did snipe me
Oh,
with this.
really?
This one, my yeah. I just thought 2 points, and if you run a sash with no hazards up on your side, which is gonna be very difficult since I have Mega Sableye. If you run a sash, you can KO any Pokemon.
Crazy.
Yeah, I do think that for 2 points, this mon is very, very good, especially on teams like this one where it's so top heavy.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, I like the thought behind this too. Daxbun going to Jax. Couple notes about this Pokemon. I last drafted this in the last 2 leagues I did, I think. It was the PWC and the URDDL Season 7, and I had a lot of fun within the URDDL, especially next to Armor Rouge with Lava Plume, Well-Weight Body stuff. And yeah, this thing's really cute too. My girlfriend loves this thing so much, so I often like to draft it just to, show her that I also think that can be cute and powerful. And Endeavor let me down in URDDL Season 7, and I think it was like my second best kill leader of that league. So, it's got some stuff going for it in singles too. You can run Wish, and in a meta with Chi-Yu, I think it's really popular.
I used to do the same thing that you do for Dashbun for your girlfriend, but instead of Dashbun, mine was Rose Raid.
Oh, right on.
So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No, I think
But
this
yeah,
thing's
being
got some
a fairy
stuff.
type that yeah, being a fairy type that's immune to like fire is like way more valuable than what you think it is.
Yeah, and take advantage of it with Body Press too. Like,
Yeah,
you can run
I
Yawn
think that
too.
while I don't think that witch passing is gonna help at all because you do have an Alola, it could free up like the Alola to do something else.
That's it. Yeah, Daxbun's gonna be the secondary Wish Passer for this team. Bouffalant. This is a Pokemon I really wanted. I've been wanting to draft forever. Bouffalant for Fong. That thing's stats are really good. Just gonna say it. Slow, but look at the bulk. Look at the tanky offensive potential. This thing could be a Saltfest JPEG. Like 3 point of Bouffalant seems
Yeah,
crazy.
this is just another bad of. No, I wouldn't say bad, more like mid. Yeah, because this thing definitely is not bad. I'd say more like mid, like Melmetal, Conkeldurr type of Pokemon.
It's one of those bad Pokemon that can do something, but it's like not.
Yeah.
It's not gonna do more than like a sixth of the team's job, or like a
It's
third.
gonna be there. It's gonna click one move. It's gonna weaken the team up, and then you're gonna take advantage of it with your Satian Crown.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Who needs Zacian
and
Crown with
I
that Bouffalant
personally,
choice band?
yeah, I personally believe this is a really, really strong pick for this team specifically because you got like recovery from the grassy terrain and being able to just weaken stuff up for your late game sweepers like Sword Stand Satian and Shell Smash Blastoise.
Hmm. Do you mind handling the next pick, S? I'm just gonna go quickly do something.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna
I got it.
switch here. It's Cutie Fly.
Cutie Fly for who? What team? Oh, he left. Cutie Fly, a very low point Pokemon. Being oh, he just pulled it up. Nice. Cutie Fly, a very low point Pokemon, being 1 point on a team that's very like top point heavy. It gives sticky webs and also a suicide lead for like an A show type of team build, using the Shiyu and the Mega Gallade to weaken teams up. Cernius also being a really good mon that you don't only have to run Geomancy, you could also run Specs as well or AV. So you're able to set up the sticky webs with Cutie Fly and then go Specs on Cernius, and you don't have to Geomancy up. Then the prep that you did running a Mirror Herb is completely just out the window. That basically means that one of your Pokemon's item slots was wasted. Also, being able to take care of the Dragology as well, being able to take advantage of the sticky webs with the Dragology, being able to drop Dracos. If you run max speed Dragology, you might be able to speed a couple of things. It's just something else that you need to worry about on top of like the Threads, the Torn T, the Shiyu. It's just another Pokemon that you have to worry about while building for this team.
Thanks a lot, S. Appreciate
Yeah, I got you, man.
it. It's cute. I know Cutiefly's not something that you want to talk about for that long, but
Nah, I got you. See, I held it down.
I
I
appreciate
got
you. No, I'll move on because I think you probably covered all of it. Polyrath for the Why So Serial team. Pretty solid budget mon for 5 points. Generally bulky Pokemon. It's has the water absorb for the. I know it runs Thunder, but the Kyogre. You can do some things with this. It's bulkier than people think. If you run bulk up sets, you can run bulk up Drain Punch stuff, and if the team were to get a range setter, that could be something. But yeah, this thing could
I
be
personally
annoying.
believe that Polygraph is for sure one of those Pokemon that if you get a free turn, this can just win. You run a Hypnosis Belly Drum set, and sometimes you just win. Yeah, as mentioned by Jord of the Rings, this does have water absorb for the RCS ground as well.
Oh, nice.
It
Jort's in the
also,
chat too. Sweet.
uh, I think, does this get flip turn? I doubt it. No, I don't think
I
so.
will look, but it's one of those
I'm
Pokemon that
like
I
shocked
thought
if it does.
I would be. Yeah, I'd be surprised if it did. It does not.
Yeah. Yeah, this one is way worse than what I thought it was. Never mind. Yeah,
It's knockoff.
Hypnosis belly drum just kind of win games. I ran Polygraph twice in a low tier draft, and I will say that the second time around that I drafted it didn't really do much. The first time that I drafted it, I did win a couple of games just using a very cheesy substitute belly drum Blackberry set on the late game, and it was able to sweep. I doubt it's gonna be able to do it here due to all the like stat increases. Like this is Ubers, this is in low tier, so it's gonna have to work for everything that it needs.
Absolutely. We got Masquerain coming in as the last pick of the 10th round. Basically, probably the best low tier website there is. I really like Masquerain. It got a buff recently in its special attack stat, making it actually kind of a potent low tier Quiver Dance mon. I think this mon's actually very underrated personally. If you run this thing with Life Orb in the right situation, no rocks on the field, this thing might actually claim a couple kills. Yeah, this thing's got a lot of things going for it. It can actually hit ground types really hard with Hydro Pump. Yeah, it's got like Bug Buzz and other stuff like that. But yeah, I'm mainly going to want to run this thing with Webs, Quiver Dance, or maybe both, but I doubt it. But yeah, definitely can catch some things off guard.
Yeah, also
well.
being a 3-point mon, being a 3-point mon with Intimidate and Quiver Dance, as well as I'm pretty sure a couple of statuses like Stun Sport.
Oh shit! I
Like
didn't
it
know that.
does, yeah, it does a couple of things. It's not just a Quiver Dancer, even though it mostly just is. It's a 3-point mon that gives you a lot of options. It's also a ground immunity, so it does that for the team.
I had this thing as a
I mean,
terror
you never.
captain in the 5th season of this league, and I was quite surprised with how often I considered bringing it. I brought it twice, but I was really happy with how it matched up in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, being able to just Terra this is so valuable. But like without Terra, it just does Hurricane, and it lives and dies by the Hurricane accuracy.
Or the Hydro. Yeah.
Or Hydro Pump, yeah. But like Bug Buzz just does so little amount of damage, you'd be surprised. It's base 100 at +1. Yeah, really solid for a 3-point mon.
Yeah, and with that's going to be the round 10. We're going to recap the picks here. Very easy to say that Great Tusk was the best, but I'm going to go ahead and either give it to the Masquerain or the Tinkaton. Personally.
Tinkaton is going to take my point personally. I do think that Tinkaton is just so many utility options, as well as just having the option to do damage randomly. Like one time I remember Tinkaton was like there as a utility mon, and it wasn't really supposed to do damage, but then it clicked hammer and it did 60 to something, and he won the game off of it. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he just base 160 attack, man. It's insane.
Jord also pointed out the Masquerain gets Tailwind, which could potentially be useful, which makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah. I also wanted to give a shout out to the Wobbuffet that's going to be in my team.
because we traded basically.
Oh
The
yeah,
Irish,
I forgot you picked it.
yeah, the what?
I'm happy it's gonna get
Yeah,
used. I've been waiting for Whopping Face
yeah,
to get used in League.
yeah. I'm gonna most definitely be using it like against an Ubers, and I'm gonna be running Sash, and it's gonna trap it, and I'm gonna absolutely obliterate it.
I can't wait.
It's
Round
gonna be
11.
shit. It's gonna be awful, but it's gonna be used.
We're on the trek to get this done in 4.5 hours. If we get
Dude,
through
that's
these last
good.
2 rounds quickly. But yeah, we'll just go through it at normal. Wiggly tough for iNasty. Really pissed that he got this because I feel like it was targeted at my Dragapult, but hey.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is honestly a very solid budget Wish passer. Base 140 HP for Wish passing is nuts. Also can be very offensive with competitive. I've seen a lot of people run up competitive to bring in on allow sit in on intimidate users, or like switch into defog, and it actually just blows things back at +2.
Yeah, this does do pretty significant damage after a +2. He does have a couple of ways of setting up the hazards as well. Getting hazards off of his field is going to be so difficult with him having a competitive, a defiant, and a ghost type.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, hazards, even if he like just runs something simple like a Meowscarada with toxic spikes or spikes, is going to be very difficult to get off the field.
Absolutely. Rotom going for Hakeshin and his Wiso cereal. This Pokemon's got some good utility. I don't know if it's necessarily going to do much in the Uber format, but you got your ability to status it with Will-O-Wisp or Thunderwave, which is very valuable. You got things like Pain Split, which could be a bit of a nuisance with base 50 HP.
Yeah, yeah. You're
Main
ever gonna.
thing. Yeah. So yeah, it's a good fast utility mon at 7 points. Base 91 speed, it's all right for utility. Low tier anyway. Electric Ghost with Levitate's pretty annoying. A Wrap Spin Blocker. It's a good spin blocker actually. It's got some stuff.
Yeah, it's a mon with 3 immunities, so having just 3 immunities is always gonna be good. I don't think Pain Split matters because if this gets sneezed on, it's gonna die.
That's fair. That's fair. It has to be it has to be neutered beforehand in order for it to live.
I do think that something like him having 3 immunities plus Scarf plus Trick might be good. I don't know. We'll see. I do think that this basically just has to be Scarf.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it has some potential. Hat Trim for 1 point for Vague. I think this is a good pickup at 1 point. What do you think?
Tidy Up seems all right.
Wait, this thing gets Tidy Up?
Sorry, you said. Oh, sorry. I thought you said. I saw Fur Walk by Jord. I thought you were talking about. This thing is just a magic bouncer that you need to be prepped for. He does have a Shiyu, so Shiyu having a magic bouncer just makes it 14 times more threatening because you don't ever have to worry about boots. As well as him not having that many ways of getting hazards off apart from Torn T Defog and Iron Thread's Rapid Spin.
Yeah.
If somebody brings a good ghost against him, it's going to be very difficult to get those off. Maybe he might want to bring it to those types of matchup. This also gets Nuzzle, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, it does. I think it's going to be a big utility there too. I don't know if it gets reliable recovery. I don't think Hatterene does.
No, it does not. But it also gives him a Trick Room mode if he ever needs it. Yeah, I don't think so, but
Jor pointing out to Eviolite stuff. It's pretty
Trick Room plus Belly Drums Max.
Yep. Yeah. Why is it faster than Hatterene? That's crazy.
It actually helps out Hatterene to be slower, so it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anyway, pretty solid value for 1 point. We got Knackley for Fong. I don't think I've ever would have seen this drafted in singles without just being Little Cup rather than in Ubers, but Knackley's here. It's 1 point season. There's not much other options, and I understand.
Soul Cure is better than 80% of all 1 pointers, so I understand.
Yep. That's it. Physically, it's all right. I guess sneeze on specially even with Eviolite, it's not gonna have a fun time. George says Knackley's the strongest pick in the season. Fair.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's too much else to kind of talk about with this, but
it's just a soft mon with rocks. It's just a 1 pointer that he just
cut because he doesn't have any more points.
That's right. Jax picks up Regirock. Not gonna lie, things gone differently. If I had to settle for Electrode, I was really sad that this thing got grabbed because I wanted a solid flying resist, and this was the best one that I saw for the amount of points I had left to work with. I was really trying to trade. I tried for a couple things. I wanted to try to grab Glamora from Cadillacs, which is very hard. It didn't work out in my favor. I would have had to do something that I wasn't very. I realized I was better off keeping. Yeah, anyway, it worked out to the point where I thought Regirock was a decent replacement for that. But yeah, Jax ends up picking it here, and I think it's really solid. Literally. But yeah, you got like base 200 defense, so body press is immediately a big threat with this Pokemon. It's in a speed tier to where it can take advantage of Trick Room. He still hasn't picked up another Trick Room user other than Necrozma, but you know, it's something that down the line, if he really wanted to do something, he could potentially do it with this Iron Defense.
Yeah, I think Regirock is better in Ubers than it is in regular, just because the bulk is so much more valuable, as well as the rocks and the body press.
That's it. Yeah, no, very solid mon here, very bulky, very offensive. Well, not offensive, but you know, it can take advantage of stuff. Dusk Noir going to DD. I think this is always a budget pick, a good budget pick. You know, you got your base 135 defenses, very good move pool, I have to say. I was building with this in doubles before as a good Trick Room user because you're immune to Fake Out, but then you got some offensive coverage. Like, you got Ice Punch, you have Fire Punch, you have Earthquake on this thing. Like, it's got some stuff.
You get knockoff as well.
Yeah. Shadow
And
Sneak
with-
for priority as well. Knockoff, I like that too.
You get Wisp as well. I think that if you're gonna draft a ghost type, this is probably it. He traded this away and he grabbed Dust Clubs, which is just objectively better.
Yeah, I ended up messing up too because, as mentioned before, Landorus is actually 19 points on his draft. So I just DM'd him today. I just found this out that it was pulling from the wrong Landorus. And he ended up having to drop Dustclops as well, so I felt really bad about that. But yeah, really sad that he couldn't get his bulky ghost because I think it honestly does his team really well at budget. But yeah, he ended up. I think he just traded. He traded it and Purloin for Electric and Dugong. He just DM'd me earlier, so.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I felt really bad because Dustclops kind of looked good into her on his draft, but yeah. Anyway, Dustin would be cool.
Yeah, Dugong get thundered into the stratosphere just because you wanted to switch into the Kyogre.
That's it. As alluded to before, the famous Grookey from Cadillacs.
Oh no, this Grookey, low key, I see what he's cooking. This terrain helps out so much because it doesn't hinder any of its Pokemon. It only helps. It helps against matches where the terrains might get in his way, and it could also help out with just passive recovery onto mons that don't get any naturally, such as Tusk and like Manaphy.
I can't believe you're so. It's awesome that you're so quick to stick up for Grookey, dude. Like, that's.
No, Grookey is a very good pick here. I like this. I saw this happen live. I was there, and I was like, "Wait a second,
Hold up, this
he's
changes
actually
everything."
cooking." Because like Tusk doesn't get weakened. His ground type isn't weakened by the terrain. He might want to bring this like into a show because this also gets like Focus Sash and Debber plus Grassy Glide.
Oh my God, Dagster's got to watch out for this team.
Yeah, this mon is very good. I'm a Grookey believer. Let's just say that.
I got you. I got you. I believe too. You swing me. You swung me. Aerodactyl going to Froggerman. He DM'd me before this pick got made, and he's like, "Yeah, I just want either this or Dreadnought, and then just whatever one pointer." So I was like, "Okay, bet." And he said Aerodactyl first. So I was like, "Okay." But then I realized I was like, "Damn, you could have totally used Dreadnought. You have no waters, and you have 4 flyings now." But
flying type is a type that has no immunity, so maybe he's going for something like
5
flying.
flyings. Anyway,
he's a Sky Battler. I don't know what.
Sky Battler, yeah, Gen 5 or Gen 5, yeah. Yeah,
No,
but oh, is it Gen 6? Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. It's triple battles in Gen 5, or rotation battles. But yeah, Aerodactyl is one of my favorite rocks. It's got Stealth Rock, fast taunt user. You got Hone Claws and Dragon Dance is the other one. Run stuff like that. Roost, he's got good coverage. Earthquake, Dual Wing Beat recently got. Yeah, really solid Mon. I prefer the Mega form. Obviously, a lot of people would because Tough Claws, but you know this thing's got some stuff going for it. You can run it a couple different ways. Like the speed allows you to run like more defensive utility sets if you really wanted to, like Stealth Rock, Taunt, Roost, and Hell like coverage. I don't know.
And on top of that, it gives him a suicide lead if he ever wants to go HO with the low kicks, Lando, Tundai, whatever shaman set you want to run, which is like Spec or Scarf or Boots, as well as the Mega Metagross being able to like just kill anything on the switch-in once all rocks plus ship is done by the aerial.
Fair.
Metagross is never going to get hit by a ground type realistically against this team.
No. We got Murkrow for Dagster. 2-point Murkrow.
It's a haze, man.
Got Prankster Tailwind. Yeah. He doesn't need Tailwind. He doesn't need Tailwind, actually.
I mean, it's the Prankster haze, man. It's not as good as it is in doubles. It does have all the like utilities, but like it's still a Prankster mon. It can do like Prankster Toxic, Prankster like Tailwind.
Yeah.
As mentioned, he doesn't really need it. His team's already fast enough. Like it can run like Prankster. Like if you want to switch something out, you can run like Perish Song. I know it gets that. It can run like T Wave. Yeah, George just said T Wave.
Oh, I didn't realize I got T-Wave. Okay, so it's not entirely useless on this team.
Yeah, it's not entirely useless, but like it's all right. It's good.
It's good. Good value in 2 points anyway. Zangoose for Jinxed. I don't ever see this drafted ever, so I'm curious. But I don't know if this maybe has anything to do with this, but her and I did a random battle before, and she ended up getting Zangoose, and I actually just had nothing. And I think she kind of got like, what's the word? Inspired by Zangoose. So she's like, oh yeah, Zangoose. But, you know, without Terra, I don't know if this is worth 5 points. I'm going to be real. I think it's like maybe
Yeah,
4.
no, absolutely not. I don't think Zangoose is worth 4 points without Terra. I think
it's like 4 on a good day, 3 on a normal day.
Yeah, with Terra, this can actually put up numbers because of like toxic boost. But without Terra, due to like just the sheer amount of natural bulk that a lot of these Pokemon have in the higher tiers,
yep.
I don't think there's a single platinum Pokemon that loses to Zangoose, even with Terra. So there's gonna be quick attacking a lot. Let's just say that.
It's gonna be quick attacking. Glimmet for you. I remember you dropped this, but it's still a really good budget pick in my opinion.
I dropped this for I wanted the Glimora so bad that I thought Glimmer would be good, but like I really don't wanna run a suicide lead that's gonna die turn 2 when I have a team of Deoxys, Blissey, and Mega Sableye. So I traded this for the Waba set that was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I grabbed Glimmet after you dropped it too, so it kind of moved around a lot, and then I ended up just never getting picked back up again.
The things a man does for a Glimora.
George said there's no limit to its power.
Yeah, if I had a little bit more offensive of a team, I would probably keep this. But since I'm going for a more like semi-stall type of team, with like Hazard Stack, I don't think it's a good idea for me to keep this.
Welcome back, Cadillacs. Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from.
I like how Cadillac shows up as soon as we start talking about Glimmet, by the way.
Baby Glimora.
Pretty much.
I pick up a Blossom for the last pick of the 11th round. This was something that Jord had discussed as something that's actually very underrated in 3 points. I ended up dropping this, so I feel very safe to talk about this. This thing actually does a lot against Platinum movers that people don't know about.
Okay, keep saying.
No, I think I'm good because I want to.
Oh, okay.
He just said, "I can't believe you dropped it in chat." But yeah, I just I wanted to make sure I had a Mega. I wanted to hit every aspect that I could on my draft. So I dropped this for Mega Bomb of Snow at the end. But Yeah, this thing has Quiver Dance. It's got some decent bulk that people don't realize actually how influential it can be against some Platinum Ubers. Yeah, just so this thing in a damage cal can have fun is what I'll say. But
it's my favorite 3-point Pokemon. It's
yes,
so
Jordan.
good.
Hello. Yeah, no, this thing's a monster. It's between this and Vileplume, but Vileplume's like what 5 for 6 points. So
this thing, if you could get it into a Sun team as well, it's got Chlorophyll and it's got Quiver Dance.
yeah,
You run it max HP, max defense with Quiver Dance, and this thing is tanky as hell.
yeah. No, it can just set up and strength.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about how good this is. Strength Sap is great. Toxic, Leech Seed, it's a perfect stall Pokemon.
Yeah, he's a sleeper pick for sure. But yeah, I picked
Anyway,
this
I just had
under
to hop in and mention that.
I appreciate you did. I'm glad you talked about it. Yeah, no, I wanted to make this work so bad, but then I realized that I really wanted to make sure I had a Mega, so that I was clickbaiting whenever I, made a thumbnail.
Yeah,
Blossom
so
still kinda
that every
clickbait me.
time you get when somebody clicks knockoff on you, you have a mon that can like take it as well.
Yeah, that's it. And Aurora Veil could be fun in that specific case. So yeah, that was the thought behind Blossom. We got round 11 recap. A little bit trickier to say what the best mon is of this, or my favorite mon at least. But,
Yeah, all of these mons are kind of iffy. I think the best mon here is for sure, bar none the Glimmet, right? Like, there's no contest here.
I probably agree with you. The value for Dusknoir and Hatchram's also kind of pulling
Grookey.
me
Yeah,
away. Grookey.
George gets it.
Grookey, yes.
Oh
sir.
yeah, I put major respect on Grookey, by the way.
Yeah, respect on Grookey's name.
Yeah, I mentioned the how it gets like Endeavor, so you can run like Endeavor like priority and like get a fear strategy going on.
I don't know. I think it's gonna come every week as just banded Grassy Glide.
I think you need to bring it against
all
Daxter's
the
team.
dragons and steel. Against all the dragons and steel is gonna be like running like doing 15 for like Megalocaria.
You actually need to bring it against Daxter's team because S mentioned that it gets Endeavor and stuff, and everything like it's got terrain. He has got terrain in his team, and everything that Daxter has outspeeds Grookey. So you just bring slow, guaranteed grassy terrain, and then Endeavor Grassy Glide and just guaranteed a free kill.
Yeah, exactly. Also, him not having any grass type switches, ignore the fact there's a Vicky. It also helped.
Yep.
Like, there's nothing that can switch into Grassy Glide and Woodhammer. Am I right?
Am I right?
Does it learn Woodhammer?
I hope so.
I think it's.
I can't wait for the
branch
Mewtwo
poke
to psychic.
Branch poke is young Woodhammer. Are we ready for the last round of the draft?
Let's go.
I'm up next. It's my last pick. I still have not picked my second Uber. I need something that deals with fairies. I said at the very beginning, I have nothing. I have no poison. I have no steel. So, for my Uber pick, I decided
obviously
to grab...
Eternatus.
No, I didn't pick Eternatus. That's goofy. Solgaleo is my gold tier Uber for this league. I'm very excited to use this mon. Gets teleport access again, which I'm very excited about. Sunsteel Strike stuff, you can run weakness policy with Flame Charge. The stats are absolutely gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
137 HP is incredible. Makes it so bulky.
I can't wait. Sunsteel Strike.
I like the chain of single digit mons. Like, you have like 5 mons that are single digit into the whopping 26 points. The fact it's so funny.
Yep. No, I was stretching really hard to make sure that I had enough points at the end, and I ended up having 1 point at the end, even with all this. I was really trying to bank on getting Jolteon through Grace Period, but it didn't happen until
and on top of like on top of trading away the Blossom and get your extra points for the Glimmet as well.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, we got Solgaleo, basically going to be our fairy killer, one and only fairy killer. I don't see Tentacool doing much, so yeah, I ended up dropping Tentacool anyway.
Tentacool could be. It could be all right. Like, it got like Slush Bomb and stuff from a base 80. It could do something.
Yeah.
It's actually true.
I
Blossom
agree.
beats Solgaleo, Jord. It's actually true. It happened. Yeah, Solgaleo loses to Blossom. Just keep that in mind, guys. It's pretty shit. Obama
How?
Snow for S. Oh no, yeah, 100%. It actually
Oh
happened.
yeah, I drafted it.
Max
Yeah,
defense,
well,
quiver dance, and strength sap.
It's got
I thought
clear
I
body, doesn't
drafted.
it?
I thought I traded it for the
Does.
for my Regigigas, but apparently I didn't.
Am I crazy? I thought its stats couldn't get dropped.
I don't know. Does strength sap still work without the stats dropping?
No, I'm pretty sure you can't like strength sap if you can't lower
Prevents
the
other
stat.
Pokemon from lowering this Pokemon's stats. Yeah, full metal body. It beats Duskmane. It does not beat Solgaleo.
Oh, wow. Solgaleo is just better Duskmane. Cool. So what do you want to tell us about Obama Snow about? Sorry.
I just wanted to say
No,
Strength
no.
Sap still works. It just doesn't reduce the attack, so you always get full healing off of it. If you don't
Yeah,
one-shot
however-
Bellossom, it always full heals, and then you take the Rocky Helmet damage and die.
Just keep Dragon Dancing then. We've also got a recovery move.
There's also the Leech Seed going on. Wait, does it learn Dragon Dance, Solgaleo?
Yes.
No,
Oh,
Necrozma,
okay.
Necrozma does. Solgaleo doesn't.
Oh, Necrozma.
Solgaleo
Oh,
doesn't.
Solgaleo
Oh,
doesn't?
okay.
No,
Yeah, so
Solgaleo's
Bellossom
ass.
can win.
Wow,
Solgaleo-
Necrozma just being broken like always.
Yeah, no, Solgaleo's ass. That's why I picked
Yeah,
it.
I just have to brag about how much I love Bellossom's stats. It's so good.
Yeah, so Obamaso kind of provides some much needed Aurorville support because your team's not bulky enough.
Yeah, exactly. I need to make sure that Rayquaza lives an Ice Spinner from like a random coverage. I need to make sure my Genesect lives a Flamethrower and procs weakness policy, so then I can shift gear and Iron Head and stuff. Yeah, I need to make sure I have 2 quad weaknesses to fire, which I don't think will matter at all.
No, they won't. No.
But yeah, I do think that with the buff that Ice got, this is a very good physical wall.
Yep.
Unironically, if you don't face a flamethrower.
Yep, it is. It is. Good switch into grounds as well.
Yeah, yeah, that too. It gets Leech Seed and priority Ice Shard base 92 attack, so I can revenge kill anything that might be left to live.
That's it. Wall Rain for Jinxed. 2-point Wall Rain. Very good stats for a 2-pointer.
Yeah, I thought this was a 3-pointer actually, but like apparently it's not.
It's kind of cracked. It's a good mon at 2 points compared to Zangoose, which is not a good mon at 5 points. Kind of balances out.
Exactly. Like there's a couple of like niche options that I saw at 2 points, such as like Sudowoodo and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I do think that is Wall Rain is a very good pickup here. Just add stats to your like overall draft board. It's not gonna do much at all, but like just having it in the bench in case you need it for whatever reason.
That's right.
Seems pretty already.
Yeah, you get bulky stuff. You can run Ice Body and Snow and, you know.
Oh yeah, with all his no options.
Hey Bomb for Dagster. It's the best one of the draft.
Hey,
There's inside jokes to this pick, but you know, it can definitely win games by itself. Don't at me.
It's just a 1-pointer. I mean, it's I don't know, man. It's a fake out, I guess. User.
I
It got
I think it
a
still
damage
gets skill
boost.
link, so
Yeah, it gets skill link plus
tail slap.
technician as well.
Oh, technician, yeah.
I think it's gonna be just
Yes,
okay.
I think he told me this was his Kyogre answer because of banded technician bullet seed.
Oh yeah, gonna do like what 45?
Yes. Yeah.
Banded
It's not even
slower.
gonna do hit KO.
Classic.
Yeah, and it's slower.
Oh, it is slower. Fuck, I thought it was base 95. Fuck. All right. Well, focus sash time. No, it's not gonna have kill power then. Anyway.
Oh yeah, with focus dash, it's gonna do 30 instead.
George said it's gonna be called hand job if it makes it to every any game that it comes. It's gonna be called hand job.
Is that the inside joke?
I guess so.
All right, next mon.
Yeah, Dupiter, because Broggerman told me to pick something for him. I was like, here's a web setter.
Sticky webs. Yeah, sticky webs is all right. I do think that if you're gonna grab like a shitty Sticky Webmon. I do think that just adding the 2 points for like a shuckle or a spite ups or an area those seems very valuable.
Yeah, he didn't have
So that
any.
they can
He had 1
actually,
point left after Aerodactyl.
yeah, which is unfortunate, right? You always want to have like more than 1 point.
No, I
No,
looked in
Well,
1 point gang. I was like, I'm not about that life.
dude. But
Yeah.
okay,
Sorry, Grookey
my
was
take.
listening.
I think I've told you my take, but I'm not bringing a 3-pointer, just like I'm not bringing a 1-pointer in an Uber's league.
You did tell me that take. Yeah.
So
fair.
like I don't basically anything like 7 points and down. I was like, I'm not bringing any of this garbage anyway.
Fair enough.
But
Oh,
like
so
it doesn't
Ditto's
have
not
water
coming? Oh shit.
absorber.
Yeah, dude, facts. Ditto's never coming. Don't worry about it. You're all good.
Yeah, solid. All right, we're big chilling. I can set up. All right, CAC turn for Cadillacs.
Yep.
It's him on.
It's a cat
Very
turn. Yeah,
cool. He
I don't know
gets
what
to go
to
hang
say.
out on my bench all season. Have fun, buddy.
Dude, why does it smell like rotten leaves over here? Oh, it's a CAC turn. Fucking soaking up the water and the
I don't know. It has
main line
grass
system.
outside, I guess. It might
This
come
is the
against size
real
spam at best.
Kyogre
Yeah,
answer.
this is your Kyogre answer, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gonna get ice beamed.
My Kyogre answer? Why do I need one of those?
Oh, so true, so true.
Damn, flex
He's
on.
gonna sucker
Alright.
punch the station with it.
Hydrapple for DD. I ended up taking a picture of DD's team after the points were organized from top most expensive to least expensive, so Hydrapple appears in the middle.
Yeah, Hydrapple is a really good valuable pick because of the regenerator, and it having just such a high amount of like bulk leaves it like it can switch in, throw a powerful move off, and then it's gonna switch out and do the same thing all over again.
Oh my god, George said Murkrow prankster tail and makes Apom faster than Kyogre. Sorry.
Bro's using Tailwind support to make Kyogre work. Or, sorry, no, wait. He's using Tailwind support to make
Apom work.
Apom work.
Yeah, 3 points just for Apom to work. Yeah, it doesn't Fickle Beam on Hydrapple just have a chance of doubling in power, or am I crazy?
Yeah, Fickle Beam just sometimes double the base power of the move.
That's
So
nuts.
instead of 80, it'll be like 160 randomly.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know the exact chance of it proccing, but like I know it's like around like 10-ish.
Yeah, I think this team definitely needed a grass. I think Leaf Seed is also just another way that this draft, along with Chansey and Nature's Madness Tapu Fini, can just like slowly whittle down things for like Yveltal, Mega Lucario, and Landorus again. So I can see the value in this.
I do see a really major issue in his team where he's like weak to ice types with coverage. But I think that with the Terra from Armarouge, she'll be able to like fix that hole, as well as just having Mega Lucario.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is a really solid Mon 10 though, the draft. Cubchoo for Jax. This is another Pokemon that's never been drafted in one of my leagues.
Yeah,
Rightfully so.
Cubchoo's there. Cubchoo's there just for the shits and giggles. He thinks that he's gonna Swiss cheese your ass.
Sneeze in your
So.
face. That's it. All right, moving on. Electabuzz for Thong.
Yeah.
I think Electabuzz actually has some value because it's faster than the average speed tier. You could run Eviolite stuff. It has coverage moves, static as well. 2-point static mon's pretty valuable, I think.
I don't see the value, but like I guess static is fine. It's 2 points. It's an Electabuzz. It's gonna do Electabuzz things like Electro Web, T-Wave, Toxic. It can like bolt switch around. It's just worse Electivire, and Electivire's already like scraping the barrel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Electivire would have been a decent Terra option with Motor Drive, like as an electric immunity thing, just get speed boost. Yeah, this
I
thing.
do think that it's gonna be bulky in the special side, but any physical attack is gonna kill it.
Yeah, I guess so. Dreepy for Vague, he literally told me that this is just a mascot pick. So I mean, it's fast. Just to talk about give some Mon the, sense of importance. It's fast. You can run U-turn and Will-O-Wisp on it.
Yeah, I mean 82 is all right. It's
Lipard for Lipard for Hikashin and Waiso Serial. This one's got some utility though with Prankster. Beast 106 speed as well. I think he gets Knockoff and Thunderwave and Encore.
yeah, because of the team he drafted, I'm pretty sure he could use assist strats, but like he doesn't have a top. Yeah, I don't think without Tapu Fini assist doesn't work. So
No, there's some stuff he can do. I guess I've drafted this. Like when I first started drafting, I thought Lipard was like super budget. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just draft this. Base 88 in both offensives. Yeah, I'll just draft it. But you know, now it's
yeah,
big
also
picture.
this is worth 4 points, which makes it incredibly overpriced as well.
You think it's overpriced to 4?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is like a 2-point mon.
Yeah, I could see it being like 3 maybe,
But like it still gets a nasty plot as well. It gets like Snarl, I guess.
Snarl. I don't know. Yeah, it's not gonna be doing too much on the offensive side, I think. But you know,
gets T-Wave.
Yeah, T-Wave is probably it. Shelmet for INAT. I have no fucking idea what Shelmet does for like.
Does it get webs?
Escavalier doesn't, so I have to assume no.
Oh my god! All right, it's just a Shelmet. Eviolite, physically defensive, poison type. Well, not poison bug.
That's right.
Just a 1-pointer.
Yeah. I'm just gonna double check it doesn't get webs. No, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's what she is. All right. Well, that's gonna round out the draft. Kind of lackluster. Here are your round 12 Pokemon. I don't know, man. Cubchoo's kind of sitting. No, I'm just. I'll say. I mean, Solgaleo was I just happened to be in round 12, so I can't.
Yeah, there's only one correct answer here, and it's Solgaleo.
I guess. I just
like
for what it does for me, it's valuable. But I'm just gonna give the benefit of the doubt to another pick in round 1. And just say Abomasnow.
I do think Abomasnow is good, but like Solgaleo is a coughing bomb. Nuclear bomb against coughing baby me.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Dupe Hider is very good, seeing as it's the only Weber on the last point.
Yeah.
There's multiple 1-pointers, and only one of them is Weber. So I don't know. Character might put in work with a choice bounce.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't get like sucker punch and stuff. So I did do the typical thing that I do, and I compiled a slide with everybody's teams updated after the grace period. So without further ado, here's how the teams are now looking. So you can see a couple changes. Just going from top to bottom, left to right, I see a couple significant changes on. You got Vietnam Venomoth switching their Terra Captain from Jolteon to Belly Bolt and grabbing Farigiraf, as well as Quillfish as a bulky poison. Then you have, let's see here. You got DD dropping a couple things, getting Salamence and Dusclops. Pretty cool there.
My team is completely different than the one I drafted. I have no Spectre, no Palafin, but instead I chose to go for a Hazard Stack semi-stall team.
You got your Rayquaza. Yep. You got your Rayquaza changed. You got a very different team there.
Yeah, my team is just completely different.
I think did Froggerman change anything? He did not. Oh no, he got Palafin Hero. That's right. And then I grabbed my Jolteon Terra and dropped Tentacruel, grabbed Licky Licky, and Mega Abomasnow. Otherwise, everything looks pretty.
Oh wow, we both have Abomasnow. That's funny.
That's right. Right next to each other too. Hell yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you all so much for watching and hanging out for the stream. Thank you very much, S, for co-commentating for me for the second half. Really appreciate that. Well, otherwise, would have killed my voice.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I always do. I held down that cutie pie section.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Well, that's going to be it. Thank you all so much, and appreciate the support. And make sure to join the URSDL Discord. It'll be posted in the description of this video when it goes up on YouTube. And I will see you guys all for season 6 to see how everything goes. This is the first time we've ever dipped into Ubers, and I have a funny feeling it's not going to be the last. So keep your eyes out on the prize, because we're not done here. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and
Make sure to like and subscribe.
That's right. Thank you, sir. We'll see you all for the next one. All right. Bye, everybody.